Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. If the long weekend has ended, your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness is here, and if you're hearing that beep, it means we are running something through the Dreamcast. Yeah, tonight we got a very special show. I'm glad you're here, and for now, I'm going to have to also change my clock, because on Dreamcast, and actually every console I own of this generation, that being PS2, Gamecube, and Xbox as well, the internal battery on my console is dead, so it's a case where it does not save the clock. That being said, we're going to get this set because we are recording this, it'll save me an edit doing this, on January 31st of 2026 at 7:02 p.m. at this point, Eastern Standard Time. Tonight we're starting a new segment of the show that's going to be our initiative for 2026. It's something I talked about last year, something I wanted to figure, because every year with this show, we've been on for 6 years, as has been the case. It's something I always thought, what are we going to do to evolve the program and do some different things while still keeping the philosophy of the program, which is memories of classic games, memories of really any game, whether it's my memories or all of yours in the best chat on Twitch. And so for that, I came up with this one. This is the Super Old Game Saturday Scoping Sessions. The name was also signed off by Nikki, who came up with the name of the show to begin with. It's a case where I've gotten requests for games that run really long, games I've wanted to show that also run for a couple of cases of being long. And last year we ran Shadow Hearts Covenant for most of the year. It's something I figured, well, some of these games go for a really long time, and something where they're games I'm maybe not familiar with. This game I am definitely familiar with, but I said maybe we should do, instead of doing a full play of them to start, especially if I don't know what the best way to kind of scope these are for a full treatment, what is full treatment going to look like for some of these, or cases where I said, I don't know if I'm going to be ready to do it fully, but I just want to give a preview to it. That's the point of Super Old Game Saturday Scoping Sessions. We're going to do one of these a month. And for January, to start off, we're starting with an RPG that I know there are a lot of people who've been guests on the program who they love RPGs. They love their RPGs. People like Kazan22 and Crusader64 and Emetics and Gemini 96, amongst many of the others. This is an RPG I have up on them, and it's one that I beg every day for a re-release of, because this game costs a lot of money. I'd say it's worth that money. I'll get into that as we go. And one that kind of informed my perspective of the genre in my teenage years in particular. Because the Super Mario RPG on Super Nintendo was my big step into it. I then had Nintendo 64, where there weren't a whole lot of RPGs, and it wasn't until later in the console's life that we got some of those. But I got a Dreamcast in 1999, so the year after that, the RPGs started coming, and we got a really good one. Maybe the best on this console. Maybe the best one from Sega around that era. And that's saying a lot, considering some of the really great RPGs that came out of them. And yeah, I wanted to show this one. This is Skies of Arcadia. This came out in Japan as Eternal Arcadia. It's worth pointing out. On October 5th, 2000. In the US, it came out on November 14th, 2000. And in Europe, it came out on April 27th of 2001. It came out for the Dreamcast. Later, there was a version for Gamecube, that being Skies of Arcadia Legends, which came out in 2002 on the Gamecube in Japan, and then 2003 in US and Europe. As Skies of Arcadia Legends, in particular. This was developed by Sega. It was, or published by Sega, but it was developed by an arm of Sega, that being Overworks. This is the team that was formerly known as Sega CS Research and Development 2. They also were known as Sega AM7. Going back in the day, they made a lot of different things, particularly Streets of Rage 3, which I demoed on the show a couple weeks ago. Panic for the Sega CD, Iron Storm for Sega Saturn, Deep Fear for Sega Saturn, and would go on to make Shinobi for the PlayStation 2, Nightshade for the PlayStation 2 as well as Sakura Tyson. And also, their background as far as some of the people worked on this. They worked on perhaps one of the most legendary RPGs of Sega's, maybe more than even this one. That being Panzer Dragoon Saga for the Sega Saturn, a game that had a very small print run of 25,000 copies. The source code of it is lost. It's a case where it came out at the very end of the system's life. It was a system that did not sell. And it's a case where that game goes for well over $1,000, maybe $2,000, depending where you look. For Skies of Arcadia here, this is not quite that expensive. But on the GameCube and on the Dreamcast here, which is where we're looking at it as far as the latter console, this is about $150. This is not a cheap one. But it's something where, if you love RPGs and you're at all interested in them as far as loving them currently, or it's a case like, I kind of want to get into it, you're going to want to take a look at this game. It's also one I guess I'm begging for a re-release of. Because it's been one of those cases for years, the question of what was going to go on with that. Because, as I mentioned, it came out on the Dreamcast to start, and then it got ported to the GameCube. It was going to be on the PlayStation 2 as well, as far as Skies of Arcadia Legends, but it was canceled for that. And for a while, there's questions of, were they going to do a sequel to this? Also, were they going to do a modern re-release? I remember in the 2000s, or 2010s in particular, there was the thought they might be bringing that to Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 as far as this game. That never materialized. I know there's cases of Sega saying that maybe they're curious about coming back to this, and in connection with Valkyria Chronicles for the PlayStation 3, there's indication that Sega did remember this. And we've also indicated that when we played Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, when we looked at it again last year. But this is the game as far as what it is. This is a deeply underrated game. This is a really unique case as far as what it's doing, as you're seeing from the intro here. This great intro, this amazing music. We'll get into that for sure. You're air pirates. So that's a unique concept. We didn't really see that milieu around in games a lot, especially as far as an RPG. And Overworks, they took advantage of that completely, saying that, all right, we have, the young girl Aika there, is like, the map blew away, but the captain of this vessel, Vise, he's here. He picked it up and saying, we're going to be sailing around the land of Arcadia. We're looking for adventure. But of course, we also have the Valiant Empire over there. They're causing trouble. And there's also something about, lots of cannons and, ship battles going on here. That is a part of the gameplay. We're going to maybe get to that as far as our preview of this game for tonight. Something about that mysterious girl in white. We'll understand something about her a little later. Maybe it's tied to something with the moon. And as I mentioned, you're hearing this beautiful music as far as this game, and we're going to be going across all these different areas in our flying ship, and we're going to also go on floating islands. It's a really great setup, a really great perspective as far as, I guess, the way that it almost has like a Studio Ghibli kind of feel to itself, a little as far as maybe how the atmosphere goes. And it is really appealing, and so much so, I think, that there are other companies that wanted to kind of take inspiration for this years later, admittingly. In particular, there's a game on Switch called Sky Ocean's Wings for Hire, which was indicated as something of a spiritual successor to this. It was not well received when it came out. I have not played it, so I don't know. But something that made people maybe want this game back even more, especially because of the cost. And maybe also point in tonight's show is also maybe indicating to Sega or somebody out there seeing this, saying that, this game is really, really good, and I would suggest either drop the 150 bills for this thing if you can afford it. I don't think you're going to complain and say, no, this was not worth my money. But it is a lot, so maybe a question of saying, you can get a re-release. There's stuff we can go talk about when it comes to other re-release projects going on currently now, as far as official stuff. But before we get started on the game, and also before we get started on one thing before we get to the game, because it is indicated specifically here because we're playing this on the Dreamcast, which is where I played it, and my experience with this game, just to go into that briefly before I talk about some of the people involved with this, is that I played the demo of this that was available for the official Dreamcast magazine. I was a subscriber for the short time that magazine was around. A lot of people who wrote for it would go over to the official Xbox magazine afterwards. But I played a demo of it. I was like, I'd heard stuff of this game. There was a real excitement as far as some people involved, and also the case of RPGs on Dreamcast, because even though the Dreamcast was not a system that lasted very long, in its short time, it did get a lot of RPGs to itself, a lot of really good RPGs, and a lot of unique RPGs on top of that. In fact, I think I might have said this in the edit for something, but as far as RPGs on the Dreamcast, even though the Dreamcast, as far as its life, its perspective of how long it lasts kind of varied depending on the region. As far as the US was concerned, it lasted about 3 years in particular. In Japan, I think it was about 6 in the sense that there were a couple of games that were coming out for it later that eventually come out to us on PlayStation 2 and other places. But it didn't last that long, but even in those 3 years, there are more RPGs on this console than were on the Nintendo 64. And in 2000, we were not starved for choice when it came to those, because I guess you had Shenmue, sort of. I guess you could argue, is that an RPG? I would say, in a way, kind of is. Maybe not the same case. This is more of a traditional RPG. We had Grandia 2, which came out around the same time as this. We had Elemental Gimmick here. That was an early one for Dreamcast that was a game that was being worked on the Sega Saturn. But then they moved over to this. I remember the Evolution games. There are 2 of those, which are also on the Gamecube as well. Those were around. There was Landstalker, which was... No, Time Stalkers, which is tied to Landstalker from Sega Genesis, and the same developers of Landstalker who made that. But there were cases of some really interesting things that are going with RPGs, and this might be the best one, as far as how it goes. And the most endearing. And I think that's also a key word to say, because you look in here as far as how expressive Aika is there sitting on the side of the ship there. There's a lot of personality and charm and love that clearly is put into this, and I'm going to share my love with this for our start of it. And just to reiterate, since this is a scoping session program, we will not be completing this game. This is not a complete play of the game. It is a one showcase. I feel like I have to mention that because there's some people who've just had like, oh, I want to do one show. They don't listen to that. It's only one show to start. Because this game, as far as how it runs about 40, 45 hours. Not really long, but a case of saying, I want to be set when I do this. And honestly, I've not played this game in a long time. My first time coming back to it after the long time since I played it last was actually just today. Because I knew this is going to be like a preview. So this is going to be a little more of a loose case as far as it, a little more relaxed than we already are. I mean, we are a relaxed program as far as going into our experiences and love of gaming. Including games that maybe you missed, maybe I missed. But in this case, I know people who are always curious about this game. I know Crusader64 said, I tried emulating this because of the cost. He said, I cannot emulate this thing. But we are, of course, running on original Dreamcast hardware for this. You are hearing the disc grinding of the Dreamcast for this, which is going to be vital for the show. I'm just going to indicate that. And we're going to give this a little bit of a look to show you why it's worth your attention and why we'll definitely come back to this. As far as a lot of the stuff we're going to show for the scoping sessions, we will come back to these for full show when I get a sense of like what I'm going to do and also carving out stuff in the schedule to make it happen. But let's talk about some of the people behind this terrific game. It was directed by Shintaro Tanaka. He was the chief director of Valkyria Chronicles for the PlayStation 3. I've sometimes said that Valkyria Chronicles is a game that was developed by Overworks. I was wrong. That's not correct. That being said, it does have the director of this game involved in it. And actually, there are also cameos by Vise and Ika in that one as well, which we have demoed on the show using a Switch port when I did our Switch 2 Chronicles shows from last year. I'll link down to that in the link list below when I edit this next week. And it is worth pointing out, going back to that idea, I do want to do a live Switch 2 Chronicles show at some point. We're going to get some back compat stuff from Switch 1 running in Switch 2. So we'll figure as far as what that's going to go on later in the year. But as I mentioned, Shintaro Tanaka, he directed Valkyria Chronicles for the PlayStation 3. He's also senior director of Phantasy Star Online 2. He did planning on Neon Genesis Evangelion for the Sega Saturn, as well as Sakura Tyson 1 and 2, which were also on Sega Saturn, also mostly in Japan as far as the franchise. The only one that wasn't was Sakura Wars So Long My Love, which was on the PS2 and the Wii, that came out over here. And it was produced by the late Rieko Kodama. I want to give credit to her because it's a case where a couple years ago she passed away. It was 2022 she passed away at the age of 58. Her family didn't want to indicate what had happened as far as what it was. It's like, we want to focus on the great work she did at Sega. And it's worth pointing out, the Sega Genesis collection on the PS2 and the PSP does have an interview with her. At some point, we should show that collection, so we'll be able to see who she was and also her production credits and also a lot of the stuff she worked on. Her experience is going back, she did a lot of stuff with Sega. She did art design on Quartet for Sega Master System, as well as Phantasy Star 2 for the Sega Genesis. She did artwork on Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse, which we looked at again a couple months ago, as well as artwork on Shadow Dancer, The Secret of Shinobi, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, Sonic & Knuckles, and directed Phantasy Star 4 End of the Millennium for the Sega Genesis. If you love that game, you might really like Skies of Arcadia. I'll tell you that for sure. And she also directed Magic Knight Rayearth for the Sega Saturn and did design on Altered Beasts for the arcade and Sega Genesis, and did design work also on Sonic the Hedgehog for 2006. As I mentioned, she passed away at only 58. It was a young case, but looking at some of the stuff she did, and her passion in particular for this game, it was something that people felt that loss. And in one way, this is going to be a dedication to her, but also to everybody who made this great game happen. And it's a game that, maybe on the name, I'll tell you this myself, I didn't know necessarily what I was expecting about this. What was this going to be like? I'd heard the concept, okay, it seemed kind of cool. And since I did get the demo disc from the Dreamcast magazine, that's always the benefit of stuff like that. When you get a chance to play a game before you go and buy it. And this game was impressive enough to me after I played that demo. I said, you know what, I do want to buy this game. So I went and bought it for $50. I wish it was $50 nowadays. Only because I want to share this game with people as far as being able to play it easier, but for now, I'm going to give you the guided tour of this one. As you're hearing this wonderful music, which it's worth pointing out a couple things about before I talk about who made it. This is a game on the Dreamcast that is on 2 discs. It's only on the Dreamcast that it's on 2 discs. It's not on Gamecube, and the reason for that is because the people who did the music of this, those being Yutaka Minobe and Tatsuyoshi Maeda, they said to Sega, this music is really high quality worked on. Sega's initial idea with this game was saying we wanted to compress that and put it onto 1 disc to save production costs. They begged with Sega. They said, please, 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 you're hearing this amazing orchestrated music. or synthesized orchestrated music. It's a bit of that, but it's not midified. It's not on this console. On the GameCube, it is. And the reason for that is because they said, we're running 2 discs for the music. That's the only reason it was on 2 discs. It could have fit on one. They came out and said that specifically as far as the game itself, but the music is a push over the top. And it's amazing stuff, and I think Sega made the right decision. But because this game was on the Dreamcast, where it did not sell very well, when it was coming out on the GameCube, they said, all right, we're going to have to compress this. And even though the GameCube discs are a gig and a half compared to the 1 gig of the Dreamcast GD-ROMs, there's a case where they couldn't fit all the music on there, so they had to compress it. They had to midify certain parts of the music. We'll not hear that as far as I'll look at on the Dreamcast here. But that's a case of what happened as far as it. And I would assume if this had come to the PlayStation 2, it wouldn't have had to be compressed because it's on DVD. But, well, hopefully. I mean, well, actually, at that time, Sega was doing stuff on DVDs on the PlayStation 2, because I've mentioned this before. Early games on the PlayStation 2, sometimes companies would press them to a CD-ROM because the PS2 can run CDs and DVDs. But they said if the game was small enough and could fit it onto a CD-ROM, they would do it probably just for a production cost to start. And Sega's case of that, I have Virtua Fighter 4. That's a game that's like that. Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution is on DVD later. And then other games I know that did that. Rayman 2 The Great Escape, or Rayman 2 Revolution is the PS2 version of that. And also Mad Maestro, which you played on the show before, and also Tetris Worlds. And Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex, that's another one. The reason the loading is so bad in that game is because it was on CD, on top of what was going on with that game as was. But they said, all right, the storage medium would have been maybe been a better case had it come on PS2. But yeah, unfortunately that's the case as far as like what didn't happen. But all right, before we go into one thing, before we get to the game, it's going to be a little time, because we always love to soak in these games. I do, in particular, and I appreciate that all of you in our best chat on Twitch appreciate doing that as well. Let's talk about the credits of the people I mentioned who did the music, those being Yutaka Minobe starting. We heard him when we played Sonic Adventure. He did the keyboards as far as the music in that game, and also did work on the sound. He also did music for Panzer Dragoon Orta for the Xbox, as well as Nightshade for the PlayStation 2, Rule of Rose for the PlayStation 2, which I'm hearing rumblings that might be getting a new version. It might be a remake. The thought is the Bloober team, who made the remake of Silent Hill 2, they're thinking maybe they want to take a crack at that. Maybe. We don't know. I just saw that come through my feed today. I just want to put that out there saying, like, we'll see. But anyway, he also did the music for Yoshi's Island DS, as well as music for Sonic Unleashed, and Nier, and Space Shuttle 5 Part 2, which you demoed a little bit last year, and Sonic Heroes. As far as Tatsuyuki Maeda's credits are concerned, he did music for Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Sonic Knuckles for the Sega Genesis, as well as Golden Axe 3, Astal for the Sega Saturn, Dragon Force for the Sega Saturn, another RPG, strategy RPG in the case of that one that I've heard is amazing. Another one that costs some money, unfortunately. As well as music for the Sega Genesis version of Sonic 3D Blast. Remember 30 years of Sonic 3D Blast this year. As well as music for Daytona USA for the Dreamcast that we looked at. As well as Yakuza 6, The Song of Life, which we sort of looked at, although for Super Hang-On, admittedly, but we did walk around that game, hear some stuff with the music, kind of, sort of. As well as sound design on Gun Valkyrie for the Xbox, as well as Drakengard for the PlayStation 2, which is the predecessor, by the way, to the Nier games. As well as Yoshi Topsy-Turvy on the Game Boy Advance, and Sonic and the Secret Rings for the Wii. So with that is the idea of what we're looking at, what we're hearing as well. And I got everything set as far as the way this game's looking, the way this game is sounding. I think we're in good shape as far as this. We're going to get ourselves started in a little bit, but since we are running this on the Dreamcast, there's one other thing about this that is unique. And I want to give a little bit of credence to this because the Dreamcast was a console that had and has a 56K modem built into it. You might think, like, there's online for this game? Sort of. There's downloadable content for this game, for certain things. You put on your VMU, you gotta fill that thing if you're gonna be getting all that stuff going on. We'll talk about that as well, because there's some unique things that this game's gonna be doing with the VMU. And also with the jump pack, the Rumble case of this. If you don't have a jump pack and you're a Dreamcast owner, this is a good game to get it for, just to put that out there. But the online stuff you could do, and I'll show you this right now, is with this beautiful intro as far as how it is. Looks so nice and so peaceful. Homepage. We can't go to the homepage, but there's part of this I do want to show, and we can show. So you're probably wondering, wait, we're going to look at this for Skies of Arcadia? Yes, we are, because I don't know if a lot of plays of this game or showcases of this game go to this degree. And also that Dreamcast case as far as the grinding, we're going to get on that as well. Yeah, okay. Also, you're seeing something that I'm also going to be talking about as well. You're seeing that teddy bear on the VMU slot there, and the jump pack, which I have in the back over there. Well, first off, that teddy bear, that's a reference to Shadow Man from Acclaim, which I have on the Dreamcast, and there's going to be a little bit of through on later. This is for if you're going to be doing online for your Dreamcast, because you can use a web browser. People have found out ways to take that 56K modem connection and reroute it so you can use it with a modern connection. And it's also worth pointing out this. The Dreamcast does have a broadband adapter, so you could use like a DSL line for the purpose of that as well and make it easier as far as, although there are not many games that supported that. I think the only game I have on the console that supports it is Quake 3 Arena. But that being said, I'm going to show you something, because even though we can't go online, and there's not going to be sensitive information me showing this because I tested it today, just get sense of it. Yeah, you have this. You could go to the Skies of Arcadia official website. I'm going to show how that doesn't work as far as it. Here is HTTP. Remember HTTP, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, before we had HTTPS for secure, for the hypertext transfer protocol. I think that's what it is. If that's not right, I'll indicate above instead of below to not be in the way of that URL, what it actually means. But yeah, score.sega.com/games/in-game/in something. But yeah, we also have that perspective of Vise just standing there saying, like, please connect to internet. And they'll talk about what internet viewer is. We're going to try to connect to our ISP, which is from years and years ago, 25 years ago for my case. It couldn't be dialed, understandably, because I also do not have anything connected to the modem. Make sure the phone line is connected and the modem is set up properly. All right, yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do that. But if you have a logon failure, it says, yeah, read the FAQs in your Dream Key online manual. Also, you get the triggers. You have web browsing as far as this. You can go home, you can look at your email, you can look at options, you can try and connect and go to the home page of the game. You can quit back to the game, which we'll do in a little bit. You also look at stuff with Fire's file, which basically goes to your VMU. I'll go back as far as this for your file utility. You also do canceling, you can zoom, you can go back, forward, and reload the page. I'm going to go back. And the reason I'm doing this, you're probably wondering why. Because there is something we can look at that's just right here. That is what Internet Viewer is. This is part of the disk. So I do not have to go online to look at this. Yeah, they tell you like a little guide, like what is Internet Viewer? Because remember, the idea of the Dreamcast, you could play games online. I've talked about some games that were that way. We played a couple. We played Did Hit on the USA, for example. But the case that the Internet Viewer is the internet browser that allows you and your Sega Dreamcast to access the internet in a whole new way. If you're ready to email and chat with your friends, surf the internet, check out hints and tips to your favorite games, keep up to date with daily news, then this is the place for you. Yeah, the idea that 26 years ago now, thinking about what was online looking like as far as on consoles, what was the internet looking like? So this show is all about, giving that experience and like expressing to everybody out there what was my experience with this, and also maybe what was it like going back in the day for certain things. But also gives you like table of contents. You have to do HTML pages that are set here. You'll get this and say, how do we use the Internet Viewer? Tells you as far as everything. You use the D-pad to do the scroll around, by the way. I think you can change that to make the, basically do like a scroll down with the analog stick, I believe. Tells you what everything is as far as connecting and disconnecting, going to game homepage, as far as all that. And also right here saying you can use the Dreamcast controller with your Internet Viewer. You also, if you have the keyboard on the console, which we do have, I have it, we showed it when we looked at Mr. Driller and when we looked at the Typing of the Dead. You can use that for online browsing, and also if you have the mouse, you can also use it for that as well. Yeah, your pointer moves, the D-pad, you can see analog or digital if you so desire. Pencil for when you have text boxes, timer as far as reading data, hand when you're able to go onto links, cases of, using typing and all that stuff. So yeah, the idea that you could, I did do this back in the day, go online and like surf the internet with your Dreamcast browser and like see stuff as it tells you everything that's going on, but you can also go back to the page as far as that. We're going to look at all these pages, and then we'll get to the game proper as far as just because I think this is unique, and this is not something that you get in the GameCube version because the GameCube didn't really have online. Actually, ironically, it was Sega that took the GameCube online kicking and screaming when they released Phantasy Star Online Episodes 1 and 2, another case of Dreamcast game being ported to that console, and said, we have the modem that Sega or the Nintendo won't use, but you can use that to go online and play Phantasy Star Online, another great RPG of sorts for the Dreamcast and also GameCube as well. But he's showing the idea like what you can do on the browser. Remember, JavaScript, ladies and gentlemen, it's here. It is have full support for it. I believe also typo I realized here, changing the Internet Viewer browser option. Okay, Crusader 64 is gonna be very proud of me as far as that as well. Probably people coming in that's like, why the fuck are we looking at this? Because this is the experience of classic gaming. I'm gonna savor it. And we'll look at the game for sure. Also, cookies. Remember, you can say like, oh, I don't want cookies on the page or not. But sometimes they won't let you have stuff when it goes to that. Also, playing music and animation files. Like, yeah, the Dreamcast could do that. Yeah, it could. Yeah, because there are many pages on the internet where you can enjoy audio and animation files. some appropriate for all audiences. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dollyfin. So good to see you tonight. You're coming in an interesting time for our scoping session of Skies of Arcadia. We're going back to the past a little bit on this one because you can look at the homepage of Skies of Arcadia, but this has a layout of how the internet viewer is. We're taking a look at this. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to let memories flow on the early days of the internet from 26 years ago, and eventually Skies of Arcadia when we go back to that, which is not going to take too long. This will be one of our scoping session shows. We'll take a game that's long, we're going to preview it, and we're going to get a sense of what's the best way to handle it for a full show. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by the program. As we're talking about popular formats for your audio and animation, like MPEG SoftDeck. You remember you boot a Dreamcast game up a lot of times, or actually modern day now. You see like SoftDeck pop up. They're talking about the MPEG video format, which the Dreamcast was coded for, so a lot of games did utilize that. And MIDI files. They're widely used on the internet to be used to play special files and read pages incorporating JavaScript. Ooh, the early days of the internet from 26 years ago. There you go. All right, so it's kind of exciting in a weird way. And when I was doing the look on this game today, saying, all right, I'm going to do the tech checks and all this stuff, I first said, homepage, let me look at this. I said, I can't go online for this because I don't have a connection going on, and I haven't gotten my Dreamcast a case where you can make it so you can go online with it nowadays, basically reroute the modem that's into the console with a modern connection. There might be a way to do that. I could see if I could do that for something. But I have not been able to do it myself. But I've heard people who have been able to do it. Even to the point where I think Google recently, they had support for the Dreamcast that I think technically stopped semi-recently as far as how it goes. But for the internet viewer, for the Dreamcast, you can look at music ADX files, WAV files, AIFF files, which are not clear apparently the way that this console runs it, AV and MIDI files, and animation for MPEG SoftDeck and multimedia Macromedia Flash. I remember learning about Macromedia Flash when I was in college, and of course, anytime you go into a website, you maybe see like, oh, powered by Macromedia Flash. You realize, okay, they were this serious business. Some notes, a musical note might appear on the screen. Hit the A button to listen to it. So yeah, you could do this on the Dreamcast, which is really interesting, and still can. But let's have frequently asked questions. Anything that goes when you're running the browser. Remember, there is the case of the Dreamcast browser. There are separate discs of them. I have the browsers of 1.0 and 2.0, and a lot of the official Dreamcast magazine discs did have the newest version of the browser on them. So in that case, you can get those pretty cheap as far as how they are. Of course, question one, I cannot connect. Well, I explained why I couldn't connect as far as this, but of course, can you connect with the Planet Web browser disc? Because that was the company that Sega, I should say, not Nintendo. They didn't touch online until the Wii days. And even though they made an accessory on the Gamecube saying we're going to go online with this, it was Sega who took them online, as was the case. Planet Web was the case of that, and there was a connection that Sega had with AT&T for SegaNet, which is the purpose of running stuff for online, including in this case, in the case of this game, I should say, downloadable content, and also seeing the web page. And Shenmue also had this when we looked at the Shenmue passports. Yeah, set up your ISP with the Planet Web browser, your internet service provider, of course. Is your modem connected to the phone line? Saying pulse or tone modem, make sure you pick the right one, make sure you enter your login and password. But of course, remember how the internet used to go, since it was on phone lines, in case that, oh yeah, you're online and your friends and family, they cannot, or your whatever it is, they can't use the phone in the house, the landline. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen? The landline. You could have a case of that, like, yeah, you had to be waiting. You had to wait till everybody went to bed or something like that. And if phone lines are busy, you might have trouble getting through. But if you move and you want to change your register details, use your Planet Web browser for the purpose of that. If I disconnect a lot, I mentioned Nintendo USA and the Dreamcast has problems with that sometimes, as far as how it was. The connection's unstable because of the state of your phone line or because of your provider settings, so maybe change the access point. If a call waiting service, disconnect that if you receive a call. Some data icons are oranges, others in purple, which means that data has been saved in different Dreamcasts that are in orange. And can you connect this to an ISDN line? The answer is yes, you can. If you do, you can use both the Dreamcast and your telephone number by using the analog board of your terminal adapter, but the speed of your modem is limited to the max of 56.6 kilobytes per second, which is what the Dreamcast modem was. That is unless you get the broadband adapter, although as I mentioned, that's either something you use for web surfing or stuff like this, or for the very few games that have support for it, which I mentioned the only one I got is Quake 3 Arena. But that's the idea of what this is. But let's also acknowledge the people behind this. Yeah, NetFront and JV Lite, compliant with Java specification by Access Corporated Limited, adopted for internet function of this product, registered trademarks of Access Corporation in Japan. Java and all Java-based trademarks are Sun Microsystems. So this is who this play is brought to you by tonight, as far as how it is. Includes font slices by NEC, Office Systems. Fontworks International Limited did the fonts going on here, and it's based on the work of the independent JPEG group. And Dream Passport 2 includes the flyer, Dream Flyer viewer, which can be used to view, receive Dream Flyer and P-Rapid system mail stuff, which are trademarks of Collabo Incorporated. So Access Netfront, JV Lite, Macromedia Flash 3, look at that. Easy communication everywhere with Java virtual machine compliant modules for ADX, CRI, ADX perspectives, and MPEG softdeck for those video cases. So there you go. That is your experience back into the internet, the early days of the internet. So, all right, with that, that's all we can look at right now. We'll play the game that's actually connected to this. Why not? Yeah, I know, a half an hour, and we have not touched the game, but that's fine. We'll touch the game for the rest of the night. I just wanted to show that, because that's something kind of unique. And Dollyfin, since you just got here, and since when you do a quit out from the browser, for any game that supports this, whether it's this, whether it's Shenmue, which we looked at. Also, flashlight warning, I want to tell you, that is something, do not take that lightly. This game has tons of them on this console. On the Gamecube, they changed the graphics so that it would be less susceptible to that, but it also had the consequence of making the graphics look worse and washed out. On the Dreamcast, it looks awesome, and the way I got this set up is there, but we're going to run the intro as far as how it's going. Okay. As I mentioned, this game came out for, it's good to have the warning. For this game, I would definitely say that, because this game looks unbelievable. The lighting effects in this game are great, but it's something where there are a lot of cases where it can be kind of intense. It's not as maybe deadly. Okay, I don't know how deadly it is, but I mean, when we played Wizard of War from Midway, this case I was like, wait, even I don't have sensitivities to that. Even I took a step back. Whoa, I didn't expect that to be the case. So I put in things. That's why I put those flashlight warning things on the bottom of the screen. For this edit, I will not do that. I'm basically saying right ahead. Most of the time we're getting into a battle, but there's gonna be a lot of cases of it. But yeah, if you're sensitive to that, just be careful of that. I would say probably don't full screen the video if that's the case. But that being said, this is the best way as far as the game looking, and I don't know if that has something to do with maybe the modern case of it, because there's no modern re-release of this game. It's Dreamcast and Gamecube only, as far as official means for this one. I don't know if maybe that has something to do with why it's difficult for them to get a new version. Either they don't want to have flashing lights like that, or because the Gamecube version, I was kind of curious to find this out. Apparently it was kind of a bit of a Frankenstein case in the sense that they took a lot of the source code of the Dreamcast version for that one, but then they kind of used their own source code or injected unique source code into it for the Gamecube release that added new content. Just good. The Gamecube version has new stuff as far as a new rival team that you fight against. You have bounties, so you basically can go out and find bad pirates. You can bring them in and get more money. They do adjustments in that version for your experience point count and also for the money you get because the random battles are cut down. They're not really frequent as far as this, but they cut them down a bit as far as the GameCube version, and some other changes as far as gameplay. So it's kind of a half and half, like which one's better. In terms of graphics and audio, it's definitely this one. In terms of content, it might be that one, but it's also something that in my case, it's been Dreamcast all the way for me for 25 years, going into 26 now. So that's what we're running on this one. I just want to give you that perspective, the intro of what we're going to see. And Dolphin, I don't know if you've ever seen or played this game. I'm not going to assume no is going to always be the answer, but that being said, feel free to hit us with them. And also, if you have any insights on what you're seeing and what you're hearing with this amazing music, it's so beautiful, feel free to hit us with it, because yeah, we're going to start the game now. And we're going to go into aspects of the story. It's going to be a little bit of a setup on this, and it's also pointing out the way that the translation this went, because this game is localized by Chris Luchik and Clayton Vorlik. They took the game from Japan, that being Eternal Arcadia. They translated it roughly from Japanese to English directly. Then they basically kind of went through and said, okay, we're just going to change stuff as far as how it is, although Sega Japan did say, hey, if we don't like the change you're making, we're going to come in and say, no, we don't want this. They did make some changes as far as certain elements of content. There's an aspect of assault in this game that I did not know it had. I don't know whether it's physical or what, but it was, I think it's muted more in this version if it's not present compared to the Japanese version. Or it might be like Final Fantasy VI. There's something specific Final Fantasy VI we can get to, which is also we're going to play on the Super Nintendo. We'll get there. And also they changed certain things with the dialogue. Not dissimilar to how Working Designs does it. A little. But it's not a case like Working Design script, or scripts in certain cases, like when we played Lunar, Silver Star Story Complete, where they have like real world references, where it's a question of that's going to be maybe a case of re-releasing it. Although they found out with that one, saying like, all right, what we're going to do, we're going to change the script, or they'll basically go more direct to the Japanese one for the re-releases of that on the mobile platforms, on the PSP, and of course on modern systems in that Lunar Collection came out. But that's going to be the idea as far as what's going on. It's kind of minor stuff, and also they took out the references to alcohol and tobacco usage, but it's there, and you'll be able to probably tell. Okay, so plot, let's talk this. We have Alfonso. He is part of the Valiant Empire. It's like we finally found her as we were chasing that woman. Also, as far as voice acting, there is voice acting discussion going to here. It's not full voice acting so much as in certain cases when you're going through dialogue like this, and also in battles with playable characters they will have like little quips going on, but I'm going to give credit as far as who they are. In some cases, there's also going to be cases where they don't have a whole lot of credits to their name. This is Alfonso. He's voiced in this game by Jerry Lawrence. The only other role he had aside from his Alfonso in this is he was a officer at a crime scene in the 2000 film Red Ink. So, that's just this. But it's something nice. It's kind of like some of the Zelda games do as far as like when the voices come in. They kind of come in during the dialogue at the right time to emphasize something. But alright, so Alfonso is one of the admirals of the Valiant Empire. The ship's in range of the cannon, so he's going to say like, yeah, shoot her down. Except don't completely shoot her down. Use concussion shells only because we don't want to kill her. We need to question her. Alright, so have a fire. And also, this game uses the jump pack for the rumble on this console. This game is going to get a lot of use for it. I was also tempted to hold on the table to hear what the rumble's going on, but it actually makes it kind of comes off really loud, so I don't think we're going to do that. But alright, there we go. So we have this girl. I almost named her. Like, no, we're not going to name her yet. We'll know her name later. Well, again, on earlier shows that we're going to see the name of this girl I named her, but it's either way. That girl in white. She's going off on that pod, but she's kind of sitting on her own now after getting knocked out. And yeah, the Empire wants her, but why? Alright, she's been knocked out and unharmed, so we're taking her aboard. And I also love that flourish that Alfonso does, basically like doing the wipe over his face like that. And the Empress will definitely reward me for this information. But wait, something came out on the other side, explosion. And you're seeing how expressive the characters are, which I love that effect. And also coming off of a model, it's a case where maybe the thought at the time, did you necessarily see that all the time? I mean, you do, for sure. In fact, when we played Super Mario 64 a couple weeks ago, there are cases where Mario's expression do change for certain things. Sometimes it's kind of hard to see it, but you do see that happening in that example, as far as it. But, status report. The little hole's been hit. Someone's attacking us. It's like, yeah, who dared attack a vessel of the Imperial Armada? Well, it seems like there was a ship that was hiding in the clouds off on port side. Oh, it's air pirates. Yeah, here we go. There's the flag of the Blue Rogues. Look at that. You get the triumphant music, and yeah, we have our main character of this game who's ready to jump into action. Yeah, look at that. Alright, so yeah, they're gonna be boarded. So yeah, the Blue Rogues, they know how to handle stuff like this, as they're basically putting that on the ship. Like, ugh! And there's our young hero. That is Vibes. We have seen him before. We played Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, but this is the game he came out of. Yeah, Air Pirate scum, we're Valiant Imperial soldiers. Yeah, I know that. Why we tag your ship? You have the best stuff. Okay, let's talk about Vice here. He's voiced by Christopher Sullivan. He also voiced him in Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed when we played that. He also did the voice of Nash Stoller in Project Hornell for the PlayStation, as well as Sheriff Thomas McClane in Deadly Premonition. And he was also Richard Dixon in the 2008 film Quest for Samurai. But one touch that I found very interesting. I mentioned this when we played Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed as well, but it definitely fits here. He also played Ladbrock in Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl, and Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest. So yeah, the two Disney films, the first two, based on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, he played a member of Jack Sparrow's crew, Ladbrock. So I'm almost wondering if director Gore Verbinski, who made those films, and I think he may have said he had some kind of knowledge of gaming or something. I don't know if maybe he played this. Somebody needs to ask him that in an interview when he makes another movie or something. Saying, did you play this game? Is it a case you do Christopher Sullivan, he's involved in this, and then he's in that movie? Or maybe Christopher Sullivan went after this, as far as going to Disney for that and auditioning for the part. But yeah, there you go. So yeah, if you see those first two Pirates of the Caribbean movies, Vise is in it, technically, as far as the character. He's also in Valkyria Chronicles for the PlayStation 3, and it's since been ported to everything else as far as the modern consoles. All right, as you said, they got the best stuff, so that's where our board is. Yeah, it's showtime. Yeah, I'm Vise with Blue Rogue. In a few minutes, I'll be retrieving you of all your valuables. Yeah, look at that. And even just the way he kind of was doing the look to the right over there, it's like, yeah. Is the guy off screen is saying, like, why are you attacking us all by yourself? You're really brave or really stupid? He's like, yeah, what do you say about me being alone? Yeah, he's not alone. Yeah, you left without me, huh? You're not having all the fun. Yeah, this is Aika. She is also part of Blue Rogues. Yeah, we're robbing you. As far as Aika's concerned, she's voiced by Victoria McCreary. This is the only case of voice performance or really anything we can find out as far as her. But she has a great perspective as far as what she brings to Aika. And also great playfulness that also, as we're going to get a sense of all these characters, really gives a sense of who they are and their unique personalities in the case where you kind of grow to love them or love to hate them in the case of the villains. So the characterizations in this game are amazing. Voice acting goes that degree, but of course the great storytelling and the great setup of the entire game as well. Okay. But if you're mocking the Valiant Empire, you're going to have to die. Alright, I don't think so. Let's get to fighting. Okay, so we're going to do a fight. Oh my god, this music is so good. That's the whole game. My god, this music is so good as far as any case of the music you're going to hear in this. Okay, so let's talk about how this works. We played some RPGs on the show. As far as this one, it's kind of traditional for certain things. Your options are run, except now we can't run away from this. You have your items, which we don't have much. We only have equipables. Because each character has a weapon, they have an armor, and they have an accessory. And you can also do guarding, so you basically get a sense of taking less damage when the enemy attacks. You do regular attacks as far as and then aim at your target, using up and down on the analog stick or the D-pad to do that, or you can rotate the camera around with left or right. Hit the B button to go back as far as what that is. You also have this. This is the super move. You have to have energy in your spirit gauge up there, where that 2x8 is shown up there. That will go up on every turn, but you can also use a focus to increase it. It also means that you don't take an action on that turn. When you get that set and you have enough points into that, you can run Cutlass Fury as far as the attack that Vise has. And you can also learn magic. And the way you learn magic in this game is to indicate that. See in the color of your sword, it's red, but hit the Y button, it changes to green. That is a case of attributes. And there is a attributes weakness chain as far as what they are. The red is fire, and the green, I believe, is like earth, and you have other ones that go along. You're going to get them as we go in the story, and they'll explain what that is. We'll see enough of that tonight. And certain enemies will be weak to certain affinities. And I do have the instruction manual in front of me. I'll see if I have a PDF version of the manual to put into the link list when I edit this in a few days. You're seeing the box around the soldiers. It's showing yellow. As far as how the manual is showing this, yellow is really strong against green, so I probably don't want to use that, but here's the thing about this game, what makes it really interesting when it comes to building your characters. Because, yeah, what we're going to show, I'm just going to briefly show this as far as attacking, because what happens, you give all your perspectives of commands, and then it'll go into battle. With Aika, she doesn't have a special move. So hit the A button, it doesn't do anything. And A button is just selecting, and B button is for going backwards. So I can go back to Vise as far as this. But for the purpose of that, based on what my affinity on my weapon is, you get experience points for your magic. So at the end of a battle, depending on what characters are using what affinity, you can use that and then build up their skills so that when you get level ups, you learn new magic skills. Now, when I was doing my test, I did this two ways as far as this today. First, I said, you know what, let me just use green the whole way. Then I used red the whole way. I got into trouble later on by just using the red, and also because I wasn't looking around the areas for certain things. But for this, the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to balance this specifically, because with Vise's case, I want to get a fire spell as far as him, so I'm going to use the red, and I'm going to attack one of the soldiers. As far as Aika, I could use the red, same with her, and every member of your party is this way, you can swap this on. So you have the same thing, and they can have something different. In her case, I am going to have that something different. I'm going to have the green, even though it's a case where it's not very strong, it's yellow type enemies. So it's like it's like lightning. So, even though that's the case, the magic comes from that for the first level up for this is going to be healing spell, and I want that. Especially for the first boss battle we're going to run into. So, for that, you get that set, and I can aim for the same character as far as if I want. And in fact, I'm going to do this. Let's go.
Here goes.
Yeah, she's throwing her boomerang, and I do love that idea. And you have the numbers going on, so when it goes down, also got critical hit. I got lucky on that one. That's based on some of your stats. We'll get into that in a little bit. That can also happen to you, so you have to be careful. And also, the enemies will attack you, but also in other cases, the enemies might hit you, but then depending on your stats, you can do a counter. But it also is kind of random how that goes. We'll go on that in a second. I'm going to also do a guard, just to show something. When you do this, you'll do an attack. You have your bar there as far as your name. That's in purple. It means you're in a guard state. But the enemies can do that as well. But in this case, just hit him. Not too hard to start, but in that case, I'm getting lucky with 2 critical hits in a row with Vise. As far as what dictates that, we'll go on in just a second.
Huh, that was easy.
There we go. I do love that, and it's worth pointing out, the character who says something at the end of the battle, it's random, A, and B, it also changed based on how health is in battle. So if you're like almost dying, like, oh, that wasn't easy. Like, oh, that wasn't so bad if it went middle of the road. Okay, so you get experience points, and you also get magic experience points. That goes into your colors, as I mentioned, of green, red, purple, blue, yellow, and silver. In that case, I put in for the numbers, so I have green going on for both of them, and also red, although I'm more focused on the green on Ica in particular right now. And some of those stats are going to be different based upon the characters and based on what their affinities are, just based on their personalities and what kind of role they have as far as their RPG character archetypes when it comes to battles. But alright, yeah, we're taking you down, hand over your weapons, and we're taking your ship. Yeah, but it's 2 on 5, so yeah, why do you think this is going to be a fair fight? Yeah, but there's a gunshot, so like, no, it's only 4. And I love that attention to detail as Dine, he shoots off the gun, you have the smoke coming out. I was like, yeah, it's only 4 of you, so yeah, you're dead. So, by the way, Dine is the father of Vise. He's also the captain of the crew. He'll take care of these guys, make your way to the bridge and shut down the engines. But it's worth pointing out, when you're out here, do not call me Dad. It's Captain. Like, okay, fine. Aye, aye, Captain. Alright, Ica, we're gonna go introduce ourselves to this ship's captain. Don't have to tell me twice.
Let's go!
Alright. And it's kind of small stuff when it comes to the voices, but it's also something that it does add a lot of character as it goes along. It's something like, this game knows, I think, when to place that. So the kid's like, oh, it's like, let's go. Like, yeah, it really gets you excited. Okay, and this is how you're going around and exploring. Basically moving around, you can use the analog stick or the D-pad for the purpose that you have your map getting drawn in, and they actually draw it into like a picture. So it actually gives you an incentive to kind of go around the entire map. And you open chests with the A button and walk by. That's a Sacred Crystal that recovers your health. I do want to have that. As you walk along, you can also run into random battles when you're in a danger zone. Right now, we are not. So we're just going to keep going on. Also, the other thing you can do is you press the Y button, you can go into first-person mode, and you look around as far as that. X button is your menu. You have this, where you can also look at your options as far as things. You'll get journals, go into stuff for that later. Options for stuff for stereo of sound of stereo mono. Inverting of the camera when you're in the first-person view in the field. Rumble on if you have jump pack. VMU beep, we want VMU beep on, definitely for this game. There's actually a gameplay reason for it. And stuff with stats of characters, because they do have aspects of their attack, their defense, their will, and their magic defense, as well as the other cases. I will show that with Vise to start. Because one thing with Vise you're also going to notice, it says Vise the Unimpressive. This goes to a little bit of a ranking system. It's not dissimilar to how something like Mass Effect would eventually work, where you get into dialogue, and based upon the decisions you make, it changes certain things. Basically what it's going to do is, depending on the decisions you make when it comes to dialogue, as we're going to get into the story, it will say, hey, you know, you'll be more respected. And that does have an effect on gameplay, particularly later in the game when you start recruiting members for your pirate crew. And also for getting bonuses as far as certain things. And you have your stats up here as far as your HP, as far as your health, your MP for your magic usage, your spirit. Spirit is, it's worth pointing out, that's for that spirit bar as far as in what max can be for character. As well as power, which goes to your normal attacks. Vigor, which is for defense. Magic defense for defending against magic. You also have a hit percentage. You have agility, which is for moving fast, and also for being able to... Oh, for dodging, and also for being able to have more of a chance of getting a critical hit. Quick is for speed. Let's see also. Use left and right on D-pad to see what his loadout is. You also have a hit percentage of 95% as far as what is a dodge rate. So there's the chance upon which he'll do a dodge as far as how that goes based on how his stats are and everything he has, and also where your... magic affinities are going. And Aika's the same case as far as what she's got. She has the boomerang, shorts, and flash ribbon on. She has a really high hit rate, so it's actually over 100%. And based on how your equipables go, you can have it so it's going to be higher. So in that case, basically she's never going to miss, as is the case for that. Alright. And also, the other thing, just show that, it does show down their party spirit. When we're in the battle over there, it said out of 8 as far as on that top bar. That goes to your party as well as to each character. Alright, so let's go, and we're going to go to the next part of this. Alright, so yeah, the air pirates have come to town. Yep. Alright, so Alfonso comes from Valia's royalty, in particular, as far as this, and he's the Admiral of the Armada. There's that girl again. Maybe there's that little thing like that. Consider yourself fortunate to be able to bask in the greatness of himself. So yeah, he's definitely a vain one. They're giving the look of that. I love that look, and also the way this game handles shot composition when it comes to how it's telling the story. It always does a great job of picking the angle right, and also picking what the character's going to look like, reflect that both as far as the good guys of ourselves and also the villains. But who is the girl? Never thought someone of your stature would stoop to kidnapping. As far as that, I don't know what he's talking about stature, if it's talking about his height, if it's talking about something else. It is worth pointing out that the people who did the music, or did the translation of this, said that there was more of a sarcastic perspective going in there. They did say that they were influenced by the works of Joss Whedon, who was involved in Buffy the Vampire Slayer and the first couple Avengers movies. Something that hasn't necessarily aged very well nowadays, must be said, but this game does not go into that aspect. Definitely not like Avengers Age of Ultron. I mean, there's a rape joke in that, and people want to not remember that movie now because of it. At the time, they were giving it like 90% on Rotten Tomatoes, so there you go. But anyway, yeah, he said, like, you're gonna kidnap, right? But he doesn't take his offense to that. He says, like, no, you're observant for a rogue, but I'm not gonna deal with you. I gotta get going. I'm gonna have you exterminated like the rest of the people who come by.
Dispose of them.
Dispose of them. Alright, and yeah, now the alarm's going off. Yeah, we're getting jumped, but don't worry, we got this. To start. Okay, now there's 4 of them, and you can also tell the other way as far as what their affinity is when you look at the color of their weapons. Since they're yellow, but you also see the box around them. For this one, I'm going to do the same thing I was doing, which is basically just building up as far as just doing attacking. Just pay attention to what I got, and you should be okay. And they're not too hard to beat, particularly not this early in the game. Yeah, I got beaten, but... Okay, yeah, I'm just waiting to see if we can do counterattacking. But they can do the same to you unless you drain their health bar, because if you do kill them, they're not going to counterattack. Alright, we got him, so not too bad.
That was easy.
And it's interesting, during my test, I didn't hear him say that at all, but during the game, as far as it, since it is random what pulls out, so far I've heard it all the time. And you also can sometimes get item drops off of battles. In that case, I got the Sacred Crystal. That's 500 HP recovered, so I do want to have that. In this case, you're also going to have another aspect of why we're running this on the Dreamcast. A, because of the version I own, as I'm going to go over here and get more Sacred Crystals. But also, when you're going around, as mentioned, this game is random battles when you're in danger zones like this. But you hear something coming off the mic in just a second. Just taking my walk around. Yeah, that. You heard the disc grinding there. That is your indication that a battle's coming. So we're pointing out when that disc starts grinding, that is the indication battle's coming, and even if you go in the menu, as soon as you come out, yeah, you're getting in battle. But it is random as far as when it comes, so you might have it happen more than, sooner than it just did, or maybe longer, as is the case of this. But it's not a case where you're going to be walking one step and get into a battle. Because I've always said that when it comes to random battles, sometimes the question of, if games are like that, like, okay, the first Final Fantasy on NES is like that, which makes sense, because it's really early, like 1987. Makes sense as far as that, but even then it was better than something like Jaws on NES. Like, that's not an RPG, is it? I mean, it kind of is, really, because you're going between the docks, and it's getting a mod re-release somehow. But anyway, for that game, it's basically the case you just move one square. It's like, oh yeah, you hit something, you have to go down in the water. This game is not like that. it's pretty well balanced. And the battles are really fun. So in that case, you're not going to mind getting into the fights. That's the other thing. If it's a case where you got a lot of random battles and the battles aren't fun, that's where it falls down. That was my case when I played, what was it? Inuyasha's Secret of the Cursed Mask, which was on the PlayStation 2. Which was like done, unfortunately, the last game by the people who made ActRaiser. I was like, you gotta be kidding me, it's by them? And I didn't know that for years, and I love ActRaiser from Super Nintendo. But Vi's got a level up. And so when you get a level up, you get your skills increased as it goes, as far as your stats. In that case, also, I got the rank up. I want Sakura, so that is my health recovery move. I do want to have that. But in this case, you're gonna walk over here and see Alfonso's men. How'd you feed my soldiers? 25 years of experience. When I ship that badly, you can have it, I'll get another. Alright, so if you excuse me, I'll see you later. Well, he's walking away, but he's like, yeah, don't walk away from me. We're gonna come and get you. In this case, I'm also gonna show off with one little indication of that. It's kind of interesting to see. Well, first off, there's an item over here as far as in the box. Oh, wait, no, don't hit X button. Hit A button. Yeah, magic droplet. That recovers your magic points. Yeah, that's the door he went through, so that's the idea. Alright, yeah, you never get through this door. I've locked it from the side, so he is absolutely right. Okay, so with that, we're gonna have to go another way. So long, Rogue. Alright, we'll be set as far as that. The one thing I do want to do is I want to check... Wait, my stats are okay, although she does have a little bit of health down. I'm gonna use an item. You can use items out of battle, so I'm gonna use the Sacred Crystal on her. Vise doesn't have too much of a bad case as far as that, so I'm gonna just keep that as it is. So let's go out the door. Yeah, because we're coming up to the first boss as far as how it is, but before we get there, we're going to go down the ladder. Hit the A button when you're next to it to grab on. We're pointing out, he does not slide down the ladder, so you're going to have to go up and down it at that same speed, but don't worry, it's not going to be too bad. You're also going to get the great lens flare going on, like, look at that. Because, yeah, we started at night as far as what our raid was looking like, but now, yeah, morning's come. Alright, so let's get going. Okay. Yeah, looks like they're getting ready to launch out or something. I guess they realize we're gonna take the ship over. Alright, so yeah, the sun's up, visibility's good, so they're gonna make a break for it. Also, I've finished my preparations for making a break for it. Yeah, to kill traitors. What are you talking about? Oh, what are you talking about? Okay, so he's saying, well, because we took the ship over, if I go to the Empress and tell her that I lost them to the air pirates in a fair fight, it's not going to look good, so I'm going to be killing you to pretend that, oh yeah, you stabbed us in the back. Yeah, my reputation's not going to be destroyed, so we're going to kill you. You can't do it. So the vice captain, yeah, he's thrown off to his death. Yeah, so there you go. So he's a cold-hearted killer. Can't wait to tell the Empress. Yeah, but Empress, my own vice captain, betrayed us and allowed the air pirates on board. I could do naught but dispose of the traitor myself. But apparently he had witnesses. Yeah, Vise and Aika, we got here really quick and we got the girl. He's like, okay, we got your ship, we have the girl as well, but after what I just saw you do, I'm gonna run you through. Not walking away from this after you killed him. Yeah, so even Vise saying we were going against the Valiant Empire. He's like, I just saw you kill one of your own. Like, yeah, you're not... I wouldn't have killed the dude. Yeah, an uncivilized rogue you wants a challenge. Alright, I'm not gonna do it myself. But I'll let my pet do it. Yeah, we're also gonna get cases going on flashing lights with this attack. It looks amazing, but it's intense stuff. And he's fighting Antonio. It's like a mechanical rhino or bull or something like that. Yeah, my personal war beast. I was going to leave him here, but I found a use for him. So, okay, he wasn't going to abandon his robot pet. So in that case, like, yeah, kill them as painfully as possible, which I'll say, like, no, that's not happening. Alright, so we got to fight. This is our first boss. And I made sure to get that healing spell for Aika for explicitly this. Alright, so he is like the bull, I guess. He's gonna be pretty much getting ready to charge us. Okay, now he has devastating attack to us and also for the flashing light case going on. So, what I'm gonna start with, I'm gonna start hitting him. He is of yellow affinity again. I don't really have a choice because I only have 2 of those things, but to start, we're gonna hit him. Hope for a critical or something. Yeah, okay, there we go. Just had to ask. Yeah, Vi's critical hit rate is pretty high, but I'm surprised it's as high as it's been. But alright, he has Thunder Fury, flashlight warning on this. But my god, it looks gorgeous. Yeah, look how hard that hurts as well. That was 205 points off of Ica. And if he does that more than once, that's a bad case. So what you need to do on this battle is, first off, keep Ica okay. I do have these crystals, but since I have magic that I haven't used, we're going to use that. So I'm going to use Sakri on her. I'll have Vise be my damage dealer, and I'll have her go. But he can also counterattack, so in that case, I also got stabbed.
Moons, give me strength.
Okay, that's the way to handle this battle, just to indicate this. For now, have Ike as your healer when you have, like, downtime. And also hope Antonio doesn't use that thunder attack again. And if I's in trouble, then you go. Basically, the other thing we want to do is we need to bide our time before we can have Cutlass Fury ready. So since I have my Spirit Gauge at only 4, I needed 7. I can also, since she doesn't have anything going on, I'm going to run Focus. Yeah, he's countering me almost every hit I've got, so I've got to be careful here. By doing a Focus, it's going to increase my bar there, so yeah, I get more on the next turn. Alright, but you just still shoot the lightning out on his normal attack. That being said, okay, I got it, so I'm going to run Super Move. Alright, Cutlass Fury, let's go. And since he is also in bad case on health, and I do have... Actually, I can't, because we're pointing out your magic does run on the same Spirit Gauge, but also every time you use a magic spell, your MP goes down by 1. So I actually can't use it now. So if I'm going to recover him, and I think I should so he doesn't die, because if he does die in battle, I don't have a way to revive him, number 1, and number 2... when he's down on the field, he does not get experience, so I do want to keep him alive. So I'm going to use the Sacred Crystal on him. So.
Let's try this.
I do love those cases of what they say as far as that. So like, let's try this. Or, Moons, give me strength. And also here for his ultimate attack. Let's go. Wait for his ultimate attack for now. Yeah, because that does a lot of damage. You have to build up to that. Uh-oh. Good thing I covered him. Alright, well, he won't die in 2 shots at least. And also, hearing in the music, it does change. If you get boss down to half health, or low enough health, and your characters are in good straits, the music will get more triumphant as far as the... But it also works in reverse, so if you have a character fall dead in the field, say, and you're low on health, it becomes more tense as far as music. So actually it's dynamic as far as the battle. But for now, same deal. Pretty much keep the pressure on, get my Cutlass Fury up, because as soon as I get another one of those, it'll be set. But the deal with that is going to make sure that we survive. And also, don't necessarily be afraid to use the defense. Although, in that case, I got lucky with the counterattack. And as you're seeing there, the boss does get a little weaker as far as his animation, kind of like how Shadow Heart's Covenant did that we showed when we played that last year. So, for this, I'm gonna... I think Vise needs help. I'm gonna give him the help. And hope the hell it doesn't go after Ica. I think she'll survive if she takes a hit, but I have to focus on Vise. Because that Cutlass Fury is the key to this battle. Okay, well, I would have lived that still. And also, you cannot counter critical hits, we're pointing out. And you know what, I might not be able to get that case of Cutlass Fury again, but I'll still do a focus. Oh, maybe I should have done the hit, although I don't know if... Uh-oh. Hold on, Ica. Ooh, that was close. Alright, so I'm glad I heard this, because yeah, now that Ica's in trouble, You're hearing the music change. Actually, I got to play every single variant of this music during the battle. Fantastic, but he will die to this. But just in case he doesn't, because Jesus Christ, look at her. She's almost dead. That was close. I'm going to use the item on her as well, just to make sure. And you do see, like, yeah, when they're hurting, they're going to be in trouble. All right. So if this doesn't kill him, which it should, at least I have a backup as far as getting her set. So yeah, I just barely survived it. That was the best outcome I could have hoped for. Because even this early in the game, this is not a battle to take lightly. There you go. Though it is a little easier on the Gamecube because of the fact that you get more XP off of a battle or experience points.
That was a close one.
I've never heard her say that, actually. So there you go. It also goes to their health case as well. So yeah, we lived. That was close for her. But she got a couple level ups, and so did Vise. There we go. And he got a rank up, so we got Pyre. That is Fire Spell. And we got a Moonberry. That does come off of this boss every time. We'll talk about this in a little bit. Okay. Perhaps there's more than meets the eye. Yeah, damn right there is. Yeah, Ruler of the Day stood up against the Valiant Empire. Will we now? Well, we'll see, but he's heading off. Alright, yeah, but he was a coward, that's true. But even though he had gold, because, yeah, he's rich, so in that case, we got a nice ship, we got everything on it, and we haven't had a score like this in quite a while. People back home are going to be impressed. And then what about her? Never seen those clothes before. Why did Valia want her? Well, we're going to find out. We'll find out to start. Yeah, this place. My home. Yeah, looking kind of like a computer a little bit, or like a computer, like, virtual world. And that name. Alright, how is she, Vise? So yeah, in between, yeah, they're seeing something. Alright, she's more regularly breathing. She'll be okay. I love the shot. Yeah, looks like she's coming to now. Alright, there you are. Okay, so here she is. Hello, hello. She does look a little nervous. I love that apprehension in her eyes. But where am I? Oh, you're on a ship. This is the Albatross, by the way. My name's Vise. Don't worry, we're not Valiant, so you'll be safe. Thank you. Yeah, we're the Blue Rogues, and we're definitely always there to help. I'm Micah, nice to meet you, but what is your name? Sphena. Okay, yeah, that is her name. It was not necessarily wrong that I said it before, but alright, her name is Sphena. Now, this is where you get another choice. Actually, no, this is the first choice you get. You can say anything on the list. You can say, that's a great name, that's a strange name, where are you from exactly? I would usually put this to a chat vote, but for the purpose of this, I do want to show, because this goes to the, reputation system as far as Vise. So, for this one, you do want to say that's a great name. For later ones where I don't know what the answer is, I might put a chat vote as far as what it is. But, alright, great name, so feminine. Like, you think so? But even Vise is saying, wait a second, I'm trying to compliment you, but is it really much of a reaction? Yeah, but Ika's saying, well, to quote Rose Castorini from Moonstruck, what you don't know about women is a lot. And apparently Fina's a fan of the movie as well. So I think we're gonna get along just fine. But what's an air pirate? Like, huh? You don't know what the air pirates are? And you're out there all alone and aren't aware of what's going on? He's like, yeah, I've never been traveling before, huh? Okay, so air pirates are sailors that attack other ships and steal their cargo. And she's like, oh, what'd I get myself into? But, we're the Blue Rogues, and there's a distinction. We're divided into two factions, the Blue Rogues and the Black Pirates. What the Black Pirates do is any cases where there's, like, merchant vessels or anything in the sky, or the ships are unarmed, they'll just board them and destroy them. But the Blue Rogues go from ships that have armaments to them, like the Valiant Empire. So in that case, they say, all right, we're going to do it as far as the case that they can fight back at least, and also the case of, you know, taking them from them, robbing from the rich, and giving to the poor, as the case the Robin Hood take. Okay, so we use the gold to save people that need our help. That's why we helped you, so don't worry, not trying to kidnap you. Just enjoy a trip home. Alright. Yeah, how long are you sit down there chit-chatting with our guests? Come to the bridge. But I completely lost track of time where we did. But don't worry, we gotta go. We'll see you later, Fina. Yeah, we definitely will. In fact, we're gonna see her right now because I'm gonna say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna make a massive U-turn. We're gonna talk to her now. Let's go back in the room. We're gonna say hi. Hello, hello. Feeling any better? And if you want to walk around the ship, feel free to do that. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Okay. And this is another one of those RPGs, actually, like a lot of the ones we played, where it pays just to kind of go around and just talk to everything, explore everything, because you might find some nice items, number one. Number two, you also get some nice flavor text going on in the lore of the land. And this game does lore terrifically. It barrel stuff with all sorts of preserved food, so on long voyages, we want to make sure we're eating right. We also have ammo in these boxes, which we can't take without my dad's permission because he's very strict about it. So he quite literally runs a tight ship. Also, there's preserved foods as well in these barrels. But we also talked to members of the crew, like Luke the Raider. Now, the earlier raid was quite good. We haven't had a good one like that in a while, and we haven't hit a Valiant ship either. But unlike Alfonso, when we heard their fearlessly abandoned ship, they surrendered, and we did not kill them, so don't worry about that. Captain Dine let them go, after we took the treasure. And there was a lot. Yeah, I'm basically explaining the difference between the Black Pirates and the Blue Rogues. You'll see the Black Pirates a little later. Let's go in this room. This is one of the other cabins. We can also talk up here, or, okay, not yet, we can't. But yeah, we have to go to the bridge. There's not much to look at right now, but I also look at this barrel. He said, like, okay, who left this barrel here? My dad's gonna kill me if this happens. Or if he sees what's going on. But in this case, just walk up the ladder. Alright, so here we are on the bridge, and look at this. Even just the way the art direction's going, and Dolly Finn, you mentioned always when it comes to the color and art direction of the game, it's saying a lot. This game definitely is a good case, and also going to the what you're seeing, I had to actually brighten this up a little bit on the view so it looks as nice as it does, and also it's easier for you to see. Actually, in my case, my TV for this game, and also for Metropolis Street Racer, which I was playing a little bit today, that kind of was in Dreamcast mode today, as well as for tonight's show. It's a case where the game looked really dark. This one and then that one also, he kind of does the Sonic the Hedgehog thing. It's like, yeah, what are you doing just sitting there talking about another game that's not mine? I'm also talking about the fact that the game was really dark to see, and for this one I had to brighten this up. But even with the brightness maxed on my TV, this case I said, I don't know if it's going to look bright enough so you can see it, but also not wash out the picture. I mean, this is not the Gamecube version, just to indicate that. Because the Gamecube version is washed out by its design. You're late. Told you need to be on time for your shift. Yo, yeah, you have to know your routine of swabbing the decks and making sure they're clean. But Dad, it wasn't that late. But hey, he says, like, promptness is going to be the thing that saves people on a ship. And I told you, don't call me Dad whilst you're on board. I'm the captain, okay? Heading home to Pirate Isles to talk to Briggs. We'll do that in a second. But first, I'm going to take a look at the stuff. Here's the map of the mid-ocean. So here, the turf of the Dine family Blue Rogues. Also, use the left and right trigger to change the camera, so you rotate the camera around semi-slow. In this case, we're going to take a look around the ship. That's Biggs. We'll talk to Biggs in a second. Or Briggs, not Biggs. I'm thinking Final Fantasy VI. This is Landis. We're at the helm. Watch over sky rifts. There's strong downdrafts that surround the island. If the engines aren't strong enough, you fly in and the wind pushes you around into the deep sky. Alright. So we'll have to be set, but everything looks like it's good on the bridge. Alright, so hi, Briggs. He's the vice captain of the vessel, so you join us at the bridge, right? Let's go home. It's southeast from here, so head south and then east past the Valley of Islands. Aye, aye. Okay, so this is the other part. We get to fly the ship. So, unlike a lot of RPGs where you're on foot, it's a case you're kind of flying around. I guess it's not dissimilar to like the airship in Final Fantasy a little bit. Bo says, do you have any questions you want to ask me? Yes, we're going to ask every question for the purpose of demonstration. How to steer this thing? Just to be safe, how do I steer this thing? Good point. And Don's like, I never thought I'd hear you ask something like that, but okay, I'll tell you. Use the analog stick. You move forward or backward or turn left or right. You also control your altitude by using the left and right trigger. The right trigger moves the ship upwards, the left trigger moves it down. If you search anything in the area or dock at a harbor, hit the A button when you're nearby. Okay, now, I wasn't listening to what Briggs said, so, yeah, don't laugh at me, Dad or Captain. I don't remember how to get home. How do you expect to become a good sailor if you don't pay attention to where you are or pay attention to your vice captain? He said southeast, so you recognize the island and see it, but if you get lost, you look at the map and press start to get it. Also, you're in a monsters on occasion, you're sailing, so you do have random battles out here, to pointing out. If you do run to the deck, you take them out. Some of them monsters can be pretty tough, particularly the Marocas. If you're not doing much damage on your enemy, you use the Y button for the property of weapon, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, we're done. We know what we need to do. At full speed ahead, destination Pirate Island. And there you go. You do have the nice compass going on there, so look at that. As you're going along with the airship, it's worth pointing out the frame rate does kind of chug here. Also, one thing to mention as well, when you go to certain areas, you're seeing the compass spin around uncontrollably. Why is it doing that? That's a hint that there's a discovery somewhere. So when you see that, hit the A button. Yeah, we find the pirate's grave. These are invisible things you can find in the environment. When we get to playing this game for full, I will go for every single one of these. And you do get some background saying that this is an unknown blue rogue here. The name was worn away by the wind, but the first letter D can still be made out. No one remembers who rests here. Actually, looking at this, because I played through this game as is, I do know what they're talking about, which actually I never stopped to look. But I'll keep that secret. Yeah, that's the legendary pirate's grave. Yeah, Sailors Guild more than happy to pay for you. This is the reason why you want to go after discoveries, because whenever you go into a town, you go to the Sailors Guild, they're looking for information. If you find rare discoveries, in cases where they're hard to find on the map, where you have to go around and do a lot of different things to find them, they'll give you money. Any major port city will have this, and they'll pay you handsomely for what you find. And if you pay attention to when the compass is spinning around, you're all set. I don't know also if this is true as far as this saying, what's the chance of someone beating you to it. I know the GameCube version, one of the exclusive things it has is it has a rival pirate gang around that you keep running into. It's not in this version. I don't know if that changes anything or if that's just like figure of speech saying like, hey, you know, make sure you find them quick. I don't know if it's a case like that. But basically just look for everything you can and go along. And see the frame rate tank. Unfortunately, the frame rate here is really slow. I didn't actually know it was this slow as it goes. But you're also seeing those fish in the sky. You actually go into them and you are able to pick them up and you can trade them around for goods and services or sell them at shops. But also, you're going around, you also get cases of battles. To start, these won't be too bad, but you do have to get yourself set as you go along. And as far as I know on this game, when I played it, oh crap, I got back attack. So like Final Fantasy, you do have cases where you're facing the wrong way, and that means that, okay, Ika at least was smart, saying, oh, I can at least dodge out of the way. She got lucky enough to dodge out of the way. Not that time she didn't. As yeah, the gasoline is going to hurt. So she needs health, so I'm going to have to get that set. So I'm hurting. Alright, so let's use this.
Moons, give me strength.
Yeah, we should be set. I just don't want her killed, is it? And these enemies aren't that hard, but alright, I missed, unfortunately. And it's also random what the attack animation is going to be. In that case, they can suck my HP away. Ouch! And they'll recover off of the back of it, so yeah, we gotta get rid of them. But I just had enough. Yeah, they don't have much health, so in that case, they're not gonna be too bad. And also, the animations they do as far as attacks, it is random in particular. And also, I love the idea that they'll sometimes run around, they'll kind of be jostling with an enemy before the turn comes. So it makes it seem a little more interactive as far as the battle than it might in other things. It's like, yeah, that was fun. Yeah, this game is insanely fun. Okay. Now, right now, I'm not getting much on XP, but it's still a good case to get every bit you can. Or if you're playing the GameCube version, the XP amounts are going to be higher as far as how they go. Alright, but it's not too far from here. I'm just going to grab this and also grab that orange fish there. Oh, wait, way to go. I don't know, but alright, we're getting into another battle. Yeah, I don't know if you have to grind much in this game. As far as I remember, I don't think you have to. And right now, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But in that case, alright, this is going to be a little tough because, yeah, the mollusk over there, oh, those are the Maroka. I'm going to use my new magic. Actually, let me see something. What's his affinity? His affinity's blue. Yeah, I do want to use that. For everybody else, I'll have her handle the gas furnace.
Moons, give me strength.
And that's a line I've used on the show before, saying moons give me strength, referencing... Oh, right, I forgot. It hits everybody on the screen. Fantastic. Alright, so yeah, Ika's gonna go over there. Yeah, they have strong defense. So, honestly, I don't know how this is gonna go with just using this. Yeah, you know what? I do want to get her case going on with stuff with magic with her. Oh shit, he's immune to that. Crap. Alright, I think I'm gonna use my magic then. Uh-oh, shit. Yeah, and Ike is back in the way saying, I'm not doing this. Yeah, smart move. No, switch that back. Guard.
Moons.
Alright, so yeah, these are the enemies that my father was warning me about. If you use a magic spell, he'll go down a little easier. Alright, so I'm glad we got to show him.
That wasn't so bad.
Yeah, okay, it wasn't too bad, and so in that case, it's like, yeah, he'll vary his discussion on it. Alright. Okay, I did get a lot of experience off of that. Fantastic. Alright, almost towards getting her, the Pyre ability. Alright, let me grab that, and then I'm going home. Yes, clearly it's not safe out here. Thankfully, there is home, right there. I do love this idea of kind of just flying the ship around. As I mentioned, it's like the airships in Final Fantasy, but the way you're controlling it in this, it almost gives you a sense of, yeah, there's a massive world out there to explore. And there are the waterfalls of the clouds there. You can't get past those in case you stop someone out there, right? Yeah, remember the infamous Dine clan, but you've been stirring things up in Valia, so we're behind you on this one. Okay, yeah, because also they're a merchant ship. We're not going to take them down. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we made it home. Also, I guess going back to what I said earlier, as far as the maybe sort of Studio Ghibli feel of this, I mean, there is a lot of Castle in the Sky, in particular in this game, I'll say, for some of the milieu of itself, and also the idea that it is this world with, like, flying ships. Especially this game, it really fits well, and it's really unique. As Thena's enjoying the breeze up here, and also seeing what the upper deck is like. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, much better now. Thank you for being concerned about me. Alright, we'll be at the island soon. What are you talking about? That place over there. That's our base. Yep, there you go. A nice little burg that has a nice windmill, as well as a floating platform with a massive ladder you have to climb up. We'll do that a little later. And a lot of families in town as well. But when the ship comes in, they all know what to do. Like, oh wow, everybody's home, and we have to get ready for the approach. You're probably looking like, yeah, this is a small island. Where are we going? Oh, we're going inside. So home sweet home, especially after a good raid. No, we have the flagman saying like, all right, come in, we'll be set. Just make sure you do the approach right, and we'll be able to dock the ship. I think he's not sure what to make of this, but don't worry, this is totally standard. It's also how we hide away from the Valiant Empire, because after what we did, we're probably on their hit lists. But also we get to see the results of our heist, or our, yeah, I guess of our raid. Yeah, look at that. We got gems, we got gold, we have armor, we have swords. Yeah, look at that catch. One of our best yet, so says Timus. He's our gunner. And Mabel is our raider. We have a celebration. Alright, so yeah, this is what we do, Fina. So yeah, Fina, you're coming into the world of Air Pirates, and all of you in the chat are as well, if you haven't played this game. But of course, if you have, you know the deal on this one. If you haven't played this game is awesome, and I'm begging for a re-release, because it's terrific. If you have RPGs at all, you want to play this. I know people who do, because I've told them about it, but it's also the case that the cost of the game is always a problem with that, and also the question of if there's going to be a re-release. But I would think maybe there's a shot of it, considering all this weird stuff of Sega that they're re-releasing. I mean, we have Yakuza Kiwami 3 that's coming out in a few weeks. They're doing home ports of older Sega arcade games that they'd never touched before. I mean, they're porting Emergency Call Ambulance into that. That got my attention, because this is like a crazy taxi, like, we're driving an ambulance around, you have to get the patient to the hospital and don't hit the bumps, otherwise they'll flatline and die. Or, like Magic Card Adventure, which basically is, you're like on one of those hand cards on like railroad tracks, you're pushing up and down. They're porting that in. It's like, I'd never even heard of that one in particular, and they're going to be porting that. So I think the chances of Skies of Arcadia might be a good one as far as how it is, unless there's some weird tech reason, or maybe some kind of source code question what that might look like. I don't know. Or for that matter, when you consider some of the complicated license stuff going on. Yeah, I mentioned Plumbers Over Ties, that's obvious as far as that can get re-released, anything can get re-released. I mean, we are getting the Ren and Stimpy Happy Happy Joy Joy collection. That came out of nowhere saying, we're going to be re-releasing all of the THQ Ren and Stimpy games from NES, Game Boy, and Super Nintendo. And maybe Limited Run, who's doing the dev on that, and the publish on that. Maybe they get to Sega to get the 2 from them. I hope so, because they did for the Jurassic Park collection, but we'll have to see. But I don't know, maybe with Skies of Arcadia there's a chance. It's awesome. But just, yeah, this is hard to do as far as, you know, the pirating life, but it is a fun one. Yeah, look at that. I do love the atmosphere inside of the base. He's scrubbing the decks. We'll say hi to him in just a second. There's an underground port inside of the island, and the outside it looks normal, but it lets us hide. And there are a couple places to go. We're going to have the Grand Tour. We're summoned, huh? Come to my office immediately and bring that girl with you. Okay. I mean, we can still walk around. We are not going to go to him yet. He can wait, don't worry. Yeah, my dad gets angry when we're late, but he's gonna deal with it. Let's talk to Peter. He does the deck swabbing. 15 pirates escaped with their lives, and only a single bottle of Iokwa, I think it is, between them. And yo ho ho, yo ho ho. Got a good singing voice, eh? It's what we sing when we're forced to swab the decks. Yeah, by the way, that is what alcohol is in this. Also, we're going to do a save point. That's the anchor here. So hit A button next to that, and you can select the VMU. I have it on socket 1. Also, I did pull a specific VMU out for this one. It's 27 blocks on the VMU in order to do a save, and you need that for each save you're going to have. But it's worth pointing out, one thing I don't think I've mentioned was come to the Dreamcast either. I gave a terse mention of this. Is that when you have it, since you put... The idea with the VMU for this console, if you do not have Dreamcast or never used it, is the VMU is the visual memory unit. It's your memory card for the console, but when the idea is it's supposed to go in the front slot, in socket 1. Socket 2 is where you put the jump pack, because it actually, by design, does not seat completely in socket 1. It's designed to go in the back. Because you put the rumble in the back, and you put the VMU in the front. And on the front, you see the screen. And also, if you have watch batteries as far as that, you can use it to play little mini games, and this game actually has something with that, which we'll see if we see tonight. But anyway, it also has VMU icons, and it's not just for when you're playing game. When you play usually any game on the Dreamcast, you'll see a different picture going on with something. Usually. Sometimes you get games that don't do that. But also for certain games, they will automatically change what the VMU picture is when you go back to the home menu for the console. In particular, off the top of my head, the games I know that do that are Shadow Man, which is from Acclaim, which actually this VMU I've got, it defaults to like the teddy bear that used to go between Dead Side in that game. And I believe Super Magnetic Neo does that because I remember when I rented that game like 25 years ago. It was published by Crave. It makes the Crave logo appear as far as that. Now for Skies of Arcadia, if you put in a VMU that's not set for this, you can change your VMU icon when you go into the menu to show the Blue Rogue flag. I will have a picture here when I edit of two things. It will show what this memory card currently looks like as far as the screen that's from Shadow Man, and then what I'm changing it to, which is the screen for the Blue Rogues for Skies of Arcadia. I'm going to change that. Alright, so the VMU icons change that, Skies of Arcadia. This game lets you have the choice to do that. Other ones, they'll automatically do it when you pop the game in. Either when you do a save, or if it sees that there's a VMU when you boot the game up. I'll see if I can find a list of games that do that, because I don't know if there's a list online indicating what games do that and which ones don't. I'll see what I can find. But also that you have to save. By the way, when you're changing the VMU picture, that does not cost any blocks on the VMU, of which there's a max of 200. But in this case, I do have the space for... I know I had space for 2. Maybe I don't. Oh no, I don't know. Let's hit this. It's 27 blocks to save, but we have one for this. Okay, there you go. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna have our walk around, we're gonna give Fina a tour, and we'll also give the audience a tour. Also here, you can also jump on this. This is the fireman pole, you can climb up as far as how that is, or you can press down, and he will slide down this, which makes sense. So yeah, if you're a case of, you're loving your firefighter case of, you know, sliding down the fireman pole, or remembering Ghostbusters or something like that, yeah, you can go on that and have fun. But the first place we're gonna go is we're gonna go over here. Alright, so here's some of the crew that were there. Yeah, they're having a nice drink. It is not indicated as alcohol in this version. In the Japanese version it is, but it's pretty clear that they're drinking alcohol. They just don't call it that. But this game is rated teen as it is, so I'm kind of surprised they just didn't say, well, we're going to have that. Yeah, loquats in particular, yeah. Captain Dine knows how to pick his loquat berries. I mean, actually, it is like wine, I guess, or something like that, where they make it out of a fruit. Yeah, it's been a while since we've taken over an Armada flagship, so we deserve a little break. It says patch the deckhand. And there's Mabel, definitely looking a little bit like Yuffie from Final Fantasy VII in particular. But yeah, she'd be sitting here drinking that way when you have a wife. Nothing wrong with a relaxing drink after a hard day's work. Yeah, we did work hard today. Yeah. Yeah, this is the tavern. They serve all kinds of drinks here. Nectars, juices, Ioqua, alcohol. Well, what is Ioqua? Yeah, that's a good question, because I don't know necessarily if the game would explain if you don't come here, but alright, there you go. Yeah, you don't know what it is? Like, yeah, I guess I get to like to get my drink on. Assuming he's of age. I don't know the age of Vi's character, for that matter, Aika, or Fina, for that matter. I think they're like, I don't know, I think they're like late teens, maybe either late teens, early 20s, I think. Okay, I don't know exactly what it is, but off of what I'm understanding, it seems like it's a good tasting drink, perhaps. And I also like the idea of how she's blushing as well. And they seem to drink it so fervently to the point where indication they must be really liking it. You want to share a bottle of Merloca? I guess it's like Merlot, so I guess it's like a wine. Yeah, it's made of loquat berries and moonstones, just a juice. Okay, that wine I know they changed. It does not say that as far as the Japanese release. Yeah, but sorry, we don't have time to be boozing. We have to go talk to the captain. Wait, are we not supposed to be here? It's like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe Fina does want to have a drink. Well, the captain always is getting on to us for being late, and I don't want to get into any more trouble. Like, I don't know why we're getting in trouble. I mean, he get worked up when he's mad. We don't want to get him more mad or give him a heart attack. Yeah, you're so mean to your dad. I don't know. You were saying it, Aika. Who knows? But I also love the back and forth as far as them, and also how Fina's gonna go in this as well. Yeah, the characterizations and kind of the byplay, I should say, is going to be great. I almost said something else, although, given the suggested content tag on this game, maybe not wrong on that one. Your dad's waiting for us. He is, but he can wait a little. Because even if you beeline it to him, he'll still say the same thing. So you don't have to worry about that aspect. Okay, but we are going to show everywhere along the way. And we did see the flagman come in. Who is he? This is Ben. I had to guide the Albatross in the underground entrance as it did, so it docks here all right. We use the signals to communicate, and I'm now coordinating loading supplies on for the next job. Okay, you do that then. All right, there's a chest. We're gonna have to go around as far as getting chests. There's a couple in here that I do want to grab. And they'll even tell us, like, hey, don't leave this thing. Because in a way, it's kind of a little interesting case of tutorializing the game in that it initially doesn't give you much as far as it, but it's also something where it starts simple, and then as you talk along, it's like, oh, hey, you want to learn about some stuff. Like, oh, yeah, now we'll tell you based upon this. All right, so this is Landis, as we mentioned. You did navigation. Yeah, but I love coming home. I do love this underground music as far as when you're down here, but we're going to the shops. Here's Zach. He runs the weapons shop over here. But even though you're an air pirate, I'm going to have to charge you because we go to a lot of trouble to get the stock. And we do the hard work, but you can also talk to them and say, like, what's going on? Yeah, moonstones are what most of these weapons are forged out of. And since they're made of that, they can be affected by other moonstones if used properly. You can ask the training center up on top ground as far as more about that, which we will in a little bit. Yeah, you can do buying of things. I don't necessarily know if I want to buy anything right away. But yeah, you have upgrades of weapons, so you can buy the Pirate Cutlass for Vise, the Leather Crescent for Ica, and then updates as far as their robes or the Valiant uniform as far as that. And they'll go in your stats and other things for the accessories. We have the Meditation Ring that increases your will at the cost of hit percentage in Vise's case, and at the cost of quickness for Ica. And the Moroga Shell, that's a defense buff, also with the same cut downs as far as the potentials of that. And you can also sell your items. You sell your Sky Sardies or your red ones. They're not worth much as far as how it is, but I think you can use them for other purposes if you remember correctly. Melee's been a while since I played this game through, so I'm not completely being in a good state of same right now. That's what this scoping session's really about. I guess it's a little bit of a question because, like, I do know how to scope this game, but it's a case where I said I've talked this game so many times throughout every year of the show. I've said I want to show this game. I've told people about it. I said this is absolutely the opportunity to do it. I said the scoping session is basically giving a little bit of a preview of it now, and then saying just an idea of me, I guess, spitballing the idea of what's the best way to handle it. And for some of the games we're going to play, it's something where I don't know what the best way is going to be to handle it. And that's where all of you in the chat are going to come in, because I think at that point, there are games I'm pulling out that I know people wanted to see. Next month in particular, we're going to have BlazBlue Calamity Trigger for the PlayStation 3. That's a game I know I've been asked for. Well, I first asked for that years ago, and I'm sorry it's taken so long, but I also said, I know that's going to be a long game. I think he or other people who know that, like Chasm22, they know exactly what's the way to handle this game. And in the meantime, we're going to at least give it a little look to start, as is. And I guess we could also get a sense of, like, for this game, when we get to it, I don't know, I'll put this to you to start. And you don't have to necessarily answer now if you're not sure, but should maybe, for some of these games, for these scoping sessions we do, should we handle this as our first part? Even though it's a question of when are we going to come to these. I don't know when we come to these for full. But, I don't know, maybe handle this as the first part and then reference it later, or say, oh, we're going to do it fresh the first time when we eventually get to it. I don't know. That's something, I'll take your input as far as what that is, and I welcome that for sure. And also welcome you joining us tonight, as it is. Alright, this is Erin. She's the item merchant. So what's she have to say? Unlike spells require magic points, you have healing crystals, you recover your HP anytime, anywhere. Some of the tougher parents don't want to use that, but you might want to play it safe. Yeah, I think she's got a point. I'm going to look at my items, seeing what can I get here. Okay, I do want to get some stuff. Also, you have Curie Crystal. That's for getting rid of adverse effects as far as statuses, so I might get a couple of those. Okay, you can also buy them in bulk as far as I'm going to buy 2 of the Sacred Crystals. I'll buy 2 of the Curie Crystals, and I will buy a Magic Droplet. I will get more money later, but I just want to have something to start as far as this end will go. Alright, thank you, Aaron. Alright, we'll come back later. And I don't remember if they changed their stock, or if it's like a lot of other RPGs where you go to different parts in the world, and then they'll just have better equipment. I think it's the latter, but don't quote me on that. Or if you played this game and you know, feel free to tell me what it is. I will absolutely welcome that. But right now, there isn't much to do more than go see Dying. So walk in front of the door and hit the A button, and we'll see what's going on. Alright, we're reporting for duty, sir, and Fina's here. A little late. Yeah, he'll always say that no matter what I do, but like, alright, fine, okay. Alright, I'm done, by the way. Captain of the Blue Rogues, I have a couple questions. Will you answer them? Sure. Alright, I've been on the seas for quite a while, or the skies, I should say. I've never seen clothes like yours. What country you from? Also, why are we traveling alone? Now, we can jump in and say, hey, you know, stop giving her shit. Or I'm going to sit back and do nothing. I'm going to sit back and do nothing. And that is the right choice as far as this. But Aika's not going to take that advice, because I can't, I guess, telepathically communicate with her. Even though the idea is that Aika and Vise have been friends since childhood. But yeah, you worry too much. She's just a normal girl. Like, yeah, silence. I'll decide that. And besides, I have to protect the crew and I have to protect my family, so he's got a point. He does seem like he's a hard ass, but he is kind of doing this for a reason. And in this dialogue, it's kind of go into kind of the complexities of him and actually of a lot of the characters in this game, really. Because if she's in danger of any sort to anybody, I'm going to have to kill her. And that sounds horrible. And Aika's like, what are you talking about? No. But, Dinah's a fair man. He says, like, alright, Athena, the floor is yours. What do you have to say? And she doesn't know what to say. And I love the way they kind of prepped this, of saying, she basically is told that she'd be murdered if there's a case where she's going to be causing danger to anybody. But she knows that she was put in danger because she was out there and then the Valiant Empire wanted her. Why they want her, we don't know. But she also saying, like, well, what am I going to tell him? Well, I can't tell you. Like, he's gonna kill you if you don't say something. Well, okay, here's the question. Is it because we're air pirates and you don't trust us? Is that the reason you don't want to tell us? So she's kind of holding her guard up a little bit. Yeah, that's not why. Also, I need to talk about her voice actress. I'll do that after this. I thank you with all my heart for saving my life. And I love the determination in her eyes right there. But I can't tell anybody about what my quest is, even if I have to let myself die for it. I have no intention of endangering anybody. If you believe anything I see, please believe me when I'm saying this. But does he? Yeah, he does. Yeah, I understand your dilemma and looking in your eyes, and especially the fact that they showed us that. It also emphasizes why he's realizing that you're true to your word. And I agree with that as well. I'm seeing, yeah, we are air pirates, but honor is our deal. You have to divulge the details of Questar, and you have my trust, but of course, don't lose it. Fair enough as far as that.
Thank you so much.
Right. In fact, right now, since we did have her saying that specifically as far as not disappointing us, I do want to talk about the voice actress, Serafina. That is Jules Giselle voicing her. She's the voice of Knights in Knight's Journey into Dreams on the Wii. She also is Kira in Infinite Space. She was Ara-O in Sushi Striker, The Way of the Sushido for 3DS. She's the voice of Guluzha in Final Fantasy XVI. And she also is Farah Orsted in Tales of Eternia for the PlayStation 2. As I think that was what was on. And actually, there is kind of a perspective of Tales of Symphonia in this, a little bit. Although this came out on both GameCube and on the Dreamcast, of course, of 3-4 years ahead of that one, as far as how it is. But yeah, we can go topside and give her a tour.
Yay!
Alright, thank you, Dad. I'm like, yeah, it's not Dad, I told you that 3 times. Sorry. He's like, how many times do I have to tell you? But alright, see you later, but don't be late for dinner. Fair enough. Okay, so yeah, Fina's going to be joining us as far as this for dinner, but first, I'm going to talk to this bookshelf. Actually, he does tell you, by the way, or actually, does he? Oh, I see, because it acts like a door. Because that's a hidden passage. There's an item over there. Yeah, bookshelf's a little loose, and I hear the sound of wind coming from it, and they also give you the camera angle, give you a little bit of an indication of, hey, you can go back here. And Dad's not going to complain. He's going to say, hey, why are you taking my secret items? I'm just gonna go down here and grab this. Okay. Alright, we got 150 gold. That is your money, by the way, in this game. So in that case, we can use that for purchase stuff. And actually, that will be pretty useful for the purpose of getting another weapon, perhaps. Actually, I might do that a little later. Also, we're going to explore the office of Dine a little bit. I never could quite figure out what this was. I could think it's a picture of a giant balloon, which technically might be a typo. So I looked online, apparently that's another spelling for balloon, but I don't know if I trust it. So technically, maybe another typo on this game, as is. Crusader 64, I hope you're proud as far as me picking that up as it is, but there you go. But I think it's a big rock. Alright. What about that? That's the albatross. You had the boat for as long as you remember. She's a good boat. There you go. Flag of the Dine family right up there. Always like the design. Says Blue Rogues in my eyes. Hey, Dad, what's up? Yeah. Times within the brute strength, the sharpness of mind is demand of a man. This is going into the reputation system. Yeah, to have a firm grasp of the situation on hand, and you have to learn to be swashbuckler. And people will notice how you behave that way, and he's not wrong as far as this. These adventures is possible, but don't forget your leadership responsibilities as you go along. Okay, fair enough. Full of old man's books and other things picked up on our raids, but how old is it really? Yeah, so I do like that idea. It's not dissimilar to something like Lunar, with the fact that, yeah, we have a character named Dine. Although in this case, not a plot twist as far as how it goes when we play that game. But anyway, let's take a walk over here and talk to Luke again. Yeah, I decided the girl, I mean, Fiend is permitted to wander. So, alright. Yeah, by the way, you have to go and talk to him, otherwise the door's locked. Like, yeah, go talk to the captain first. Oh, the 2 treasure chests, look for them. We can't get the other one yet. We have to go around in order to grab it. We really don't. But now we're going to take a look around town as far as how this goes. See, like, what's Pirate Isle like? You hear the lovely music here. Man. Alright, but I gotta go home. What's going on? I'm gonna freshen up for dinner, okay? I'll talk to you later. And it'll continue when we go to Vize's house, but we're not going to Vize's house yet. We're just gonna walk around town. Walk around and talk around. This is officially called Windmill Island, is what it says on most maps, but we know it as Pirates Island and basically use it as a cover so the Valiant Empire doesn't get to us. Let's talk to Martha. Are you guys rescued girl from the Valiants? Yeah, this is that girl right here. I'll introduce you to her. This is Fina. Very nice to meet you. Yeah, you're just the sweetest little thing. Alright, so it's our pleasure. Relax and make yourself at home, okay? A nice catch, Vize. I guess your work is his perk. So yeah, they're thinking that we're with Fina. We don't know, maybe, but we'll see. How about Barbara? I'll turn around and show Barbara's face. Every Empire's dream is to be a swashbuckler and to be doing more than sailing to be that. Alright, she's giving that sense of it, so yeah, let's see that. So yeah, it is the women in town talking around. Oh wait, there's that. Yeah, Valiants are dirty scoundrels go after her. A good point, I'm not gonna lie about that. Yeah, no, you said that, Martha. I gotta talk to... There we go, there's Barbara. I do want to show everybody. Show how great the art direction and also the character design really is in this game. There's a save point in front of her house, but before we do that, we're gonna take a look at other places. Take a look at this house. Yeah, we're gonna be really leisurely and just kind of start enjoying this. Joshville pickled turnips. Every time I smell them, I think of sailing, which is all we ever eat when we're out on the field. Alright, there's fresh water, but who left it? Yeah, I don't know. Alright, so here's someone. This is Jessica. Everybody's place to go home to. So there we go. Now, yeah, look at I'll look at that. Oh, actually, I never noticed that she's actually doing like either crocheting or I guess knitting. I guess knitting maybe. And that's the other reason I'm also coming to this as far as just taking a little bit of preview. Me kind of just coming back to this game after a while, just to kind of give it a fresh look in my mind. Even though I do know this game as far as how it is. And we have the young children. Here's Lindsay. Yeah, welcome home. We're all playing hide and seek with Pal. You should play with us too. Alright. Here's Pal. Pal's a little doggy here. But, I've taken a leg into Fina, apparently. Yeah, I told you not to bark at guests before. I'm sorry, he just took me by surprise, but he's really cute. Yeah, and you're on with other animals. Yeah, we do, but is pets not a thing for you? No, not really. Is that unusual? Alright, so yeah. She must come from somewhere different. Well, we'll find out more about that as we go. And here's Alan. Whenever I go sailing on a ship, I always get sick, even vomiting. Okay, does it mean I can't become a sailor? I can tell him no, but I'm not gonna dash his hopes. I think you can be. Yeah, I used to get airsick all the time when I was a kid. There you go. You also get reputation points that way. Yeah, it's called Dramamine. You'll be fine. Yeah, after a while you get used to the motion as far as it, or as I mentioned, you take Dramamine. This play brought to you by Dramamine. Yeah, I'll throw up however many times it takes until I become a real sailor. Alright, there you go. Actually, I think with that, let's take a look at our perspective. There we go. We are starting our growth as Vise, because it was Vise the Unimpressive, but now we're Vise the Blue Rogue. So yeah, we are part of the Blue Rogues, as is, and people starting to recognize that. So, okay, fantastic. Here's Jimmy. We'll play hide and seek. Want to play? Find us, I'll tell a secret. But you also have to catch Pal. Alright, let's play hide and seek. Alright, you're it. You see we're ready, come find us. Okay, yeah, we were playing hide and seek with the kids. Alright, we're ready, come find us. Alright, we'll do that. They're not very well hidden. It's not like The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, which was out about a couple weeks beforehand. Theirs will be out in the open and they will not run away. Oh, you found me. I thought it'd be safe over here. Oh, don't worry about it. It's also because I did this a few hours ago, earlier in the day. Hi, Lindsay. Oh, you found me. I knew I should have hidden somewhere else. Alright, now, there is Pal. Oh, there you are. Next time, hide in a better place. Actually, he probably is the best hiding spot to a certain extent, because he's around the boxes and by the well. Well, Alan wasn't too bad as far as basically being around the corner, because, okay, we couldn't see him from over here. And even with Lindsay, we couldn't see her exactly until we went over there, because she's, like, right by our house. But, where is, Jimmy? He's actually the best hidden, but yeah, his feet give him away. Yeah, I can't believe it. You found me? Yeah, it was close, but that's everybody, so I win. I can't believe you found us all, but alright, here's your secret. Yeah, he will tell you how to get the item as far as the 150 gold that we just got if you play this. There's a secret to it. I was looking for a book one day, I leaned on it and it moved funny. Maybe take a look at it. So yeah, if you don't know how to get it, you can go there and he'll tell you. And also build up rapport with the town. I mean, not that it's necessarily going to have an effect on gameplay exactly, but just a case of saying, yeah, you kind of start to know these people. And it's that thing I think we've seen in some of the RPGs we've played where when you play it for so long, you kind of get sucked into the world as far as everything going on with the gameplay and where the story's going, even just the people in your town. Like we had with Shenmue. Shenmue's another case like that where I feel like I know everybody as we got a Moonberry out of this, and we're going to want to do something with that. I will in fact show that right now. You go into super moves here. You have Moonberries. Those allow you to get new super moves. So what you can do is you can use that on a character and use that to pump in to get more super moves for them. Although it's worth pointing out, for the next one of Vises, it does have a case of only needing one, but something as you go along, you'll need multiple. So you're going to want to collect these in the entire game in order to get all of your super moves going. Not just for him, but also for Ike and for other members of your party we're going to run into later. But they will tell you before you buy it, what does it do. So in this case, it's defensive stat, which is a counter of every physical attack of an enemy for a full turn. With Ica, she doesn't have one, so I think I'm going to give her one. So Ica spins the boomerang, summoning a vortex of flames that does a line strike on an enemy. So kind of like when we played Shadow Heart's Covenant last year, the case we had certain attacks that go straight across based upon the positioning of an enemy. It's like that, although unlike Shadow Heart's Covenant, going to that, it's not something we can necessarily manipulate where the enemies are like that game. But in this case, I am going to get this for her. And they give you an option saying, hey, do you want to learn this? Yeah, you get Alpha Storm. I can also get a case of having an anti-magic shell for blocking any enemies' cases as far as allies, but also blocks yours. I will hold off on that for now. Okay. Yeah, so it goes to what I mentioned as far as, getting new magic spells for using your weapon affinities in battle, but also as far as your super moves, you can kind of customize your characters as you go along, saying, who do you want to have super moves over others? And also when you get to cases like that, we're saying, hey, more defensive stuff. You do have to go down the line as far as which ones you learn, but also saying that, oh, I want to have more for Ica starting than Vise, say. So the choices are yours about how you want to handle that. It's Bag of Moonstones. They're going to be loaded on the ship, used as fuel. Okay. Also, just enjoy the great atmosphere here. It just looks great. It looks great visually, but it also looks great just as far as artistically on top of that. It gives you a sense that it's hitting the Y button out here just to look out. Look at that massive world out there. With the way the clouds are scrolling as far as it. Yeah, it's just really great. Alright, it's nice to be home again, though. So yeah, Briggs is missing coming home, so in that case we're set. I like life on the ship, but yeah, sometimes you're forgetting what solid ground's like. Yeah, so even though we're not in water as far as doing like sailing, it kind of has the same perspective like that idea of, you know, doing the pirate's life. Alright, so there's magic droplets in the box. I am going to go up that massive case of that. It's going to take a while to get up there, but it's not going to be too bad. Though I will say, if they do a new version of this, I would like, perhaps, I guess as a quality of life thing, being able to go down the ladder faster. It's not a case we'll do like the slide down if you're going down. Basically, we'll go down at the speed we're going. But it's not too bad, and it's a case where, honestly, the way this game is set up for itself, it's not something where the navigation is something where it's like, oh god, it's going to take forever to go across. I think because this game just gives you one visual and oral delight as you go along, I guess it kind of distracts you that way. You get more sacred crystals, so in that case, it was well worth coming up here for that. Yeah, well, look at that view. In fact, we're going to take a look at that view right now. Yeah, look down there. There is our village. So go, look at that. Yeah, if you have a case of vertigo, you might not like that, but in that case, we'll be set. And don't worry, you do have invisible walls, so it's not a case you can fall off the area. As far as this Vise is definitely going to be careful. So honestly, I guess as far as going up a ladder this tall, it makes sense that he's going down slower. Or it's like, there's that massive ladder climb in Metal Gear Solid 3, where Snake is going up that slow for a reason. Also, there's actually danger within that, so I kind of understand it out of that game as well. Actually, it's a really great case as far as the tension. And actually, speaking of Metal Gear Solid 3, just going to that. I said when it comes to us getting to that game, we're not doing that as a scoping session, unless you want it to. And I might have an opening. I'm going to go on that later on the show. But that being said, I do have Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater for the PlayStation 5. I did pick it up when it was on sale over the holiday, or after the holidays, I should say. That might be the version we use. Not least of which because it does have the Ape Escape missions, like the Subsistence version on the PS2 had, but also because it is running the same voice acting as far as the original game. So in that case, it is a pretty good case of itself. Although, to be honest, I actually have not played the game yet because I've been busy with other things. Right, let's go in the house. Boy, didn't I say she's going back to the house, so why is it locked? Well, okay, so we can't go in there. She said she was going to freshen up. Alright, fine. I guess we don't want to walk in on her as far as that, but let's go here. And after we go to the other buildings, we're going to go home. Alright, so here's Boris as far as our gunner. He'll teach you stuff as far as magic and super moves that we went into, and he'll teach you on the basics. I'll go through that. Yeah, what I can tell, essentially, you have different power drawn from different moons, right? Yeah, but of course you have to remember that the power of your party is spirit. Spells take 1 MP each time you cast, but each of them takes a different amount of spirit points. So, unlike other RPGs, this is kind of something unique where usually in a lot of other cases you have a magic point perspective. When we played Super Mario RPG example, flower points, you have an equivalent to that basically. Everything has a different cost for that. This game basically is a case where anytime you use a magic spell, it has a cost of 1 for this, but then you also have to have the spirit points to go along with it. And since the spirit points are shared by your party, that's something where you have to manage that. But as you go along, it's also something that, not along with your MP increases, your SP is also going to increase for the party. So it's not going to be a case where it's like, oh yeah, I have to really balance just having, as we saw in the first battle with Antonio, having the case of having Vice get his Countless Fury ready while I guess we're sitting around doing nothing. You're not going to be having that going on for too long. The most powerful move is you need more spirit points for it. And since you're going to use an MP to cast the spell anyway, you have to have one that uses the most. And they regenerate at the end of each round during a battle, so that's the other thing. Unlike MP, we have to use an item or have something else in order to regenerate. And of course, the color assignments, which we only have 2, but we'll have other ones later. And understand what the weakness order is, which is in the instruction manual for this, as is. But let's talk about the super moves a little more. Yeah, as we saw, there are special attacks that are going to hurt enemies, but sometimes defensive, and sometimes it can be for healing. Yeah, they're unique to the character, and there are cases where they will be specific for them, and they do not have an MP cost when you run them, but they do have spirit points that you have to have running for them. You have to be careful about how you use it and know the right time to use them. And as we saw with Moonberries, you get those along, and you're going to be able to get stuff set, and basically learn new ones. And you'd open up another bottle of water. Yeah, this is why you drink water on the show as far as something like this, or this show. And sometimes you need more than one, so be careful as far as how that goes. Alright, well thank you for the layout as far as that. If you have questions, come back. Alright, Tim, let's what do you got? Hand-to-hand combat. Yeah, let's talk about that. Yeah, because this battle system is pretty unique as far as certain things. It's very similar to other RPGs, but it always has, this is the thing I always liked about this game, is these unique wrinkles to itself that do stand out from other RPGs, and honestly, sometimes doing things that I'm not aware of other RPGs doing. I mean, mainly, I'm not the one who's played many RPGs like some of the other people who've been on the show, but also cases where I have enough of a story to tell, and certain things this game's doing are still pretty unique to this very day. Okay, so remember, Spirit, as we mentioned, we have that going on, which goes across your entire party, and you use that for super moves. So yeah, they also give an example here saying if you're running Focus, you can also regain them at a turn and have them go higher like we did with Ica. And then you can use your Spirit points on a super move like we did in the first boss. Remember, strategy. This game is a perfect balance of strategy, but also it has that immediacy where if you're sometimes saying, I'd rather have like a real-time combat case in an RPG, say, or a timing-based case like something like The Legend of Dragoon or Super Mario RPG or something like that. There's actually a really good balance that really is satisfying to, I think, all different kinds of RPG players, really. And use your spirit points all you want, and you regain a little bit at the beginning of every round, as we mentioned, so there you go. What about weapons? Yeah, they're made from moonstones, as we mentioned, and because of that, you can assign different properties pressing Y button when you're in battle. So the red one is for fire, the yellow is for lightning, the green one is for earth. And by knowing your enemy's weaknesses and paying attention to that, you'll be able to do more damage or less, depending on what that is. Okay. Yeah, you'll learn in the real battle situation. Yeah, I know what I'm doing as far as this, having played this game for 25 years. But also for the purpose of Let's Play discussion, definitely worth going into that. Because I love this game. That's, I guess also that's the other thing, since we're only doing one showcase, I guess I'll give my initial thoughts when I get to the end of the show for this, saying, like, what do I think of this game? In some cases, it's going to be stuff where I haven't played it much. So in that case, I don't completely know what I think, whereas this game, I definitely know what I think. I love this game. This game's fantastic. This is one of the best games on the Dreamcast, no question. And I'll also say this, it's also the best RPG on the Gamecube. I'm sorry to all you fans of Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door. I like that game a lot. And particularly when it comes to the end of itself, it's brilliant. And I like Tales of Symphonia quite a bit as well on Gamecube. Those are probably the next two best RPGs on the Gamecube. Along with Phantasy Star Online, Episodes 1 and 2. Those are also really, really good. But this tops them all. This game is fantastic, and I cannot recommend it highly enough. But this is great. Yeah, the moons give us strength, as we mentioned in battle. Because they let our ships fly, they keep us as fuel when we're warm, and we're blessed. Alright, there you go. They sell this fish. I regret even looking here. So, okay, he's not a fisherman, I guess. She used to cook bread in the fireplace for me and Ike all the time when we were kids. She really doesn't make the best bread, but ever since Lindsay Allen and Jimmy were born, they get to eat everything that Grandma makes. And actually, I've never seen that dialogue before, so in this case, I kind of look at that. But, okay, as we saw a few weeks ago when Chasm22 demonstrated Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake, the case of, you know, talking to things like stealing from drawers. He's like, I might be an air pirate, but I'm not stealing from an old lady's dresser, thank you very much. So yeah, even he has a little bit of a code. Well, we definitely have a code. I think that's the idea. He's saying, you know, we got a code compared to everybody else as far as the other pirates, which is a fair idea. And I think with that, I think we're pretty good as far as where we're going to go, although I will go just over this way and also show a little bit of a fun glitch I noticed when I was doing the test. Yeah, the clipping. There's some clipping issues going on as far as the graphics, and also some visual tearing I noticed, which I actually did not know until I was doing a look at it today. But in that case, yeah, Visor's foot is in the ground. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Just walk out of it and be set. Okay, so with that, I think we're going to go to our house, and I'm going to make a big U-turn, and we'll go over that way. But nothing else, we're going to soak this game up. That's the idea about what this game is, and also really about any of the scoping session games, to get a sense of like what we're going to do. As far as length of show on some of these things, just to go into that, I'll probably do the case like normal 5 hours, but it's also going to depend on certain things, and I'll go on that later on the show and talk the schedule, because we'll talk about what the next one's going to be. We'll have one of these a month, as I mentioned. And we'll count some of these as the viewer requests for their respective months, for some of them. But also, we'll get a sense of like, what this variety is looking like, and for one in particular, there is going to be another show that's going to be an extra that I'll have as off-screen content in June. I got to figure out getting that set up, but that's the plan as far as that. But Viz's mother's here, so yeah, both of his parents are still alive, so his mom's here holding down the fort. And you're Fina, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not intruding though, am I? No, she's very polite and very modest. We also see the nervousness as well, which is what I like about Fina as well, as far as what she brings to this game, and also to this group. But don't be silly, it's a long time since we had guests. We're gonna cook dinner, but have some fun outside. But Ika's done. Sorry to keep you waiting, I was just fixing my hair. And locking the door. But the sun just set while we were in here talking, so we're gonna take a look at it. Alright, let's go and get a great view from the top of Lookout Island, which is where we were, up that massive ladder. We do not have to climb again. Well, actually, yeah, we do. I was saying, like, yeah, we don't have to climb again. Alright, but there you go. Look at that. Look how beautiful the sunset looks. And it's going to set to one of my favorite scenes in the early part of this game. And when I saw this when I played the demo of this, I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. And the demo did cover a lot as far as many different things of the game. There's one thing with this game I do hope I can show in the next couple of hours. That's the pirate battles. Not just the fighting we did, but actually running the ship battles. Because that's a big part of this game, and I definitely want to give that its due to start as well. We'll see how it goes. I think we should be able to get to that, but look at this. Look at this side. With the music, with Vi's just looking up at the sky, kind of wistfully looking, saying, like, yeah, look how beautiful it is, look at the potential for adventure. Honestly, this could be the thumbnail as far as the show when I do the edit next week. It's that beautiful. But there are a lot of great picturesque moments out of this game. I might want to do a collage, honestly, but I'll figure that next week. Yeah, I love it up here. So peaceful. I come here and relax and watch the sunset. Of course, thinking like, hey, what else is out there aside from what we've seen? You mean beyond the sky? Yeah, according to legend, there might be monsters. Maybe there's a mouse that blows ships away, or pulls them in, and we never see him again. But I would say, like, no way anything could be out there. But of course, Vise is the headstrong and, you know, ambitious young pirate. He wants to look what's out there. And of course, he never wants to give up without giving it a shot. But someday I'll be the captain of my own ship. I'll go beyond that sunset. I'll see what's out there. Yeah, so adventure's out there for sure, no question. And the sky might even look more beautiful when we get there. We got some wind picking up.
Huh?
Or something else that maybe isn't wind. Ooh, shooting star. Oh, not quite. It's a moonstone that shot out from the sky. Only one that hit on that island. Yeah, it's Shrine Island over there. Alright, yeah, he also, it's worth pointing out, he does have the little eye patch, but it's almost like the, it's almost like a telescope in particular as far as that, binoculars, as far as like a single eye binocular. So I guess it's, if binoculars is 2, it would be I guess yeah, a unocular? I don't know if that's right, but either way, there's a moonstone over there. But Fina can't believe it. You know what they are? They're a piece of rock that fall from the moons and crash on islands usually, and they're a powerful source of energy. As we saw around town, it's a case where it kind of runs everything around here. Power our airships, we can forge weapons out of them. Yeah, I've never seen one fall from the sky before, though. What are you thinking? What I'm thinking? Road trip tomorrow? Yeah, it's absolutely, I think, the right way. Let's go over there. Alright, but it's dinner time. Alright. Yeah, you're gonna have a meal with us, yes? Yeah, I love your mom's cooking. Now, let's go. And I do love the way this game kind of sets up the mystery as far as Fina's background a little bit. Gives it just enough to get a sense of sort of what she's about, but then it uncoils these little clues as you go along, little indications like she's looking up there and saying, maybe there's something else she's not mentioning yet. Maybe something she's not aware of herself or thinks that she might know. Alright. So with a new day dawning, we're going to go out there to Shrine Island. It's a bit cloudy this morning. Hey, morning, Aika. What's up? We're going to the island today, right? Sure am. Let's, go. Yeah, it's a book we picked up on one of our raids. They're really hard to come by, so it's one of our treasured finds. Read the book in the art of navigation so much that the bindings wore out. Okay. I left my papers all over the place, and Mom didn't get mad at me for some reason. I was only studying at the start. She'd be happy not sitting around doing nothing. Well, it does go to what he said, saying he wants to see other things that are out in the world. Which is unfamiliar as far as other RPGs or other stories, really. But this game finds a way, I'll tell you this, this game finds a way of taking things that might be familiar and giving a nice twist that makes it feel fresh. If you are going to go to the island, I want you to take this. So we got Sakura's crystals. These are actually stronger recovery items. If you ever to come and rest up if you get hurt. Alright, so Fina's definitely grateful. So you're gonna go and get that moonstone? Alright, yeah, be careful. Hey. Also, I want to take this as a share of loot from yesterday. Yeah, we got a new moonstone, so it's purple, so we do have that perspective. I believe it's... Oh, it's been processed, so it's gonna be something we can use on our weapons. Yeah, okay, that's ice. Okay. Right, because blue is water. That was what I was saying. Okay, there you go. Also, you wore the magic experience. So he'll tell you how the magic experience works if you didn't go into it yet, or if I had mentioned it before. Change the color of the weapon, you can also learn it much faster. I believe that also stacks your multiple characters going, so you get more off of each of them. And hit Y button as far as how it is, or you can go as the equip command as far as it's. So actually, to that, as he mentioned, if you go to your equipment, basically hit on Cutlass, and then in that case, you can basically do the change to whatever you want from the menu. As far as what I got, I think I want to change on purple, but I also want to take a look of what are my other cases as far as what this is looking like. And I think I do need to go in character screen in order to see this. Oh, here we go. Okay, so she's 8 points to the next one. He's 12 points to the next one on that, but he also is close as far as on the green. But you can also change it anytime you want in battle. So not any problem there. Alright, before we leave, there's one thing I do want to do. Alright, we hand over the Shrine Island. You can stay and relax in my place if you want to. Alright, thank you. Alright, the boat's in the upper docks, and we're going to be ready to go. Alright, so we'll do a save, and also they're going to let us go as far as our parents and also everybody around, because we get more energy for the island. So I guess we're I guess we're earning our keep around here. Okay, I do want to go to Aika's house because we didn't go there before. Alright, is this gunpowder? Okay, I think Aika throws gunpowder at this thing for fun. Okay, is that the idea? I may be an air pirate, but I am a gentleman. I refuse to look through a lady's dresser without permission. So yeah, Vise is definitely... I joke the idea that he doesn't know much about women, but I guess maybe he does to a certain extent. So I'm not going to do that. Or it's not like in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, where in the intro of the game, it's the idea of what he was looking around as far as the other girls when he was around, saying like, "Did you look in that drawer?" And they just like, you could answer and say like, "Yes, you did," and they simultaneously say, "You asshole." It's like, yeah, fair enough as far as that, but in Vize's case, yeah, it's not going to happen. All right, because this is definitely an interesting clue. I want to indicate this. Right, Aika's an orphan. Both of her parents died when we were little kids. The only one better here in her place, and he tries to turn to sleep at night, so she needs to lay out of the large bed, and yeah, so there is maybe something to her as far as trauma going on there. Although, so far she hasn't shown it, but we'll see as far as what goes on with that. I mean, I guess maybe not, but also the case that when, I guess this idea, when the thought was that Fina would be potentially, you know, hurt by us because of the case that she might be dangerous. She's like, no, I don't want that to happen. And she was the one who jumped into action right away as far as that. But all right, let's take her ship out and we'll go over to the Shrine Islands. There's Briggs with the Switchblade. What's going on? You're gonna go there to get the Moonstones, yes? Sail north, but remember there's monsters out there, and also get those moonberries as well, okay? We'll do. Okay, one thing to check is I want to make sure everything's set on my stuff. There we go. Alright, let's go. We've got a little dinghy, so it's not going to be the full case of the Albatross, but we do have a ship, so it's going to get us going pretty nicely. And it said go north from here. Okay, we will. In this case, just keep going out, and also if you see land, look around and see if there's a discovery. We'll find the ones we can as far as tonight. But as I mentioned, when we get to this game fully, I will get all the discoveries. But to start, we can pretty much beeline it right to Shrine Island and go. Alright, look at the size of that place. Alright, it looks like it crashed through the wall, and it looks like now the place is flooded. Alright, in the old world, this island is a sacred place. You know, he's been here forever. Yeah, there might be monsters in here, so we gotta be careful. They're big and rare, so we have to go and get it. And we love treasure hunting. Yeah, how bad it could possibly be. Famous last words, potentially, but we'll make it happen. Alright, so we're going treasure hunting. Okay, and since we're here, you do have a save point, and we'll do save every time. It's not too long as far as how the save goes. Also, one other thing to go, as far as, I believe, as far as my memory on the Gamecube version, because I did play it very briefly, the loading is a little better, and I think it is a little shorter as far as the case of the way saving goes, but it's negligible. As I mentioned, the Dreamcast version has the benefit of having the better graphics and better music. Alright, that being said, since I didn't test this part, this is the other thing about this. I'm gonna adjust the volume as I go, just to make sure it's not getting too loud. Chat, if it gets too loud, let me know. Because, as I said, for the case of prepping for these shows, for these scoping session shows, I might not have played these games like crazy, and for certain ones that might change as we go along, I'm gonna be going kind of blind. Alright, the place is flooded. And the Moonstone's down there in the water, so we can't swim, so we have to go and figure what we're doing. Let's drain the water. But there's one problem. How are we supposed to drain all this water? Maybe that door, if we can open it, we can get that going. Alright, so use doors to drain the water. Okay. I do love this little touch on the map. It actually paints the map as you go along. Actually, not similar to how Mega Man Legends 1 and 2 handled it. So it kind of makes it fun just to kind of explore something like, oh, I want to paint that entire map out. And he has nothing else, also giving a sense of like where have you been and where have you not been. You need the start button to turn it on and off, but keep it on. But we got battle coming up. And also to point out, I'll show this the next time we get into a battle like this. If you go and, what is it? If you go and try and go on the menu to mitigate going into the battle, you can't do it. I mentioned that we played Sailor Moon at the story for the Super Famicom, where in that game you can do that. This one you can't. Okay, so we have, oh no, Marocas again, and we have, the flesh sticks. Okay, and they are water affinities, so I don't think I want to use, well, I mean, I guess I can use the red. I'm just trying to think of what's the best way to go, just on my own idea. Yeah, let's go red. Let's. Oh, actually, no. I want to run. Well, let's use the magic then, and then we'll hit. Not the Maroka because the defense is so high. Basically, I want to run magic on them the entire way. That's how I want to handle that. Oh, but some enemies they will run away. If they run away, you do not get experience out of them. But in this case, maybe we can get rid of one of them. Even with that, yeah, the Maroka, yeah, didn't take much damage. Sorry, we're gonna have to try something else. I do love the fact that you can change that on the fly as you're going as far as your weapon affinity. So in that case, if something's not working, just try something else. Alright, actually that did a lot of damage. And I believe certain enemies have different affinities just on their own.
That was easy.
Alright, so yeah, I think we want to use that on those things. Okay. Yeah, you heard that disc grinding going on there. I'm going in the menu. It's like, yeah, I can avoid that. No, I can't. Go back out. We're going to fight. There you go. Doesn't want to show that idea. So, all right, in that case, it was actually pretty quick from how little I was walking. The GameCube version does change that as far as you have fewer encounters, and as a consequence of that, as we have tons of those enemies I want to get rid of, the experience costs and the output of money you get is going to be a little higher for that, because you don't battle as much. In that case, I do want to run purple. We're going full purple, because there's a lot of enemies on the screen. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, I gotta put to sleep. Okay, let me pull that out, because the manual does indicate what that is. Yeah, keep doing that while I look for, as far as the manual, as far as what the the status effects in this game are. And again, this is a great manual as far as telling you what they all are. As far as that, okay, that was, okay, she's asleep. But yeah, she'll wake up at the end of the battle, so don't worry. Oh, there you go. So you got a level up. I can get close on purple, so if we can get that going, we'll be set. Yeah, we're gonna see the battles going a lot, but the battles are a lot of fun, so you're not gonna mind it. Okay, there's nothing over there, but we are gonna get a case of battle. I also love those little transitions going out, as far as like the way the screen's almost kind of collapsing or like doing a rotation over before like splitting across. It's nice. And there's a lot of different variations on it, which is nice to see as well. Okay. We're pointing out the looper, they tend to run, and it's also something where they usually run faster than you do, so it's a case we're not going to probably be able to get that set quick. Also, Alpha Storm, by the way, is that super move we got for her, but I do not have enough stuff for it yet. At this case, I'm just going to hit him.
Here goes.
Also, they have high evasion, so it's not until later in the game we can really get rid of them. But in that, unless you're lucky, in that case, yeah, there you go. Ow. Oh shit, she put to sleep again. I mean, I could wake her up, although actually, although that also wakes her up. So yeah, physical attacks will wake up. So it is kind of RPG logic as far as how that goes, or traditional RPG logic that way. So it's tried and true stuff, but also some unique stuff when it comes to some of these things, as we're going to see a little later. And a little later, I'll also show her Alpha Storm. Probably gonna get to area boss, because yeah, there's a boss in here. That's the RPG case. Any case of knowing an RPG, you're gonna run into a boss. As far as what it is, it's been a while since I fought it, so I don't completely remember. But that, I think if nothing else, I'll say this, going into the idea of what the scoping sessions came from. It came from the perspective, as I mentioned, of saying that we have these long games that people wanted to see, and I wanted to show. So getting a coverage that way, but also in some ways saying, people sometimes said, I want to see you play a game blindly more. Or have us do it maybe a bit more. We have done that on the show before. When I did Pokemon Gen 9, we had that happen. We did Crockwood to the Gobos, that happened. And some other stuff as well. But honestly, this might be a good way to kind of bridge that gap that way too. So in that case, maybe a little more unpredictable, not just for the audience, maybe if you've never played a game, one of these games before, or something like that, or cases where you might say, oh no, it is now more unpredictable just for me. Sometimes that can be fun too. Though as I mentioned, when it comes to the show, it's always one of those cases where even when I prep for a game, or guests prep for a game, or however that looks, it's something where you can't ever completely predict what's going to happen. And sometimes you see stuff that you never expect to see. Even if you were to go out there and do streaming yourself, I can guarantee that. You're going to do streaming of a game, you might see things when you're playing that you would never see as far as something else. So for this, let's see. I think we can go down. Oh, right, there we go, because we got the fire on. I guess also this area, a thing like the water area, is not dissimilar to the opening of Final Fantasy X a little bit, actually, which came out about a year after this game did. And I do know that actually when this came out on the GameCube, it was actually significantly compared to this, in as far as sometimes in case of a question of a negative. I guess in the case of saying, hey, though this came out in 2000 before, how's it comparing on the GameCube as far as that in the wake of Final Fantasy X? I guess something like Shadow Hearts as well. Although, again, as we mentioned with Nintendo 64, I mentioned that earlier tonight as far as how that was, where the N64 didn't have a whole lot of RPGs. The GameCube also didn't have a whole lot of RPGs, though it had more than the N64 did, I should say. It was weird because the Super Nintendo had a lot of RPGs. NES had some, that was kind of like early cases of the genre. But then, as far as RPGs after that, it was really kind of more the portable systems, because the Game Boy Advance kind of filled that niche. The Game Boy Color sort of had RPGs as far as it. And the Wii had more as it was compared to the GameCube and the Nintendo 64. It was interesting to think there were the two consoles as far as Nintendos of the era of like, wait, we don't have a whole lot of RPGs around on it. Crystalli is learned. So yeah, that's Crystal Attack as far as it's so Ice Affinity. So we're going to get that as we go. And this, we do want to light the torches. But unfortunately, in this case, we got another battle. Although, I just say unfortunately as far as, I guess, just it's whatever. Okay, we had the back attack going on as far as ourselves, but now we have it going on here. So we can benefit here. There we go. Okay, so I guess Vice's attack is just stronger, so that means we get the first strike. And actually, that one didn't turn around. That one over there did. Actually, let me see something here. You know, I'm gonna do recovery on Ica.
Moons, give me strength.
I do have the color in here, absolutely. Even as far as now that we got in here and we dropped the water level a little bit, and we have the torches going on, the fact that it shows this nice green tint, it's lovely. Now that doesn't look as like this on the GameCube, but it's a case where based on what they did is, is he in trouble? Oh, he is. He's asleep. Because basically, I counterattacked him and then he fell asleep. Yeah, don't worry, we got this. I was like, yeah, wake up. Oh, yeah, and go back to sleep again. It's like, oh, there you go. Alright, fine. You can take care of this. Yeah, the defending cut his, or enhanced his defense was like, yeah, he's not living.
Is it over already?
Yeah, how was your nap, by the way? Okay, there we go. Alright, so I also want to look as far as my other cases with this as well. Also, I want to look my way out here, because even though I did go that way... Actually, no, I am going the right way. Basically gonna go kind of all around the place as far as hitting the switch to get the water going on because we're going through here. First I was thinking, wait, I'm going the wrong way. I'm going outside. Okay, we are going outside. We're going outside kind of underneath the place. But I'll say this, even with the battles as far as how frequent as they are, I'll tell you, I never get sick of this music. My god, it's terrific. Also, because we're getting new enemy types. Alright, let's see what we got. We have the Grouters. They are purple. So for the purple, we do want to hit them with perfect. It's on the page. The page of the status effects are the one right after that. So alright, if we hit on purple, we want to run. Well, red's a little bit of a risk in the sense that it's strong. We're strong against it, but also it's strong against us. You know what? Yeah, we are going to do that. Yeah, I don't know if I want to take care of the Marocas. I think I want to get that Grouter out of the way first. But he's defending, so that's going to be a question. Okay, because I think it has a lot of health as is, so we got to see how it's going to go. I don't remember completely what they do, but alright, I'm getting hit with smoke or something. Oh no, ink, I guess is the idea. So it's like a mollusk as far as I know. Oh, it's not attacking. Alright, because it's defending, no wonder. Yeah, let's hit that. You know what? Because it's bigger, I'm going to show off her special move, or super move. Let's go. Yeah, definitely flash land on that. But as I said, I'm saying at the beginning of the game for the purpose of that. They toned this down on the Gamecube because of that, but it's something where it looks awesome as far as the visual perspective. It is also something that it can be kind of strong. It's also why I'm not going to edit down flashlight warning like every few seconds as far as this, because otherwise, yeah, I'd be doing it too much. But yeah, he's kind of hurting. I got to figure something on this. And I do have items. I should start using them. That or I also have Icon heal duty, which I think I'm going to do that with. Yeah, because she's in better case, so I'm going to run that. And I have enough spirit points to run that, so let's do it. Hey, I'll tell you one thing to do. That's fine, I'll do that. I was going to say I'll run the green perspective of the weapon, get that built up. But I think we'll keep as I go. Uh-oh. I don't know what Panika does. Let's see. Looks like there's a dark cloud. It didn't do anything. I guess I'll edit down saying what that does. I wonder if that's like a instant death. I think instant death might be a thing in this. I hope it's not, because I don't have anything mitigated yet. That being said, I'm gonna get rid of that now, and actually I'm gonna put that in place there, yeah. Oh. Alright, so yeah, that hurt me bad, because he countered me for way more than I hit him for, but alright, he's dead. Also, I don't think you take more damage when Vize's back is turned or Ika's back is turned, because as I mentioned, that's not something you can control. It's not like Shadow Heart's Covenant, say, where you can kind of control like where your positioning is. Or for that matter, like where you hit enemies specifically. It's kind of more for visual flair. Ooh, there you go. Boom. Nice dodge. I also love the fact of how the animations go when there's a miss. You actually see the idea that Vize just jumps out of the way. It's this nice immediacy that is, I think, that's the other thing I should mention. I love about the battles in this game is that as you're going along, you have them kind of running around like when there's like multiple enemies on the screen. You might have one character like going over like, hey, trying to have like a sword slice against something else before it gets to their turn. And it makes them feel like it's really an active case, even though it's not exactly. It's more of a turn-based case as far as how it goes. But there we go. Got him. Also, when you get back to town, I think I'm going to also buy the weapons, because I think I'll have enough money to do that. Not that I'm necessarily struggling as far as this, but it's also something I think I'm going to be good as far as my money situation. Alright, so there we go. We got Pyre for for Ica as well. Okay. Also, one thing I do want to do is I want to take a look at... Okay, not the journal. Because you can look at your journal entries as far as how they go, but I want to look at... Okay, I think I want to run green as far as him to get his rank up as far as that. And for Ica... Okay, I have level 1 as far as everything, but I probably want to run green again with her as far as that. So basically go green on this one. I also think I'm going to use my Sacred Crystals because I have a couple of those. You can also use the magic as far as that out of battle. And in that case, I believe it runs on your magic points. I think it sort of runs your spirit points as well, as it is. But I just want to be set for that. Because it took more damage in that last battle than I would have liked. Okay. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Let's go green. I build that up because I think I should have the recovery spell. So the idea is that, yeah, you can mix and match as far as who has what. You basically have multiple people in your party have the same magic spells based on how you set them up. Like he fell asleep. That's fine. Yeah, Ica's got this. I guess we go along in these battles. Feel free to chat also to go into anything you got as far as this game or anything else, or what you're playing currently. I guess as far as the stuff I'm playing currently, I mentioned Pokemon Legends ZA that I was playing as far as on last week's show. Yeah, actually, it's interesting. I also have not really had to practice much as far as anything recently. Because I got most of the stuff set as far as the next couple of weeks. So in that case, I kind of was pulling out stuff that I just want to play on my own time. As I got a Curio Crystal. Okay, that was cool. So I just kind of was, in some ways, putting in whatever as far as things I wanted to play. Putting stuff in as far as the Wii U. And also testing the new Wii as far as it, because I mentioned, when it comes to the GameCube, I said I got a used Wii. I just bought the box for like $30, $40 so I could run component cable output for that one. It does mean we can run for progressive scan, and since we're starting Pikmin next week, which by the way, just to briefly mention this, we're moving Pikmin show up to Friday next week. That's going to be on February 6th as opposed to the 7th. We will be running that through the Wii and run progressive scan. And I talked to Gemini96, he said that's the version he wants to run. He said it's either going to be the Switch version or the GameCube version, and he's not a fan of the Wii version, which actually, it's the only version of Pikmin I own, because I downloaded it and Pikmin 2 off of the Virtual Console for the Wii U when the shop was still around, because at the time it was the cheapest way to get both of those games. But he's like, yeah, I don't necessarily like the motion controls that much as far as the new play control versions that the Wii had of 1 or 2. And I want to ask him, honestly, as far as when we do Pikmin next week when we start it. And he's not finishing on one show. I know he's not. He loves and knows that game, but I don't think that's going to be a one showcase as far as him. At least I don't think it is. It'll be at least 2 shows, I think, for that. I'm going to ask him, since he's played every version. I don't know if he has the Wii version, but I know he's played it. I don't know. I was looking at it. I don't know if this is a consequence of Virtual Console, but I don't remember the Wii games being a concern for that as far as this. It seemed like it was really washed out and pixelated, and I guess also aliased like crazy compared to, well, the Switch version, which I was seeing him practice this week on our lunch break. But even for what I remember playing of the GameCube version, because I have played the GameCube version as far as that one, but I just bought the Wii version because that's the only one I got or that's the easiest one to get. It was the cheapest one. That was back when Pikmin was not necessarily that affordable. Now that it was really expensive as far as the first. For something where it's $20, I can definitely get a case of that. As I mentioned a couple times on the show, I say, hey, when a game is cheaper and I can get it that way and still a good version, I'll usually take that option. Although honestly, as far as playing the Wii version, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know, maybe I should get one of the other ones. And 2, I feel better as far as 2 only because Pikmin 2 on the Wii does have the product placement within it, because for some reason Pikmin 2 has a lot of cases of real-world, like, treasures and artifacts you pick up. You pick up Duracell batteries, you pick up 7-Up lids, you pick up plastic pickle lids, you pick up Kiwi shoe polish. I was talking to my coworker and said, what's that brand of shoe polish, the only shoe polish that people know? It's in that game. It's like, what, it is? It's like, yeah, it is. Or it's like treetop apple juice. Like, in this game, it was kind of amazing as far as the case that they said, you know, we're going to go to that direction and I guess have those as things going on. Oh, I guess it goes to something that Gemini 96 is going to mention when we play Pikmin next week, is that the planet that Captain Olimar lands on is supposed to be Earth. That's the thought. It's suggested. It doesn't say explicitly it is in the first one. But I guess in the second one, they're maybe suggesting it's saying, like, look at these old cases of it. As far as, like, finding Duracell batteries or something like that. And the Wii version has those things in. The Switch version that came out a couple years ago does not. Actually, in this case, I can... That's fine. I don't care. I would say, do I really need to be worried as far as anything for that? Like, right now, no. Well, that Seeker, I'm not doing much damage as far as with Ica, so I think I might want to change my affinity. Yeah, it was really interesting kind of thinking about that. So I'm like, wait, yeah, usually at Nintendo you don't get stuff like that when it comes to saying when you have, like, real-world products like that. But actually kind of is... It's one of those kids, something to talk about that is, Jesus Christ, that laser hurts. I gotta kill him. Yeah. Oh, what affinity is he? Oh, he's silver, so the silver one is... no, it's only yellow. I don't have that yet, so I don't know, kill him with something. I don't know. Actually, Alpha Storm, I'm trying to remember. I don't remember if it goes... No, it goes in enemies on the line, so I can sort of use it, but no, I don't need to use it now. I do want to kill that thing, though. I don't want that secret to live, because that thing's gonna be a thorn in my side. Yeah, especially because Vi's got hurt bad on that thing with the laser. I mean, I guess as I go along, at some point... Uh-oh. I was gonna say, yeah, as soon as I see a critical hit, I'm like, oh no. Yeah, let's kill this thing at the end of the battle. We're going to, well, I'm gonna do recovery. Or I might do it now. Yeah, okay, I'm running out of MP on him. Actually, let me see something here. Yeah, I have less on Vi's than I have on Ica, which is kind of surprising. No, fine, I'll just kill him. I'll deal with that outside of battle. I mean, yeah, I'll survive that, but I do want to get myself set, because I am running out of stuff for this. Okay. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Also, I'll see as far as... Okay, his magic's low. Actually, I want to see something here. Right, because if you're using it in battle... Okay, if you're using outside battle, you know, let's use Icas. I want to see something here. Because it says it's, spirit points of 2. I guess it's in battle, though. I don't know if when you're out of battle... Is it something where, I don't know. Okay, it uses the MP. I don't know if it, because it doesn't have spirit points when you're outside. Alright, but there you go. That is the, ice power. It's quite powerful and use very little spirit, so yeah, I might want to use that. And I think we're good as far as that. With Ica, I'll do recovery. Actually, no, I'll use one of the items I got. But I also want to be careful as far as how the items are. But there's also, I think you can... Yeah, there's only 1 HP as far as eating the sky sardines. So in that case, we'll use this. And we hear that thing at the end of recovery. That means you recovered him for full health. Let's look as far as what I got. Oh yeah, those are the moonstones, so that's key items as far as how those are. So yeah, that's all we need to do. Yeah, I'm building up tons of stuff for that. Alright, so we have to get down there. Wait, where's it going again? Actually, I don't know, wait, no, oh right, I went out here. I went out here to get the item, right, which I already got. So in that case, I'm just go back out as far as... It's pretty straightforward, by the way, just going to that. Where you're supposed to go in the dungeons. So they're not... I mean, if there are sort of maze-like aspects to it, but it's not something where it's necessarily easy to get lost. Right, you have to go up there. You basically have to keep closing the doors and everything, and then... Or opening the other doors, and then drain the water down. Actually, wait a second, hold on. Okay, no, I'm going the right way. So yeah, that's also another way, because of the fact that they mark on the map the path you go as you go along, then you get a sense like, oh yeah, if I have like the I guess like the tan on the map there, it's like, oh yeah, I know where I'm going, but then as I'm drawing it along, it gives you a sense of saying, okay, where have I been? So it actually kind of works just as being able to kind of navigate your way. Yeah, but the dungeons aren't necessarily mazes. Oh, what's in here? Sakura's crystals. Okay, so I am gonna get some of those, so I'll have some recovery as we go along. Alright, but yeah, enjoying the nice atmosphere here. And that's the other thing this game does. I don't know if I emphasized that completely yet as we're gonna have another fight. Yeah, and hearing that disc grind lets you know it's there. On Gamecube, you don't, so it's like, it's a question like, yeah, am I gonna get into a fight now? On Dreamcast, they'll tell you. The atmosphere this game creates is wonderful. Alright, there's a lot of cases there. I do want... Alright, I was gonna do that. I was gonna recover his MP. Although, in all honesty, right now, it doesn't really... It's not really much of a factor. Now, let's try to see if I can't get rid of the looper. And in her case, I'm gonna... Let's go over the looper as well, just in case I miss. Yeah, there you go. There we go. And then, I might use the... you know what, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use the, Magic Droplet on myself, and I'm gonna use the Alpha Storm. To do the enemies kind of in line there, I'll use it right there. Okay, yeah, I think it's gonna hit all of them. Yeah, perfect. Well, almost all of them.
Here goes.
Right, there you go. Alright, that guy's saying, yeah, screw this, I'm out of here. And that one just signed his death warrant. By the way, if you're seeing the attack bar as far as like that wording from an enemy on screen for a long time and it doesn't go away, well, okay, just went away there. If you don't see it go away there, you can get a sense like, okay, you're pulling a counterattack out. Both from you hitting something or them hitting you.
That was easy.
Yeah, the Alpha Storm helped as far as that, no question. Okay. Okay, so yeah, she got the next one, Noxie. And we got a Moroka Shell. Awesome. Actually, I'm going to take a look at that since we had that nice drop. Alright, for what it does is a defense increase. Let me see. Who could use it? Alright, this slows her down by 2 points at the cost of 6 defense. I'm going to use that. I'll put that accessory on. Actually, that was a good drop. Alright, here we go. I think we're almost at this, so let me do a save. Actually, before I do that, let's take a look at my health. Alright, it's good enough. Okay, there we go. I think that's the big door we want to walk out of the way. The good thing we did, otherwise we would have been pushed off there and fallen to our deaths. And so just going out in the sky doesn't matter. If there's anything down there, it's like, yeah, they're going to get a deluge, I guess, but who knows? It did help us get it. There we go. Found it. Alright, look at the size of that thing. It's gonna be eventually have to just get it home. And also get it outside. Ah! What's up? The rocks are moving. What rocks? Oh, right. Okay, now I remember this boss. I don't remember what to do to him. Also, I think he doesn't attack, but it's also going to be a case of flashing the light warning, of course. But let's see. Now, that music is like, okay, yeah, we know there's a big boss. Alright, so let's see what we're going to do here. Alright, so here we're... No, wait, hold on. That's the Sentinel. Okay, as far as we're weak to. Got me. I don't know. We'll try a couple things. I think I'm gonna start with Vi just hitting them, and then I guess with the Ica, since I have more magic with her. I'll try a couple things. I'll try the Crystalli, see what that does.
Moons, give me strength.
Alright, that does a good amount of damage, actually. That might be the way to go. I target search. Oh, right. I remember he does a look at that, and then he does something devastating on the next attack. I think. So much so, I think I want to hunker down. Yeah, Blaster. Yeah, that's why. So he's packing heat. Yeah, just okay, right, there we go. That's how I knew. I was like, that's probably the most intense flashing light of the game so far. Okay, now I wanna... I have the thing in Cutlass Fury, I'm gonna use it. And then with her... Right, Crystalli's only one as far as the spirit, so I'm gonna use that as well. That seemed like it did tons of damage, and this does a lot of damages, especially early game. Well, honestly, not as... I don't know if it's as much as the Crystal case.
Moons, give me strength.
Yeah, I think that actually was a little more, so honestly, I think that's going to be the best option. Uh-oh. I think, though, I want to recover as far as this, so we're going to do that right now. I could run the magic, too. I've got items. Let's use them. Let's use this one, and then I'll use the Sacred Crystal. The Sacred Crystal recovers 1,000 HP as opposed to this one that's 500.
Let's try this.
Well, I'll get myself set for when he does that blaster.
Here goes.
Hopefully with me not defending, it's not going to hurt me too bad, but we'll see. Oh no, he'll just attack me. Alright, he just punched me in the face, and even that sound like the ding, it sounds almost like a bell ringing. Alright, let's see. Let's think about what to do to him. Okay, that worked really well with Ica. Let's try it with Vice. I think also... Let me use the magic droplet, because yeah, her MP is getting low.
Let's try this.
Moons.
And nothing else we'll also see like who's better as far as running the magic right now. I guess a little bit with Ica. Uh-oh. Yeah, I got smashed in the head. Okay, that hurts. Alright, we're getting close because we're halfway down. I'm not going to use my Cutlass Fury again. I don't think that's a good idea. I mean... You know, let's try that. I don't know if that's going to do much. That being said, I do want to recover him. Because he did take quite a hit from that smash to the head.
Give me strength.
Alright, so there's nothing else to be set for whatever he's going to do.
Moons, give me strength.
Alright, so yeah, I think the crystal's the better option. That and also is a lower SP cost. Yeah, I know. Oh, I'm full health as far as this, so I don't have to worry too much. But I have no MP on him, so in that case, I'm gonna sit back. I mean, I won't be one-shotted by him. This game's not that mean. As far as difficulty on this game, it can be difficult going on later and also early if you're not careful.
Give me strength.
But it's not going to be punishing. You have to basically just bring some common sense into it, and you should be fine just to start. Let's see how the blaster goes. Flashlight warning on this one especially. Oh, it just hit Vise. I mean, it didn't hurt him that bad. And also, you can't counter magic just to go into that as far as it. Alright, I'm gonna use the... Oh, neither of us have that, so actually I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run... Yeah, I'll just run magic droplets on both of us.
Try this.
In the next turn, we'll use the crystal thing. Although I honestly don't have a whole lot of cases where you can use it, because yeah, I'm like down to my last MP in each room. And it only recovers one every time you use a magic droplet. But so far, I think we're in good shape. I don't think it's going to be as bad as I maybe thought it was going to be. Yeah, let's go. I also don't know if he's susceptible to poison. You know what? Let's try that. Because that's what Noxie is. Let's try it. See what happens.
Moons, give me strength.
I mean, it hurt pretty decently. Oh, he's almost done, so we're getting close.
Give me strength.
And honestly, at this point, I think I can just run, like, attacks and Cutlass Fury. Uh-oh. Well, we'll see how this goes. I mean, I'll live, but let's see how bad the damage is. Oh, God! Okay, yeah, it is bad. But we got him. We're gonna win. Just go all out and we got him. You know what? Okay, I don't have enough for that. That's fine, just get him. Yeah, I might get counterattacked by that late. Okay, it hurt bad, but alright. Come on. Yeah, I think we got him. Okay, yeah, we just got him. Although, yeah, the music changed. I heard that saying, like, wait, our health is getting low, but alright, we got him. But not too bad. But we weren't in death state, so I'm not saying, like, oh god, that was close. Fantastic. And we're getting a lot of gold off of that. Okay, we're definitely going to shop and go home. I've got a Moonberry. And I also want to take a look at my Moonberry situation, because I've gotten a couple of those. Alright, yeah, I won't be getting up again. But what was it? An Ancient Guardian. Yeah, a little bit. You think of like the Guardian thingies from Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom almost 2 decades before those games. Or, yeah, definitely more than 2 decades in the cases of Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, but it's big. Yeah, we're going all the trouble for that one, and we don't have to worry about fuel for quite a while with this baby. Yeah, but yeah, she definitely loves the treasure hunting, that's for sure. Awesome. I do love that pose they do. Actually, not dissimilar to like the secret handshake and everything that we had as far as Tom and Ryo and Shenmue. Yeah, we got a raw moonstone, so we can definitely harvest this thing. Alright, thankfully we don't have to go all the way back out, number one, and we also don't have to fly back home. Yeah, but Flagman, you're gonna keep your eye out as far as that rights. But yeah, it's a long day. It's been a nice day, though. Not too windy. Alright, there's the bell. Sorry, gotta start working. Right, I'm doing my exercises for the day. Huh? Oh, shit. The Valiant Empire's coming. Yeah, everybody your places. Oh yeah, I forgot they come to you this quickly. Oh, this also explains what we saw when we played Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transform. Because remember, when we were at this level, as far as in that game, we weren't showing First Underground, as far as Dino's standard operating procedure on this. Why was the place getting shot up? This is the reason why. Damn, never thought they'd find us. Yeah, that's the other weird thing. Yeah, they don't tag the language for this, as far as the ESRB rating, which is strange. Yeah. Galcian's flagship. Oh, wait, you know who this is then, huh? And, Lord Galcian and Ramirez. Okay, seem organized for a small village under siege, huh? Now the leader is, maybe he's very capable, and maybe Alfonso was in over his head on this one. Alright, so they're still after Fina. Guys, the air pirates, you need to interrogate them and return to Valia and make sure to destroy their ship. They resist. They're not gonna resist, I promise, but if they do, burn the place and kill them all, and then let their bodies rot out in the sun and leave our flags as an example. Oh my god. Alright, we don't know that. It's alright, we don't have to go out of the dungeon again, but we do need to recover ourselves. Yeah, because we don't have much recovery going on after the battle. Yeah, I'm gonna use all my items as far as... Okay, I only have one magic droplet, so honestly... yeah, let's use these. That's fine. We'll figure the MP case later. I mean, after run attacks and super moves, you can do that. Although, actually, we'll need to see one other thing, which is... What comes with my super moves? I got 3 of those. Maybe I do want to run the defense stuff and get them new moves on this one, perhaps. I have 3. You know, let's do it. So get him Counter Strike. I need 2 to get a Lightning Rain thing for him. But in that case, I think I'm also going to put this down on her. Oh, he's got Delta Shield. And I don't have enough for what she needs next. And I also now don't have enough for what he needs next. But in that case, I'm saying, yeah, screw it. I think I want to get those sets. I was thinking, like, maybe waiting. But if you know what you're doing in this game, you can get many of those Moonberries to get that set. But it is a little bit of a question, like, what do you want to do when you get there? Okay. Alright, they don't know what's going on, but we're gonna have to see, so let's take the ship back. Okay, that's where that is. There's a ship. We're going back home. We're going south. Since we as the player know what's going on, I'm not gonna wait. Or we might see from there. Oh, we'll have a battle and then we'll see from there. And also have that attention to detail. When you're not running on a different ship, you will have the case of that ship actually being in place when you're doing a fight. Alright, Looper is doing defending. Ah. And he's running away, probably. Or, I don't know, just keep hitting him. See if we can hit him. Damn. Oh no, but they also have magic as well, so they're gonna burn us. Ow. And thankfully, even though this is a wooden ship, it's not a case where he's gonna burn the thing down. Magic question mark? I don't remember what this is. Well, whatever it is, it didn't work.
Here
Okay, there we go. Finally I hit him. Yeah, his evade rate is really high, I think.
That was easy.
Yeah, a little annoying, though. Alright, as far as what's next... Yeah, I only have the 3 affinities, so I gotta go around with those. Let's talk to you. So on Moonstone hit the Shrine Island, which we went to, yeah. So as good as gone. It is now because we got it. You have to crazy to go after it because Shrine Island's haunted. Not really. We made it out fine. It's Pirate Island I'm worried about now. Because I look here, it's like, what happens? Also, yeah, our ladder up there was destroyed. Alright, what's going on, guys? Also see one other thing. Can I rest in my bed? No, it's bad. Well, it was damaged by the attack. Well, my bed. Actually, no, I gotta go upstairs from my bed, or up the ladder from my bed. Since I'm home, I may as well take advantage of that. She said, hey, you can sleep in your bed for recovery. I think I want to do that, if I can do it. Please let me do it. I don't think it'll actually not even try to waste my time lying down here in bed. Alright, so they're not gonna let me do that. Okay. Alright, so we have to go down and see what's happening. I mean, I'll save because I'm here. And then we'll go down into the headquarters. Yeah, because now it looks so desolate now that the place was shot up by the Valiant Empire. Also, there's a chest up there I didn't get, so I probably should get that before I leave. What happened? Thank God you're here. The Armada, they attacked the islands. They just came out of nowhere and attacked us without warning. Took all the men back to Valia and destroyed the Albatross. Oh, shit. Our ship is gone. Now look how upset Wind is. Our house, whole village is destroyed. I don't know what to do. Don't worry, we're gonna take care of this. They said they took the men back. Your mother's really worried about you. Where is she? She's in the office. Go and see her now and let her know you're okay. You got it. Alright, what happened? Tell us. The Imperial Armada came out of nowhere and attacked. Where'd Dad go? Where's everybody else? Your father said if we fight too many lives will be lost, so he surrendered. Captain and the others are taken? Yeah, they were. Went to Valia. Damn. Where's Fina? They got her too. Also, yeah, Valia does not look highly on piracy and they'll kill him, so they're probably going to kill Fina as well. What are we doing? We're going to save everybody. What do you think? Yeah, let's save our families and Fina, and we will. That should be a no-brainer, although I guess you can be a case it's not like, no, there's nothing we can do. Like, oh, you kidding me? We're gonna kick their asses. Not gonna be easy, but it's not gonna be possible, I promise. We'll get them back somehow. But how? So as Valiant's what happens when we mess with the Blue Robes. But in the shape you're in, yeah, don't rush after them. We need a plan. We also need to sleep. Remember, don't act quickly and rush. Yeah, see, yeah, as far as my husband's perspective, acting quickly and rushing in are two different things. Alright. You want to let things end that way, so don't worry. Now let's rest up and then tomorrow we leave. But what do we have as far as a ship? If they destroyed the Albatross, we're gonna have to figure something out. But yeah, now the plot's thickening as we're seeing the Serpents. As far as the Galatian's ship. And they did get Fina. Oh, Galcian, I should say. Alright, well, as for me again, I can't imagine how much trouble the Armada went to find you. Yeah, how do you know who I am? I was watching the show. But alright, he's the Supreme Commander of the Armada. My direct orders from Her Highness Empress Theodora to find you and bring you back. Okay? This is Silver Civilization. Your information is useful to us. Silver Civilization, huh? I didn't expect you to help us without proper motivation. But I believe we have the same goals, so wouldn't it be best to help each other? Reach Valia in half a day. Get the conference of the brig until then. Alright. I don't know if we see Theodora until another time, but in case we don't, I'll mention her voice actress now. It's Faye Lumley, who the only other credit she has is she played a homeless woman in the 1999 direct-to-video film Bone Shakers. I don't know if we're going to see her as far as it, but I may as well just have that going, but I'll tell you what we're going to do. Since we did rest, we should be fully recovered now. Yeah, we are. I am going to go down to the shop. I'm going to get the new items. I'm going to go get I'm going to go get the chest that's behind here. Oh, crap. It's jammed shut. Alright, so I can't go get it. I should have gotten it when I got the chance, but either way. I'm going to go down to the item shop. I'm going to get some stuff, because I think we need to go. And we got some money from that haul. So we should be set. And also, we'll see what's going on down here with everybody else. You're going to try and break into Valley and rescue the others. You're damn right I am. Your mother's doing everything she can to keep calm, but she definitely doesn't know what to do in her heart, really. Come out safely. You got it. We got this. We're going to make it happen. And even already, just on only a couple of hours in, at this point, yeah, you do feel motivated. Say, okay, we're going to do this. We're going to save our family and also save our friends. There's one place we didn't go. We didn't go into the... oh! Ben was not taken. I don't know how you avoided that case. You know, pray everyone's alright. I don't know why they didn't take him. Maybe he hid or something. But, alright, there you go. That's one place we didn't see earlier. Alright, I'm gonna go down to the weapon shop. We definitely need weapons as far as this, and we also need items. I gotta figure something better for MP recovery than magical droplets. Because they're not bad. They're pretty good as far as what they are, but... I need something a little more oomph if I can find it. And honestly, I don't remember if I can find it. Alright, let's talk. Captain Dino, yo, the weapon's locked up. Can I buy something, please? Why does the other pirates don't raid my stock? Oh, I see. What do you have to say? Can you tell Valia buy some powerful weapons, please? Yeah, you're damn right. Let's go. What do you got? I got enough money. I can afford this. Alright, so we're gonna buy the pirate cutlass. And you also do the equipment right there as far as how that is, and you can also check what you want to put onto it. I'll keep that the same. I'll buy the leather crescent as far as Ica. Get one of those. I'll keep that on green. And I'll get all of the armor as well. Get the light robe. Actually, wait a second. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get 2 Valiant uniforms if I'm going to be sneaking in there. Not that it makes a difference as far as this, as far as it showing on the characters, but I may as well say, like, let's look the part. And let's see here. I got a Moroga shell. I think I want to keep that as it is. Also, you can sell the stuff that you don't use anymore, so in that case, the cutlass and the boomerang can go away. Because we got better stuff. Yeah, traditional RPG logic, when you get to a new case, and also we'll get... do I wanna... No, you know what? I'm gonna do the thing Crusader 64 didn't do with the weapons. I'm not gonna get rid of these things, because it was given to me by my father, and this was the favorite pair of shorts of Ica's by her mother. We're not selling that. Alright. Alright, so we're set there, but let's go and grab items from Aaron. These items make them regret anything you've done to us. Alright, what do you got? Don't worry about the injured. I've got plenty of sacred crystals in stock to take care of them. Okay, fantastic. But I think you gotta buy some as well. What do you got? Okay, she does have a lot. Let's grab, I'm gonna grab tons of these things. I'm gonna grab... 20. Magical droplets. I need a lot of those. I'm also gonna get some of these. And magic droplets, I'm gonna get a bunch of these too. Let's get other 15 of those. There we go. I don't have anything really to sell. I'll hold on those sardines. I think I can use them for something later. Okay. Well, pirates never come home, we'll be out of business. It's like, okay, she knows though, like, hey, you're gonna save everybody for the actual reason that we want to save everybody. To save them. But yeah, don't worry, we'll be fine. We'll get them back. Okay, so I do want to go this way though. But as far as our way out, that's gonna be the question. What do we have? I mean, we have the, I guess, the skipper that we went past, as far as we used to go get the moon crystal. As far as everything else, don't know. You know, let's go to the tavern. Maybe they have some information to share. Or the place is empty. Why the Valiants take the liquor? Oh. Alright, so yeah, apparently they don't drink. That's good. We have something to celebrate when we bring everybody home. Oh no, I want to go this way. Yeah, again, it's kind of sometimes hard for me to see on the video, although in that case, I can just look at the window. It's usually like an OBS's window saying, oh yeah, I can see this a little better than I can on the TV, but either way. It's enough I can see. It's not like, oh yeah, I'm completely blinded. Right, there we go. Okay, so, Matthew, what's up? I can't sleep. Alright. Where are we going? I guess we gotta go, topside? Or no, let's talk to our mother. She might have an idea of a ship we can use. I also do love this kind of, I guess, melancholy planning music going on here as far as underneath here. Okay. Alright, so we're set as far as our weapons, we're set as far as our armor, we're set as far as our items. We just need our way out, but yeah, we could be sitting duck if we're not careful. Alright, I guess we gotta go... I guess we'll just go up to where we left. I mean, we did have the ship, so I think we're just gonna use that. I think it's up there. Yeah, there we go. That is our way out, so let's go. As far as where we're going, I don't know, but we might be able to get some help on that. And what's the way to go if everything's been blown out? So yeah, in that case, yeah, we can't go up. We can't go over the bridge that way. It broke. We can go over here. Perfect. All right, the kids are up here. All right, kids, don't worry. Promise me this. Come back safely. I'm gonna promise her. When am I ever let you down? Never. You've always come home. I just promise we're waiting for you. My pal, go away for a little while. I have to go away, but be a good boy for everybody, okay? Alright, there you go. I guess sort of another great dog of gaming. There you go. I'll fix everything, alright? Don't worry about anything. We're not babies anymore. Alright, so yeah, the idea of him having his rite of passage. Take care of everything when you're gone. My injury? You were hurt? I didn't know you were hurt. But what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Okay. Fantastic. Actually, let's take a look since we did get a case of that with this. Yeah, Vi's the Blue Rogue. I was gonna say, did we get a promotion yet as far as our reputation, but not yet. Yeah, let's bring him back. This would be the idea. Good luck, Vi's Nika. Yeah, we'll come back with everyone else, we promise. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, it's on a landmass north from here. I've set the course that way. Dahlia, here we come. Alright, so yeah, here we go. Let's just go north. There's the merchant, but is it? Just keep going straight. We'll be fine. Probably a little past Shrine Island. We're probably gonna run some enemies as we go, but we'll also get some nice time with our new weapons and armor. There's a landmass, there's a ship. Okay. As far as where we're gonna go, is that we'll go as far as we go in like the 5 hours as we normally do. There's nothing else. This is, I think, a good case as far as just getting ourselves set with the first look at this game. And yeah, the looper said, fuck this, I'm gone.
That's fun.
I mean, it worked for both of us. So yeah, I guess we didn't want to fight. We want to go and save our friends and family. And also, by the way, when they run... Actually, I don't think I got anything off that. Or maybe I did. Okay. There's a merchant ship. What's up? I just ride around when the ship started shaking. Oh, you saw him. Okay. Alright, so we're by the land, but they said landmass north, but yeah, there's nothing over here, so we gotta keep going. Basically follow the path. That's the thing I recommend to start. Alright, there are the Marocas. Yeah, I remember when those were a threat a couple hours ago. Yeah, just hit him and he's dead. Oh, there you go. Yeah, they're not so bad now. We've got them figured.
That's fun.
Mm-hmm. Alright, down there. That's where we gotta go. But the visibility is horrible and it's too thick. I can't see. There's never any fog in this region. Why are we seeing it now? We have to go. We're too close to that island. What island? That one? Uh-oh. And actually, this is the music we heard when it came to Vize's All-Star move from Sonic and Ultra Racing Transformed. Oh no, what's up? That's not an island, it's alive. It's like the air whale or something. Or an arc whale, okay. Never seen one that big before. We got too close, so we'll get killed, but we have to get to Valia. What are we doing? I think we gotta stay alive for this retreat. Yeah, we gotta retreat on this one. We don't stand a chance against that thing with this ship. We're in a hurry, I know, but if it capsizes us, we're done, and they're gonna be killed. Alright, I can't argue with that logic. But unfortunately, it saw us already. Oh no. And also, yeah, the jump pack is going off like crazy just to give a sense of this. It just will not stop rumbling until I hit the A button, so there you go. But fair enough, because we're in like the perspective of it sucking us in. Like, it's like Monster in Kingdom Hearts or something like that. Yeah, the ship's breaking up. Yeah, that's what I told you. If you have this game or you want to get this game, get a jump pack for this console. I'll definitely tell you right now. Get up. Ugh, who said that? You sleep all day? Get up. Ugh. What's going on? My head. And Ika, you okay? Finally decided to get up, huh? Who are you? Man with an artificial arm. Because you, Rachnam got away. Who? Oh, right. That's the name of the arc whale that blew our ship, of course. Thought we were done. We rescued us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Don't start with me. Why? Jesus Christ! Yeah, you get punched and you do feel that with the rumble. Ugh. Why I keep getting hurt today? Seriously. And what the hell are you doing, you rusty old man? What do you mean you didn't do anything? I've been chasing after the Arc Whale for years. The close to finally capturing him because of you kids, he got away. Sorry. Definitely the Captain Ahab case as far as Herman Melville's novel Moby Dick, I guess, right? I'm sorry that you didn't catch him. But we almost were killed by that thing. I briefly shipped my sails, and thank God my ship's still airborne. You're lucky that I was here to grab you. Working all morning tossing was left of your damn ship overboard, and now I'm stuck with both of yous. Alright, so yeah, we're screwed. Yeah, this is a patch ship, by the way. Everyone board needs to pull their own weight, okay? Don't like it tough, jump off. Yeah, we're quite a mess, huh? Also, we didn't get the answer, like, who is this? But we'll find out soon enough. Now go down the hall and bring down 2 supply boxes, okay?
Aye, aye.
You got it. But we're on our way to Valia and we're attacked. Where are you going? Now your damn business to get moving. Alright. Okay, let's do it. And bring them up. Okay, so yeah. He's running an even tighter ship than our father. Supply boxes, where are they? Yeah, he's talking about these things. Alright, that's the one. What the hell is in this thing? It's so heavy. Yeah, and unlike Shenmue, we don't have a nice forklift to carry. It's not Shenmue 2 yet where we have somebody else to help. Or, wait, where's Aika? Why does she help us? Alright, here you go. Here's one of them. That's one. You look like you got a little more than lubber on your bones. What's your name? Vise in the Blue Rogue. I used to do this grunt work on my ship. You're an air pirate then, huh? What are you doing out here? Yeah, he doesn't want to tell. Smart idea. We don't know who he is. He could stab us in the back. We need to get to Valia. Please take us there. Why? Alright, we're gonna have to tell him. And that's why we have to get there. We need to save our friends and family. Time to pick a fight with the Armada, huh? You're out of your damn mind. And no time to babysit you and your friend. I need to find Rocknum again. Try somewhere else. Alright, we know you can't force you to bring us. So Vice is, I guess, trying the perspective, saying, alright, we understand it. But also, why you want Rocknum anyway? No need to tell you, and one supply box left to go down and get it. I spill my gut, so he keeps quiet, and I have to do more work. What's with this guy? Yeah, we'll find out, don't worry. Alright, one more box, here it is. Oh boy. Good thing Vise is, I guess, young, because otherwise, yeah, his back's gonna go out doing that. But I like the animations when he kind of lays it down, and even the idea, like, when he gets up, he's kind of like doing the lean back as far as that. Alright, done. You said you needed the 2, right? Next chore, take the helm. You want me to fly your ship, huh? Yeah, want to see how well you can sail. If you can't, you'll be loading boxes the rest of the trip. Fantastic. Alright, so yeah, we're not going to complain about that. Alright. Pretty old, but Gage is in pretty great shape. Yeah, he knows a good ship when he sees it. But yeah, the wheel has a nice spin. It's so light, responsive. Probably has a nice turning radius, don't you think? Yeah, someone hardly ever been in the helm of a ship this size, so you know exactly what's going on. Yeah, I spent a lot of time on the bridge of my ship, the Albatross, so I definitely picked up a lot. Alright, let's see if we can sail. We're in Sailor's Islands, 40 leagues northeast. Alright, what's the name of the ship, and also what's your name, by the way? The ship is called the Little Jack, and I'm Drachma. Alright, so this is Drachma. Let's talk about him briefly, because he does have a case of voice acting. He is voiced by Joseph Hughes. As far as I could tell, he's the only performance out of him. I keep running into that when it comes to this game, but he is this crusty old guy who has the mechanical arm. Stop fooling around now. The sun's gonna set soon. We gotta get to that island. Little Jack, full speed ahead. Let's go. I guess smart idea of saying, like, hey, you know, if I'm gonna fly the ship, I need to know what it is. And also, he's a new party member, by the way. And you can use the Blue Moonstone. So, alright, there you go. We also have a new affinity for battles. Also, since we do have a new member of our party, well, first off, we have a ship now. So I think we can show the battles going on. We will have ship battles going on. And you have equipment going on to ship as well. And the HP will go into effect when we get into a ship battle. But when you're flying around and you run into like enemies on the field, it's not going to be a problem. But with Drachma, his case, he's leveled higher, number one. He has the artificial arm and the black eye patch. For our super moves, he doesn't have much, but I'm going to... And he only has like 3 available, but I'm going to give him one of these. Since I have a Moonberry, so let's have this. You get the tackle. It takes a lot of SP to use, but it can hurt quite a bit. Alright, we'll see how he goes on battle. But first, he said northeast, we have to go to Sailor's Island. Yeah, fly the Little Jack right here. In fact, Sailor's Island's right here, so yeah, it's pretty close. Let me tell you, I adore the music in this place. And actually, going back to the Studio Ghibli thing again, I keep coming back to that as far as this. This is around the time, I'll tell you this, that I saw Kiki's Delivery Service from Hayao Miyazaki, as far as how it was. It was like yeah, I played this game, I think, like 6 months after I saw that for the first time. I mentioned on record how much I love that movie. And also, I showed off Mika and the Witch's Mountain, which I did get the physical version pre-ordered from Limited Run Games for PS5, so that'll be on the table. And there's another game that's coming out, I don't remember the name off the top of my head. It seems like it's kind of going that direction. But even the music, it does have that sound of like this kind of, you know, ancient European town, kind of the way that movie does, so I love it. But also, this just sounds terrific as far as how it is for Sailor's Islands. This is gonna be a nice place. After restock my supplies, I'm leaving. You need to stay here. Like, wait a second. We don't have a ship, and you're gonna strand us here? Yeah, to find Rotterdam in the meantime, I had to find a cannon that's powerful enough to kill him. No time to waste with you. Solve your own problems. Alright, so we gotta be careful here. Maybe we can get him to change his mind. Let's go talk around in town. Because yeah, our father mentioned... Okay, he already left our party, so yeah, we only had him for like a brief period. Alright, so they're talking secrets from the merchant. The enterprise was expanding at an astonishing pace. Guess you know Lord Galcian? Oh, Nasser merchant, huh? A merchant of the country of Nasser, land east of here. This is mid-ocean by where we are, and you sail north to reach Valley. Oh, north, huh? It's halfway between the two places, and it's a good place for exchange of information with travelers. Talk people around. Okay. Actually, our father mentioned something about that. Also, there's an item over here. Repair kits. That's gonna go. That's basically your health revival for ship battles. There's the map. Who are you? This is Lawrence. No use for you if you don't have any money. I didn't say I didn't have money. Alright, I guess I don't have money. Let's go in here. Okay, who are you? Alright, this is the Guildmaster, so remember when we found that discovery, we can come here and get some money for it. Many discoveries will pay handsomely for the information. We also help you as far as finding other ones. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, I can buy information, but also fine. I found the pirate's grave. You want to have this? You found what? Where'd you find it? You also buy information. Basically what happens then is it gives you a sense like, oh yeah, I found this. And then you get the ancient guidepost. You buy information, it gives you a little bit of a hint about where you go. In this case, he says, small island north of Saro's Island, mid-ocean, you can't miss it. So it does give you a hint about where they are. Oh, no, I don't want to do more discovery information. I have everything I got. Alright, people found ancient artifacts where animals and plants or strange land formations around. When you travel in the skies, check it out. Okay. Alright, so they do tell you the aspect of discoveries as well to remind you what's going on. Alright, you'll find a branch off of Sales Guild in any port of any size. Alright. We'll come back later. Now, what's up? What, is this like the job boards or something? Okay, for sale, cannon, almost near, navigator wanted, experience a plus. Huh. Okay. About shipbuilding, basic navigation, how to read the winds and weather. Yeah, so also the idea of sailing in games, which honestly, I can think about it, there's not a whole lot of games that really require you to do that. I mean, there is The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker for the Gamecube, that came out a couple years after this game did, which kind of goes to smash with this, as well as also civilian storages here. We're not taking it from them. And actually, the only other case I can think of really at the top of my head for sailing in gaming, actually, are the games based on the TV series The Deadliest Catch. They made a couple of those, actually. I think 360 got one of those. So out of that, I'm not completely sure as far as stuff like that. So it's kind of unique as far as what this game is doing with that element, too. Like, what do you got here? Not much. I already stocked up before I left. But what do you know about town? They knew where to sell every once in a while, so check back here and we'll have new stuff on the way. There's new trade routes you're opening, you'll never know what things we have here. Okay, so yeah, I mentioned earlier that you have cases where some of the shops would be cases where you just have to go to the next town. Now I remember, this town does get new things as the game goes along. It just took me seeing that to jog the memory. Look at the clean water this place has. Alright. Alright, hi, who are you? You're the ship parts merchants? Specialize in big guns. But I just ran out of stock, so I'm waiting for another shipment. Stay and talk. Alright, what do you got? What's that information you have? I heard it's for sale on the way back to Valia, saying that ship part merchant there has a cannon called the Harpoon Cannon. Some sort of giant spear-like weapon they mount on the front of your ship, and it's connected by a rope. From what I understand, because of the rope attached, you reel it in and pull back your ship to save money and ammo. That's a real punch, and you probably take it against small ships and definitely larger ships. Huh. Alright. Say harpoon, huh? We have that air wheel. Maybe that's something we could use, huh? Maybe we can use this to convince Dragma to take us to Valia. Yeah, there you go. You do have to go there and talk to him to get a sense of that. We're gonna take a look as far as town as it is, because yeah, it is nice to see as far as what's going on. Yeah, you're on the ground. What's up? So he's solid ground. Okay, so he's nervous as far as, you know, going around. So I'm appreciating being able to roll down on the ground. All right. Alright, what do you got? I just bought stuff where I was at home, but I don't know, do you have anything else? And also, what's going on? Most weapons made of moonstones, huh? So you get a new color, you can change the properties. Okay, awesome. Alright, Sky Cutlass, I can't afford it. And then the hook hand, that would be for Dragma, but I don't have a set of that as well. Sailor uniform, mystic dress, so I could get stuff going on, but I don't have enough money. Carl living. Thank you. Alright, who are you? I'm Pinta, travels the skies looking for all sorts of equipment. Okay, there is something very specific with him we're going to talk about, and it is exclusive in this version. It is not in the GameCube version. I live my life searching for exotic and rare items. My dreams collect all the ones in the world that I can. Yeah, talk about big dreams. I want to sail around the world. I understand how you feel, and I think we have big goals and might get along fine. How about this? Why don't we exchange geographical data you can get? Some of the items I'll collect. Alright, fantastic. They work great together. Whenever you go to searching for items, here we go. Your status screen, you select a VMU minigame. Yeah, PentaQuest is a VMU minigame that is exclusive to this version. It's not in the Gamecube version. It is worth pointing out you do have to have the VMU's battery set in order to use this. Also, you have to have 83 blocks on top of the 27 for this game in order to be able to run PentaQuest. Actually, full disclosure, I've never run this minigame because by the time this game came out, all the batteries in my VMUs died, and I didn't figure to get a new one. And you don't have to for the purpose of saving game. You just plug it into your controller and save game, and it'll hold me. I have saves on this thing going back over 25 years. But if you're going to be doing anything with those mini games, whether it's something like this, whether it's Chow Adventure and Chow Adventure 2 for the Sonic Adventure games, or other games that have stuff for this, you do need to have the battery in that. You have to have the space for the purpose of running it. And this is only in the Dreamcast version. The GameCube version does not have this. But based on more of the world he explored, he basically is able to look around as far as how it is. If you use the same command, you make me come home and give all the items that I find. Yeah, as far as how that's gonna go for the show, and they do give you this option on the menu as soon as you talk to him as far as, let me briefly show that. Saving VMU application file dispatching ship. I don't have enough space. Did not have free memory on this, so you can't save it. Okay. As far as showing it on the program, I actually would need to get another VMU because even though I have 5 on this console, I actually am running out of space as far as even the games I have, because I have a lot of games on this console as is. So I'd have to get another one, and I also would have to make sure that I get the Sega one because you do need the screen. Because there are VMU alternatives for third parties that don't have screen to them. There's also the 4X memory card from Sega, which is a VMU that's 4 in 1, but it also doesn't have a screen. It's just for the purpose of saving. So in that case, I'd have to get more VMUs. And I have a couple games I mentioned when I mentioned last summer. Was it too many games? I picked up some stuff for the Dreamcast over there, particularly Fur Fighters and Miss Pac-Man, Maze Madness, and Centipede. I don't have space actually for those games, so all I played them. It's a case like where are my saves gonna go? So I had to kind of figure like where am I going on that one as we're gonna go down this way. I'm gonna look for some chests, or some chests that it's okay to open. Let's put it that way. So we could do PentaQuest a little bit, although as far as streaming that for the show, so it's a case that you have to take the VMU out of the controller and then use it on hand. I guess I'd have to set a tripod up or something and then show footage of myself using it. And then I guess from there, stitch that in for an edit. Or I guess alternatively what I could do is I could also use the webcam as far as it, because you probably noticed it's been a while since we did a webcam case on the show, and as I said, I will do it sometimes based on the game. For Shaner 64 and I, we did it for Man of Medan and the remake of Until Dawn. Dolly Finn and I did it when we did Mr. Driller, where there's a reason where to do it. So it could be a reason to do it that way, and then we have like something up on the game here on the screen for it, and then we have like the camera over there. As far as going to that idea with that, I mean, that's a possibility. It's always something I'd kind of be curious to see. I guess, yes, Dolphin, you're saying you would like to see that idea. Is that the thought? Feel free to go into that as far as it. Oh, we did. Oh, you mean when we did Mr. Driller? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, good point. And we ran on the Dreamcast, actually. Not least of which because of the fact that we had all the accessories that ran around that game. As far as that. And I could figure something of that. Yeah, I mean... The other thing I do want to check at some point is, because it's been so long since I've done a replace on battery, I don't think it does anything with getting rid of saves, at least I don't think it does. But it's also something that I want to check that. Make sure, like, hey, don't lose anything. And also, from what I understand, from what I remember, the batteries go dead really quick on these things as far as the VMUs. I did use it growing up when I played Sonic Adventure, using it for Chow Adventure. It was a case of eventually like, oh, it didn't boot up. In fact, I think when you... Actually, they tell you the battery's dead and actually open every single Dreamcast show we do when we start it new, where you hear that beep through going, the beep. That actually is the indication that, hey, the battery's dead and you're only going to be using that for the purpose of saving. So that's something I can look into, and then we have an idea that as we're also seeing Anne. This is Polly's place, by the way. So specialties here are steam-baked marocas and ocean-style meat pies. And my Mistral Loca. So yeah, there you go, my mystery liquor, I guess. Yeah, I'm the daughter of the owner here, Anne. Hope to see you around. My pleasure. Alright, so yeah, in this case, it's not like Shenmue where you have to search around for sailors and they want to kick our asses. In this one, they just are sitting here having a nice drink. This guy likes a good meal and likes to spend all his money on it. Hard to tell whether he eats to sail or sails to eat. I don't know. Yeah, well, look at him giving me the eye. But yeah, what about you? He's like, yeah, he seems like he's drinking more than he's eating. I'm trying to talk to the other guy. There we go. Every time I come back here, my first stop is here because their cooking is so good. Alright. And yes, I guess then as far as Dolly, what you're saying, like, you'd like to see us, like, figure the VMU thing out, as far as, like, the VMU minigames. Actually, I also want to think about this. We can, absolutely. I'm just trying to think also of other games I have on this console that have a function like this. Because there's the Sonic Adventure, the Sonic Adventure 2, and also with Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, you can also use that for the purpose of the Chow Garden. Basically saying that, though you can do the Chow Garden without it, it's something where you can actually go in there and get new items and things running it that way. In Sonic Adventure 2's case, it's definitely more robust than the first. Not that it wasn't robust in the first, but there's that. I don't remember if Phantasy Star Online had something for that. I don't think it did. Actually, Namco Museum on Dreamcast says, let me pull that out. That, and actually, there's another game I want to look at on the shelf here. That. Oh, right, no, what's this? Okay, hang on, let's see. That, I thought this was. Looking on the list, sort of what I got on this console. I don't know if this had it. Let's take a look. Alright, so I pulled 4 Dreamcast games off my shelf. One I know has it. This is Namco Museum. We showed this off when we did the Dreamcast Racing Showcase 3 years ago. Yeah, approaching 4. I bought this specifically for the reason of showing off pole position within that, which we did. Within that, though, I'm looking at the manual. Right, there's a mini game that goes to this called Pack It. Basically, it's pretty much like a Pac-Man-like game that you save to the VMU. What's it say as far as like spacing for this? Okay, it's not all the games on the Dreamcast say on the back of the box how many blocks it takes. And actually, I noticed a lot of third-party games don't say that, but the manual usually does. I'm looking at the manual on Namco Museum because that's one thing which is exclusive to this version as far as that Dreamcast release. So that's a possibility. There's Pinta Quest in this. There's the Chow Adventure games and both the Sonic Adventure games, and we have not played Sonic Adventure 2 yet. And this year is the 25th anniversary, as I realized. A couple days ago, as was. I don't think... I pulled off Choo Choo Rocket. I've not shown this one yet. This is from Sonic Team. It's a puzzle game where you have to guide mice into a rocket ship by putting arrows down on the ground and avoid getting them eaten by the cats. That's a pretty interesting one. The Kapu Kapus are the name of the cats. The mice, the Choo Choos. Those are put on the Game Boy Advance. As far as... Yeah, this did not have a VMU minigame. This had... this is the first... Actually, Choo Choo Rockets, we're pointing out. The first game of the Dreamcast that had online multiplayer to itself. And they shipped it only $30 when it came out, so it was actually a budget game as far as how it was, but it has tons and tons and tons of content. And an amazing multiplayer as far as whether you're playing online or playing locally. It's a cool one. I definitely want to show Choo Choo Rocket at some point. Namco Museum. I'm trying to remember Power Stone 2, which is... as far as the rarest games I have on this console... It's the game you're looking at here with Skies of Arcadia. It's Sonic Adventure 2. You'd be surprised how expensive that is. even though it sold quite well for being a late era game on the system, it was like almost, I think it was like 500,000, which for the Dreamcast, as far as how it did, that actually pretty impressive. And then Power Stone 2, that's the other one, from Capcom. It's a Capcom game on the Dreamcast. Here's a rule of thumb to anybody out there who's thinking about doing Dreamcast collection. The Capcom games are going to all cost you money. Depends to what degree it is as far as which one. Which the most expensive ones I know of are Project Justice, which was the last... that was the last game that Capcom made on the console, as far as I remember. It's either that or Giga Wing 2, which is another one that costs money. There is Techromancer, though those are like $400, and Cannon Spike. Cannon Spike's another one where that is a fortune. It's actually a top-down, like, dual-stick shooter, but it's on a console that doesn't have dual sticks to it. So you have to use the analog stick and then use the buttons for that. As far as Power Stone 2, I don't know if... Alright, there's VMU items. I just want to look back at what that is. Oh, right, because, right, that's what it is. Yeah, that's the case where you actually do trading between VMUs. Because the thing about the VMUs, I don't know if I've indicated this. I'll have a picture when I edit showing this. They actually are cases where they connect to the controller, but they also connect to each other. So you connect two VMUs to each other and trade data across them. And I think that's how Power Stone 2 ran it, as far as it. It's also one thing that is not in the Capcom Fighting Collection 2 that came out a couple years ago, where they ported actually a lot of those rare Dreamcast Capcom games, although they were porting their arcade versions, which was both Power Stones, Project Justice, and what was the other one? It was one Crusader 64 really was excited to see. What's the name of it? It's not Techromancer. It wasn't... Well, the Marvel vs. Capcom games had already been ported. I think Psychic Force, but it's like, no, that's the Taito game. Wait, I have that collection. I want to find out. It's Plasma Sword. That's it. Plasma Sword. There we go. That was the one. I was like, yeah, I never heard of that one, or I hadn't played that. That was the one. Okay, Plasma Sword. All right. Okay, so there you go as far as that. So yeah, we can definitely look as far as that. Like, hey, it's the case of celebrating the Dreamcast, but also as far as this game. Because yeah, they do a lot as far as the Pinta Quest with this one. Alright, this is a female sailor. Yeah, you go. Keep your eyes and ears open, alright? Alright, but one thing I do want to say is like, hi, you're Polly, right? Yeah, you're new around here. I don't recognize you. But make yourself at home here. No problem. But Drachma, we have a bit of a proposition for you. Yeah, this will get us to Valia right away. He's like, hey, you know, you said you wanted to kill the white whale, or the pink whale, as it is. We found something that might be of help. But stop calling me that. You're not sailing me anymore, and I'm not longer your captain. Really? That's too bad. Because there's a cannon that might be able to take out Rockman, but since you're not sailing with us, yeah, who cares anymore? But wait a minute. I'm just gonna come out and say it. His harpoon cannon, most powerful cannon. You go and get one for yourself, and if you do, can we go with you? Actually, I probably should have beaten around the bush, I guess, on this one. Probably some trick to take you there. Okay, there you go. So I probably should have beaten around the bush. Alright, so that does show making the wrong decision. The only difference is that you get different dialogue, and it also means that you don't get a promotion, and it also means that you don't get that little chime. And now that I think about it, though, I remember hearing something like that. Oh, you're going to believe her, then? Valiant soldiers passing me are talking about, and they said they had enough power to destroy a small island. Don't tell me you're taking their side and lying to me. But when have I ever lied to you? Seriously. What do you think? I can tell they're not lying by the look in their eyes. I run this tavern for 20 years, by the way. I know people. It's about cheats and wires, and these children are not that. Alright, I'll get my hopes up, but I'll take you there. So he's thinking it might not be a factor. If you want to go, you have to work the entire way, but yeah, I will take you. Awesome. That's a great shot as well. I think I'm going to do a collage, by the way, for the edit, as far as how that's going. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Polly, and thank you to the captain. I should have beat around the bush. I thought I'd just come out and say it. Now, we're done with your adventure. Come back and tell us about it, okay? No problem. But remember, Valley is not known for the hospitality. Yeah, trust us, we know that. Now, we need an entry passport to get in. Alright, so who do we see for that one? Alright, next step, let's go find the passport. Fantastic. And Drogman's back in the party. I'm kind of surprised that beating around the bush is the right decision as far as saying, you know, showing my reputation. Because you think, like, well, wait a minute. Wouldn't I want to just be honest as far as how that is? But sometimes it's not clear as far as it, but I do like that idea. Alright, the sales guilds. Maybe you have some information for me. Alright, I'm looking for a Valiant passport. It might be difficult to get one, huh? This application has an intensive background check, which take a lunar cycle. Oh, shit. Alright, maybe we got a forgery. Yeah, make a fake passport. I can speak in my language. No. No way I'm doing that one. If I'm caught making a fake passport, I'm gonna get a bullet in my head. But what if we don't get caught? Or if we escape? They're not after me either way. If I make a fake and you get caught, they'll trace it back to me and I'm dead. Oh, yeah. So, in this case, I get taken that perspective. Like, you call yourself a guild master. You're just a puppet to the Empire. So, fuck you. Well, wait a minute. Maybe you're not. I was over there on business on my way home. I have an actual one. I don't need it. But, can you do something for me?
Yay!
Yeah, anything you want. Nasser mentioned his desert island in the east. The rumors the Black Pirate Baltor is over there. I heard the name. He's ruthless attacks unarmed ships. Take me back to Nassau so I survive, huh? Get me over there, I'll give you the passport when we get there. Alright, fantastic. Yeah, great idea.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, why would I say no to that one? That makes total sense as far as that idea. Yeah, be fair if you give important information out like that where you're marooned on a sky island trying to save your old man. I guess it's kind of necessary. By the way, how's it going? Hello to Cool Soap. So good to see you tonight. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. It's a show we do every week, going into classic gaming goodness. We are doing our a bit of a segment, a new segment we're doing this year, scoping session. Take a look at a game that's kind of long that we've wanted to get a look at to get a sense of how to handle it. I kind of know how to handle Skies of Arcadia for the Dreamcast here. We are playing on the Dreamcast. I don't know, if you played this game, feel free to let your memories fall on this one. We're a discussion program. You're part of our best chat on Twitch. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, right now we're going to get a sense of seeing what's going on. We do have Viz, Ica, and now Drachma, as far as how it is. We can get him over to Nasser. We can go and get a passport to get our family back. Yeah, leave it to us. We'll protect you. Yeah, alright, so we have to do this. We're waiting for you to dock. Alright, we'll leave when you're ready. Docking Bay 94. Okay, fantastic. So, alright, let's get ourselves set. I do have stuff on item as far as money. Let's see how much money I got. Oh, yeah, I don't have a whole lot. I don't really need much as far as upgrades, as far as anything. Because I got a decent amount when I was back on Pirate Island, so I think we can kind of go. We are going to go to ship. And in that case, I'm going to save, because one thing I didn't indicate, when you're on the map, you can save it at any time. He said it's to the east, I believe. Is that correct? Let's see. Really now, I'm playing the Gamecube version. The reason why I'm playing the Dreamcast one. The reason I'm playing the Dreamcast one is because it's the only one I have. I'm also begging for a re-release of this game, because these games, you probably know this, I'm going to assume, if you have the Gamecube version, these go for a lot of money. Yeah, it's like $150 at least for both of these versions. Dreamcast is the one I got. I didn't get the GameCube version when it was around. Actually, I didn't have the GameCube when this came out. I have it on the Dreamcast, but there is extra content in that GameCube version. But also, they compressed the game onto one disc, whereas on the Dreamcast, it's on two. And the reason they did that was because of the music. And because of that, the music was compressed in the GameCube. Not bad, but you can notice it. And the graphics were changed to reduce the flashing lights on it. That's the reason I'm running the Dreamcast version. If I had the GameCube version, we'd run that as well. Actually, for scope of show, because this is going to be a one-time show for now, we'll come back to play this game, because I love this game. Yeah, it's fantastic. We'll get a sense of it. Yeah, same. I need a remaster. We're begging for it. I'll tell you what's going on as far as the show. It's a going idea. Thank you so much for joining us, by the way. We appreciate it. And I'm glad to hear people who played this game, because it's always one of those cases where, question of if they have, but also, if you haven't, that's no sweat. We're telling people why this game is awesome. And it sounds like we have a fellow fan of the game in the audience. But I think the idea that because it costs a lot of money, the question of saying a remaster or re-release of it because of that. Like, look, I tell people, yeah, it's $100. This is a great game. You should play it. Like, it's $150. Like, oh no, I can't do it. And he's like, why don't you just emulate it? People who have been guests on the show, Crusader64 is a huge one on RPGs who comes on the show. We did Shadow Hearts Covenant fully on the PS2 last year. That was basically a whole year case. He said, I tried emulating this thing. Something about this game, at least on the Dreamcast, I don't know if the GameCube was like this. He could not get it running as far as emulation, and I don't know what it was like what was wrong with it, or if that's like an edge case. So it's a question of, is this a game that's hard to emulate, perhaps? And I'm also wondering, I guess then, for purpose of a remaster, is it something where there's a concern on, like, source code being lost or something? I don't know on this one. Of what I've understood, I know that the GameCube version, it took source code from the Dreamcast version and had its own aspects to add the new content, which are adding the bounties, it adds the new team you have to go after, and it adds more gameplay content in particular. But also on the Dreamcast, you have stuff when it comes to the VMU, where you have, like, the VMU beeps going on for searching for items with Cupel when we get him. I don't know if we will tonight as far as how we're going. And also the Pinta Quest, which is only on this version, which is not in the GameCube release. Yeah, the GameCube version is fine. As far as I know, Sega's hardware is surprisingly difficult to emulate. You're right. Thank you for bringing that up. We will go as far as what this is. Go to Southern Denell Strait. Over there will be set. Alongside the reef and head east. Okay, we'll head east. We can keep going into that. Yeah, you're right. Because we talk sometimes about that. Because, look, we understand the ideas like, wait, how is emulating going to work as far as what that goes about? There's a travel ship. We'll get that set. Just keep going east. We'll be fine that way. You're right, because we've talked Sega Saturn on this show. We've played stuff on Saturn. We're going to battle as we go along with this. Saturn's a console that I know is not easy to emulate, although I know there's been some breakthroughs of that recently. I know Taito has their Zebra engine. We played Bust Move 2 a couple weeks ago. That Puzzle Bobble 2 / Bust Move 2 Arcade Edition and Puzzle Bobble 3 / Bust Move 3 Arcade Tribute, or S Tribute, I should say. That is porting to the Saturn versions of both those games, and they said, I think it was someone from the old days of Jalico. Also, I want to change my perspective on my thing for this to something kill purple. The blue. Because we are right, the blue's new. And also, Drop-Me's new to our party, so we're going to run that as well. Alright, you can also look at this picture to get a sense of what that is. Yeah, Saturn is one that is hard to emulate. Actually, the Dreamcast, from what I understand, is a hard one to emulate as well. Because I know when Shenmue 1 and 2 came out, as I am getting silenced. So that does mean that no magic for me. Whether that, I don't remember if that turns off super moves. That guy's cutting and running. But yeah, when Shenmue 1 and 2 came out, I know that D32 did the port on that. We have problems sometimes when they port stuff. But for that game, I know they said specifically, they had issues when it came to doing 16:9 on the game. They couldn't 16:9 the cinematics, even though the cinematics are running on the same engine as the game. Not like they split them across, saying like, oh, something's FMV, and there's like in-engine stuff. It's all in-engine on Shenmue. But for some reason, they said, yeah, that's a tough one to emulate. I guess with this one, A, it was early enough, and B, was a case where they kind of, it was almost like a Frankenstein case, I guess, with how this was on the GameCube, from what I understand, as far as how they developed it. But I know you're saying, right, the idea of how a Sega hardware is. I mean, even those, like a Dragon games is something where I think they've, like, recently cracked how, like, Model 2 and Model 3 emulation is as far as the arcade stuff they do, because they're putting in Emergency Call Ambulance when that comes out in a couple of weeks into Yakuza Kiwami 3. But in case, yay, so that, good point, thank you for bringing that up. So I don't know if it's something with this game or if it's, yeah, I don't know. I mean, as far as what this is, or what that necessarily looks like. I mean, but it would make sense, because I remember when the Dreamcast collection came out on Xbox 360, they did the re-releases of Sonic Adventure, Crazy Taxi, Space Channel 5 Part 2, and there's Bolter's Ship. I think we're getting a ship battle now, and I get to talk about that. And also, Sega Bass Fishing. Sonic Adventure, I know had some problems with it. Crazy Taxi, that was, I guess, okay with certain things. But Space Channel 5 Part 2 and Sega Bass Fishing seemed like they got through fine, in particular. Yeah, let's go with Yakuza Kiwami 3 and also ship fights. Let's go, yeah, I know. Alright, yeah, because this is the unique thing of this game. And I guess, Cool Sip, you probably know what this is all about. This is a great, great perspective of this game. It's something totally unique. Also, I guess I'll mention this quickly. I don't know, have you played, before we talk about the ship battles, did you play, what's the name of that spiritual successor to this one, or spiritual inspired game to this? Sky Ocean's Wings for Hire? I think it was on Switch. I heard questions about it, like, was it any good or not? It was not Sega involved in it. I don't think people who worked on this were involved. But it was also a question like what that's about. But yeah, let's go as far as that. Actually, we're enough on Yakuza 3. I do want to play that version in particular because of those Sega things, but also because we've come a long way since when Yakuza 3 was on PS3 in the US initially. It was like, yeah, a lot of content was cut out. And that ain't happening this time. Right, yeah. Ship that old with the little jack? Yeah. Yeah, Baltimore sending plenty of deaths. Oh, you think so, huh? Battle stations. Alright, there you go. Let's talk about the ship battles, my friends. And feel free to go into it as far as chat, because, yeah, we're doing the escort over here, but, yeah, there's a ship straight ahead heading right for us. Yeah, what are we doing? Yeah, we're outnumbered. Don't let them board us, so we have to fight from a distance. Okay, ready the cannons. Here we go. Go into evasive maneuvers, you see them attack, and then when your sights, shoot them down.
Aye, aye.
Alright, let's do it. And I love the fact they give this along with the normal RPG battles. Alright, let's talk about the ship battles. I'm glad we got to show this as far as our first look at this. We will come back to this game, though, do not worry. I just want to get a sense of when I can come back to this. I want to try and make that happen sooner rather than later after playing it. But now I'm reminding myself why this game is so awesome. Okay, the Blackbeard. This is the ship. Look at that. I'll teach you to tremble in fear before the power of the Black Pirates. Okay. Alright, and Drachma will help explain. So, here we go. We have this grid. Kind of looking a little bit like Battleship or something like that. But here's how this is going to work. It's a time gauge. Each turn is divided into different parts, and for each of them, you have a command that goes to each of your party members. Okay. So we have kind of the same setup as far as how we have. You can use your items, although it is running on different items than yourself, because you have repair kits. That's for your recovery, your health. You can still use the magic droplets for the purpose of using MP. But then you have guarding as far as that, and then attacking, magic, which I believe the magic does work a little differently when you're in this, and then focus is still in the same place. Okay, so for this you have the color gauge up there, and when you have the shield up there, I also have the instruction manual. It's been a while since I've seen this, so I want to make sure that I'm not talking my ass on this one. Yeah, the color determines your safety. The idea of what's your chances of hitting, what's your chance of danger, and when you get special cannon later, can you shoot it at certain cases? You sometimes have to wait, so you have to bide your time. But right now, all we need to do is get a sense of saying, hey, you can shoot off as far as it, or you can guard. Right now, it's smooth sailing. So we see green, green means go. So in that case, you can pick the cannons to shoot, as far as how they are, and hit the X button to see what they do. He has 3 main cannons, and he has a standard cannon. Okay, this one's available on the black market, so in this case we can kind of do shooting on that. And choose, like, where in the line you're going to place it. So, alright, with Vise, I can say, okay, we want to do it the first thing we go, and it's going to go down the list as far as how that goes. Or you can say, oh, I want to do a offensive maneuver, or something like that. Or you can say, oh, I want to do a magic, or a what's the thing on the bottom? Focus, as it is. You sadly know I'm dipping my toes into Japanese RPGs, and that I've already finished Final Fantasies 1 through 13, as opposed to the MMOs. The Legend of Dragoon from PlayStation started Skies of Arcadia Legends from Gamecube, and was just about to hit the Red Moon arc. My favorite game ever, by the way, is Dragon Quest VIII for the PlayStation 2. Well, that's a good one. And also 3DS. I'm generally surprised about the lack of skyship content during the 6th generation, honestly. Even something like Final Fantasy XII, which hints at that. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Final Fantasy XII myself, as far as how that was. As far as the other Final Fantasies, I'm familiar with the earlier ones, and then also with 10 and 10-2. And then some of the semi-more recent ones like 15. But yeah, that's interesting to think that, going back to the idea of what you're saying here as far as saying it's ship combat. And I guess Dragon Quest VIII, I know something different. I haven't played it, but I always want to play it. And it's level 5, I think you made that one, yeah? I've been told that game is awesome. And it came with a demo of Final Fantasy XII, and I remember Kazin22, who comes on the show, who's our resident expert on Dragon Quest, he said, I discovered this franchise because I bought that for that Final Fantasy XII demo, but I said, you know what, I like this better than Final Fantasy XII, and that finally came out, as was. Okay, so I think for this one, I'm going to start with a guard, and then I'm going to do a shot off, and then I'm going to do focus. I do love that. So you're taking evasive actions as well, so you can kind of go off on the side, and then you do shoots. And you don't want your ship to get shot down. If it does get shot down completely, as it missed, so I was smart to do that, that's game over. So you gotta be careful. But your ship has tons of HP compared to party members, so in that case you have 10,000, as far as the little Jack's concerned. It is surprising, right? This is something very unique, and honestly, when you think about it, because this was developed by Overworks, this is the team that were going to make the Shinobi games on the PS2, and as I mentioned before we jumped on earlier in the show, because we do go into like, who made these games, we're going to celebrate that. We also definitely want to celebrate the late Rieko Kodama, who's the producer on this game, as far as it. But the idea that, when you think about some of the games they developed, because they made Ironstorm on the Sega Saturn, which is another game from what I understand, has some interesting strategy elements going on to itself, and then also the Sakura Tyson games. It's kind of interesting, and also the guy directed this, also directed, that being Shintaro Tanaka, directed Valkyria Chronicles for PS3, so they did that also being a kind of unique thing, and with very more strategic RPG, within a mold of something that seems kind of familiar, but has its own aspect that made it stand out. One small issue I found also about ship combat, by the way, is the color dependency and turn order. It's not friendly for colorblind cases, okay? So one of the most popular videos for this is retrospective with someone who's colorblind. Okay, I'm not familiar as far as that. Interesting point you bring up as far as that, the idea that nowadays that would be something that would probably be in modern games, saying, hey, let's have an option for this one to get a sense of what's the color for this, whereas right now, looking at this, I mean, fair enough, I guess, because it was 26 years about coming up ago when this game came out, but you're right, that idea of saying, hey, if you're going to go back to that, and there's a case of something like that, wait, I want to enjoy this great game, but how am I going to do that, whereas looking at the screen here, so good indication as Drop was saying, you see the C icon, so in this case, you know that that's a chance, so you're able to tell that, but other cases, like, wait, am I going to be able to make those shots, because if you are not on the green area, there's a chance you might miss. Basically, when there's the C, it means you have a tactical advantage. Fair enough to that. Certain turns, by the way, have different colors shown at the top. Okay, they're explaining that, but it's also the case that the enemy is going to unleash a powerful attack, so use the guard command effectively on the back of that. But fair enough idea. And as we're pointing out, we do edits on the show. We do the recording of the show as far as live, and then we put on our YouTube site edits as far as stuff. I'll look for that video as far as the retrospective, because honestly, we also love to give perspectives of that and anything in the chat you provide as far as going into that for extra content and extra context to what we talk about, what you talk about. You're the best chat on Twitch. I call it that way. Call you all that way because of all the insights you have and the good points you bring up, whether you know a game, whether you don't know a game, maybe somewhere in between. Okay, so yeah, right there we do have a tactical advantage right there. And also, they do the flip over. I think, from what I understand, that's basically a random case thing. It's either going to be all chances, going to be 2 yellows and a green, as far as how that's going to go. So for this one, what I want to do is, I do want to have the standard cannon going here. I guess I'll start. I can put the main cannon here, and here I'm going to take evasive maneuvers. Alright, so I'm getting damage. It's not going to be too hard to start, but I love that we're able to show this. As I said, I want to preview this game. I want to make sure I'm showing a good amount of this game and showing this, which is a defining element of it, and I think they do it really well as far as the setup. But here's also a good idea to Sega saying, hey, if you're going to do a modern version of this, they could come with a colorblind mode for that, because I know a lot of modern games will do that. I know, like the Forza Horizon games do that. I bet Forza Horizon 6 is probably going to have that. I know Hogwarts Legacy did that when they came out a couple years ago. We played the remake of Until Dawn. I know that has options for that, and also stuff with, like the text element as far as perspectives of people with dyslexia when it comes to the idea of like the sans serif perspective, or the sans serif, I should say, for that. But that idea of saying bringing people into games as far as that, it's like, well, there's these little things for it, and then saying like, hey, you know, you can customize the game that way in case where you're bringing it to a massive audience. Because that's, I guess, above anything else what we want. We want, in this example, Skies of Arcadia to go as many people as we can possibly get it to. I mean, yeah, you can pay $150-something for it on the Gamecube or the Dreamcast nowadays. You can try to emulate it with questionable success. How's it going to work? And are you really going to get the experience? Or question like, hey, what's Sega going to do? And given, as you mentioned, Yakuza Kiwami 3, which you talked about, because that is like a top-to-bottom remake of that game. I know that with some of the other ones that did remakes of, they definitely had a bunch of different options within that. So it would not be out of the realm of possibility for them to say, hey, we're going to do that now, you know? Alright, so he's good, so we have to turn hard to starboard and maneuver behind. Uh-oh. That's the other thing. You have to sometimes be aware of when they're going to do that, so... Yeah, I got a bad feeling about this. You guys can get behind us. Because, yeah, it's the Ford Pinto perspective. It's the case where the engine is back, so the shooter is going to blow up. It's not going to be one shot in this game. It's still something to be careful of. Gosh, you probably get this comment a lot, but your voice is perfection. I want that voice. Thank you very much. I take that as a very huge compliment. Listen, I just love gaming, and I like going into it above anything else. I'll just say that right now. I appreciate it as far as that idea. Like, look, I know maybe people aren't going to like that. It's whatever. But as I said, if nothing else, I just kind of want to bring my passion for games, whatever they are, whether it's this or anything else. We got tons of stuff we've done, just to kind of go deep into that and then say, all right, what's going on, but also hearing all of your case as well. But if nothing else, I also want to try, I've always do this, I want to be as welcoming as far as that, and I definitely appreciate that, because this is a small show. We just do this for fun, really. But show the idea that there is a real person behind this. This is a case where what you're going to see and what you're going to hear is what you're going to get. And also the idea that we take your requests as well. So it's a case where if there's anything you want to see for the show, feel free to let us know. We'll play them, but also the idea that it's not just about playing. It's about all of you, giving your experiences as far as everything we play, everything we talk about. That's what a lot of these scoping shows are going to be, because they're games I know are long. You mentioned not yet on the MMOs of Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 14 is one of those things we're doing this year for a scope. We got to do it. So many people in my circles love that game. So I'm not going to leave that one on the table. We have to do something, and I've never played it, so I'm going to go completely blind. It's going to be an interesting case, but yeah, we'll keep going for that, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much, by the way, for joining us, but for now, we've got to stop this. If he gets behind us, we wide open, what are we going to do? Let's try to get behind him. Okay, now's our chance. He won't be expecting us to maneuver around his backside if he's coming after us. Good point. That being said, next line, I do want to try and do some recovery. Good job. The ship doesn't have cannons in the back, too, so we're wide open. Okay, so I guess then... Okay, alright, now I know, actually. I never actually knew this. First off, one thing I do, I am going to use a repair kit. I think I need to use this. But, second, okay, so that explains why, like, it's doing the flip over. Because I guess they give you a choice when you're doing a battle, and saying, like, hey, depending what you get, you can get a great case where you have chances all over the place. And we're going to take advantage of that. So playing that strategy, and also playing into it in a unique way, as far as the milieu of what we're doing, the fact that we're doing a ship case, but also the fact of saying that, yeah, it is almost like a strategy RPG in a way, like almost like I don't know, it's not even the same thing as something like a Final Fantasy Tactics or a Fire Emblem or something like that. It's kind of its own thing, and I don't know if I can think of any other RPG that has a system like this that quite plays like this. And in some ways, that's one of the best compliments I can give this game. This game is doing a lot of unique things, and also cases where they haven't even been tried again. But they did them really well the first time, as far as how it was. So I don't know if people are like, hey, thinking, wait, no, it's a bad case, as we shot him down, so he is gone. Cases where, yeah, they had a great idea, and they understood or figured out what's the best way to kind of figure this, and it was gold. Alright, there we go. We won. We shot that ship down. There you go. So, and you get new stuff. You get Captain Stripe, which I believe is something for an upgrade for that, and bombs. You can use that as an item. cause damage. So there you go. At least we got to show the ship combat. I'm so happy we did. At first I was thinking, like, I don't want to not show the ship content. Yeah, if you're air pirates, you're flying in a ship as far as that you want to get into air battles as far as that. Oh, I guess then, thinking about cases of, like, ship battles, I mean, okay, not the same thing. I know Assassin's Creed Black Flag has elements of that because you're on the seas. For that one, Sea Thieves from Rare, I know does that. I've always heard good things about, I don't know, Chad, if you ever played this. I never have, and I was curious about this at one point. Pirates The Legend of Black Cat. That was on the PlayStation 2, and it was on the Xbox as well. It's kind of a pirate game. Oh, God, I'm trying to remember who made that. It was EA who published it, but I don't remember who the devs were on that one. I always heard really good things about that one, and it had cases like a ship combat. I don't know if it was like this, but it was something I always heard that as like an underrated game of that era. I never played it. Yeah, me neither. I don't think it costs much money, at least I hope it doesn't cost much money. Actually, also, whilst this is going, as we did it, I kind of want to find out who made that game as far as it's... Okay, yeah, hit the A button as far as this, because I'm doing this set. But yeah, great job as far as the ship combat, everybody. There you go. Yeah, great job. I was like, yeah. I forgot about that. I forgot he hits you in the back of the head when we do that. Yeah, that's, I guess, okay, I completely was taken off guard on that one. That was... Oh, right, it was Westwood Studios who made that. The people who made Command & Conquer. Right. Okay. Yeah, who's the devs of that? Okay, there you go, Westwood Studios. Who of stuff we played on the program, we played, what is it? We played The Lion King, actually they made that, from Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. Main turn-based games we're pointing out in general are technically strategy games because of the chess-like system. Yeah, good point. From what I know, it's been criticized because it's slow in animations and menus, but RPGs like Persona 5 and Color-Obscure Expedition 33 circumvented that, being fast in their peers, or in the case of Color-Obscure Expedition 33, they're going completely insane as far as that. What, the Command & Conquer developments team? Yeah. That's apparently who made Pirates Legend of Black Cat. And then as far as Westwood Studios, they did make The Lion King for Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo, and of other stuff I've played of theirs. Oh, God. Actually, they made a lot of Disney games, like, in the early days of, like, IBM PCs. They made this one I grew up on called Goofy's Railway Express, where you're going along with that. The Lion King? Yeah, they did. I don't know if that's a case where... There's no... That's funny, thinking that. Thinking, like, wait a sec. Would there be, like, a strategy aspect, like Command & Conquer in the Lion King game? I mean, maybe in some ways it may be almost as hard, potentially, something like Command & Conquer. Unless you practice a lot, which I did when we got to playing it. We did play it for the show. I'll link to it below when I edit as far as the YouTube recording, but it's also on our YouTube site, going through that. We played that game twice. Oh, no, 3 times, actually, because I looked at the Game Boy version, which Westwood did not make, as was the case. That was, I think, Dark Studios who made that one. Well, I'm too zoomer for that. Tell me more. I mean, I don't know. I mean, but sometimes it's a case where I mention this, and this is kind of the theme. It's like, yeah, we're not there completely, you idiot, so don't take your hand off the wheel. It's like, yeah, but I just getting into it. It's like, keep me in line. You were doing the thing with us. Okay. No, but I understand that, and sometimes the case of, this is why I love the case of, like, re-releases of games, or just sometimes come to some of these things. Like, it doesn't matter what your age is. It doesn't matter what perspective you come from as far as that really is. It's something where there's always a lot of cases of discovery. I know there's games that I've come to over the years that people had either recommended to me as like, what is this? Sometimes, I mean, I will just buy classic game compilations just on the back of saying, like, what is this stuff? I just want to learn what's going on. Actually, going back to Westwood's case, they made Dune 2 going back on the PC, as well as the PC versions of Monopoly, Dune 2000, that was theirs as well. Mentioned The Lion King. Okay, apparently they ported Pac-Mania to the NES. I didn't know that. But I mean, yeah, it doesn't necessarily matter as far as like an age range, because sometimes the case that sometimes they'll re-release it as it is and brings it to new audiences. And I'm the same case. I mean, believe it or not, I don't have a perspective as far as the Atari line, like the Atari 2600 stuff. When Atari 50 came out, there are tons of games on that I hadn't played. And like, oh yeah, find some really interesting stuff. Or when Llamasoft, the Jeff Minter story came out, they did the physical version of that last year. I picked that up. There are these really interesting games from Jeff Minter, who's a name I had not really known that much. There's this one called Hoverbover, which is a case where you're mowing your lawn by stealing the lawnmowers of your neighbors, saying like, oh, I'm gonna nick these things, they're not gonna mind. Then they say, oh, why'd you steal my lawnmower? We're chasing after you. There's a dog chasing after you as well. It's like, what is this? Almost like a Pac-Man the way it plays. It's like, this is like from the 80s, like the Commodore days. And it's like, it really kind of opened up a venue there. It's like, yeah, I don't know, this is kind of a fun case. And same also going back to something like The Lion King or something like that. And I guess the case of saying like something like Skies of Arcadia, you get a sense of saying, hey, you know, that was like 26 years ago coming up as far as that. It's a case of kind of bringing that into modern audience. The idea that, honestly, a game of any era, it doesn't necessarily matter as far as this. It can really make a connection with anyone. Even in case of going back, I've sometimes talked to some people who have said to me, hey, would younger audiences or younger generations, would they necessarily say, hey, I want to play a game from like 20, 30 years ago necessarily? Are they only going to care about graphics? I'm saying, I don't think that's necessarily true. Because I think in a lot of ways it's the case where, as you're saying, they're saying, I want a game that's fun to play. And like, if you're not having fun with the game, it's like, I don't care, I don't want to play this. I don't care if it's like the best looking thing in the world. But something like Skies of Arcadia here, it's a game that plays great, number one. It does look great for the time it came out in 2000. The idea, I'm taking you back to 2000. Because I was there when this game came out. So at that point, I know what this was like. I was blown away by this. As a Dreamcast owner, and still a proud Dreamcast owner as far as that, this game really impressed me as far as what it was doing unique, as far as its aspect of RPG, what it was doing really well that other RPGs were also doing, but also made its own, and also with its presentation and its great music on top of that. But the case I'm saying, I think people nowadays would adore this game. Even going back to, as you mentioned, E33, it's like, I knew that first, like, what was that game? It's like, oh yeah, Expedition 33, or Clair Obscur Expedition 33, the full name. It's a case where we played Shadow Hearts Covenant on PlayStation 2 last year. That was Crusader 64 and Castlevania 2 running that one. When I played Expedition 33 when it came out last year, that was Crusader 64 in particular, his game of the year. And understandably, I love that game too. It was interesting to think about because they said, hey, you know, people loving this game. But honestly, I said the same thing kind of like with Skies of Arcadia in the sense of, yeah, if you loved Expedition 33, tracking down something like Shadow Hearts, either 1 or Covenant, or from the New World, the third one, which we're going to get to at some point in the program, you might really like it because as far as the gameplay milieu, it's kind of similar as far as what it's doing with its battles, but also, like with Expedition 33, it's kind of a particular vision, it's a particular atmosphere that's going for, and a particular tone that it wants to go, sometimes multiple at once. It really kind of draws you in, especially with me, because I never played these games, so it's kind of an amazing case to see that and learn it myself. Yeah, why do I want to play old stuff when I'm going to play the new shiny stuff, versus why would I want to play the new unproven stuff when I play the tried and true, tested, good stuff that's already out? Cool concept. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That is a very good insight, because that is, I guess, always going to be the challenge. And I'll tell you, I am not one of those people who says like, oh yeah, as I said, the name of the show is called Super Old Game Saturday. I tend to focus on retro stuff, sometimes on the idea of saying, hey, maybe people haven't played this, or cases where people have played this. I've sometimes asked for games that I've missed. I was like, let's take a look at it, let's go through. But I'm also not one of those people who's like, oh yeah, new games are a dirty word, or vice versa. I mean, I loved Expedition 33 last year. I loved South of Midnight last year. That was one of my favorite games of last year. I'm looking at some other stuff I played last year in particular. I mean, I buy a lot of the classic game compilations for cases saying, hey, let's get a re-release of something like this. Maybe jumpstart a franchise that hasn't been around for a while. I was a big fan of Donkey Kong Bonanza on Switch 2 last year as an example for something like that. And Kirby Air Riders and Pokemon Legends ZA. So cases like, hey, you know, where modern games can kind of go, and also how classic games that maybe came before it, how they kind of inspire new stuff, but also in that way saying, like, what are the new classics, you know? And that's always a fascination to me. The case of, actually, Dolly Finn in our chat tonight, there's a game she brought to our attention. We played it for the show on the back, which is it's Strange Horticulture. Like, what's that? Said, oh, it's this point-and-click puzzle game where you're basically doing an analysis of plants in a shop. It kind of has a feel of some of the early, like, point-and-click PC games going back to, like, the 80s and 90s. And was something I said, this is great. And they released a sequel a couple months ago, and I was, like, right on that right away. So that was something newer as far as when the sequel came. I was like, Strange Antiquities is the sequel. And that's another winner in the case of that new classic that is drawing really a lot of different people in, including myself who missed those games as was. Also, I'll ask you this. What do you think, if ever ported, would be a smash hit today as far as any game? Okay, so you're saying a game that does not have modern porting, and a question that if they were to port it, that it maybe would be huge. Good question. As far as answering that, that's also one thing I'll say as far as that. There are a lot of things I guess you could take into account for that, saying like, okay, what's going to make it hit? But I guess the idea of what's going to be, I guess I know what you're getting at here. Cool soap on this one, and that is, what is a case where because of what the game is, that it would kind of attract a crowd and feel like, oh my god, I want to play this. Maybe being in a case of this, saying that if it was not, either it could have been huge from years ago, or maybe it wasn't, and now it comes back, and people jump all over it. I would question this as far as the Sega thing with Skies of Arcadia. I don't know. I mean, I'll say this, Sega has gotten really good recently of kind of promoting their games. Not that they ever were bad at it, but it's a case where there are a lot of games of theirs that sometimes slip through the cracks, and are cases where they, for some reason, don't hit it on. Sometimes it's because maybe the console they're on wasn't huge, like in the case of, Skies of Arcadia was a weird one, or Chrono Trigger on Switch, or, yeah, okay, no question on that one. Chrono Trigger, Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox. Yeah, you're right. That's a very good answer. That's maybe a better answer than even Skies of Arcadia. But I guess with Skies of Arcadia, I'm saying this was on two systems that were the lowest selling of that console generation, those being the Gamecube and the Dreamcast. And this was going to be out on the PlayStation 2, but that version was canceled. I would think with the right positioning, this could be a hit, but I think Chrono Trigger is maybe a bigger case because I know people want to have that. That's a game where that is a classic that celebrated 30 years of itself last year. Right? Yeah, 30 years of itself last year. Yeah, we didn't hear a damn thing as far as re-release of that, which is shocking. I would have thought that Square would have wanted to focus on that, but apparently not. That's a very good answer. That's probably a better answer than me thinking. I would say Skies of Arcadia, but maybe it's because I'm in the mood on Skies of Arcadia as it is, but I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think of maybe another answer then, if not this one. Fine, let me look on the Dreamcast line, see what's going on here. Well, you know, okay, they've re-released, I was gonna say Beyond Good and Evil, but that's a game where they've re-released that a couple times. Holy Fish Cakes is really the best RPG ever, ain't it? Legitimate, it's considered a perfect flawless product, pretty much. Yeah, I would say that Chrono Trigger is an amazing game, no question. And that another game kind of like this, kind of like with a lot of the games you mentioned tonight, it's a case where it does have this very specific thing about itself that then also became inspirations for other games. But also then looking back and like, wow, it's one of those things. It's that lightning in a bottle case. You think like, how would it ever? Looking back, maybe the question at the time was it seems a risk, but then nowadays looking like, yeah, it seems like, yeah, no one would ever question that. Nowadays, you're right. Chrono Trigger is an amazing game. We have not played it on the show yet. Unfortunately, the only version I have of it is on Final Fantasy Chronicles on the PlayStation, which is an okay port. But it's also a port that has some weird stuff going on to itself, and you're right, there is not a new version, there's not a remake. This is the other thing, sometimes we talk about this stuff, I joke that our show is bugged. Sometimes they hear stuff and they say, we're going to re-release this thing. And also because of games that get re-released, they're like, no way in hell that some of these things have a shot, but I don't know, sometimes they do. I mean, I mentioned, we played Plumbers Over Ties on this show, if you're familiar with that one from the 3DO days. We played that for the show, it was hilarious. That got remade, re-released. They're re-releasing all of those Ren and Stimpy games that THQ made on the Game Boy, the Super Nintendo, and the NES. Somehow, they got the licenses as far as that. They redoing the Disney Afternoon Collection. They're adding Goof Troop and they're adding Bonkers, which were not in the previous version years ago. That's a shocker when you really think about that, as far as the case of what those were. But I think then it means that there's hope for really anything. There's hope for Chrono Trigger. I would think people would absolutely buy that game. I'd buy it again, just for the purpose of that. Hell, I'm buying the Disney Afternoon Collection again. I have it on the Xbox One. They're putting 2 new games in it. The price of it is less than buying those 2 games, as is the new ones they're adding. There is new content in the gallery, and it's full on card on Switch 2 and Switch 1 as well. If I'm running Switch 2 as far as that. Oh, Goof Troop. Oh, you have experience with the show Goof Troop or the game? Dolphin, feel free to go on that. Because the game was from Capcom, and we got the passport. And we're going to go to Valia. We'll definitely show that as far as how it goes. The game is, from what I understand, it's like a top-down cooperative sort of puzzle game. Like it's like an isometric kind of thing. You're going around, like adventure puzzle game a little bit. It was one of the earliest games developed by Shinji Mikami, who made Resident Evil, believe it or not. I was telling Kaz22, this like, is it really? He's like, yes, it is. And it's seen as something really great. I've actually never played it, so that's also the other reason I'm picking it up, as far as that new version, you know? Is it really perfect because it's great at what it did for the time, or is it because it doesn't have any obvious flaws in comparison to its peers? Good question there. I mean, I guess maybe for what it did at the time, maybe for some of the risks it took, because I guess there's the idea that when you think about it, that was at a time when Square was doing stuff when it came to a lot of stuff with Final Fantasy, understandably so. There were other things they had with certain things going on with RPGs, but that was a case where that was an original intellectual property they had, or an original concept. There was a case where it was doing time travel, which is a question of, when you think about story for that, what was that going to be like? It was a collaboration with the late, great Akira Toriyama at a time that he was not that well known in this country as far as it yet. It was just starting. Because that was when we had Dragon Ball Z sort of starting to come around a little after that. It was also the case of what was anime looking like in the United States, and also, I guess, in North America at the time. And unfortunately, we're back attacked, so yeah, these score flags. And flashlight warning on this game, that's the other thing. Compared to the Gamecube version, the flashlight lights on this are really strong as far as how it goes on this, as I'm getting silenced. Fine, the characters in the game are getting silenced, but in that case, it just means no magic for you. You know, I don't know. I don't want to do that to them yet. But I guess then, I don't know. What do you think? I'd say that. Yeah, Goof Troop on the Super Nintendo is further. Yeah, fielding on that, and also in Chrono Trigger. Yeah, talk about 2 cases of games on Super Nintendo that people really like. But I guess with Chrono Trigger, I mean, what do you think? Do you think it is a case of... I think it might be a case of both, to a certain extent. Because it was great at the time what it was doing. It was also great in terms of its peers, and also even against Final Fantasy. Maybe the case of people thinking, well, we love Final Fantasy, but then the idea of what Chrono Trigger was doing, the stuff with the battle system, in a way, it was almost... I'll say this, and I need to get health recovery because he's not looking good. Honestly, it's kind of like this, the battle system, to an extent. Not exactly the same. But it is not dissimilar in that it is kind of a little more of an active case, sort of, with a turn-based setup, with how it's going. It's a case where you saw enemies on the screen, as far as, like, running into them, as opposed to random battles. This game is random battles, and this came out 5 years after it, on much more powerful hardware, tech-wise, as Drachman's getting his ass knocked down. But it's definitely an interesting question to think about that. And then going back to Goof Troop saying, yeah, a puzzle case in the 1990s, and he said, I've never played that game. That's the other reason I'm picking it up, because I've never played it. Okay, and mute, by the way, does not impact your special moves. Do I want to... You know what? I'll tell you. I didn't show off Drachma's. Let's show his special one on the tackle. This is overkill, but let's show it. I don't know, Dolly Finn, have you played Goof Troop for Super Nintendo? I mean, we will. It's on the table for the show because of this collection. And I'm buying both that and the Ren and Stimpy collection. Also because return on investment on the Ren and Stimpy collection, there's a game in that that's $400. So paying $35 for that collection is definitely worth the money for that reason alone. Yeah, I have played it. What'd you think of it? I still was surprised with it. A friend of mine had it. Okay. Did you play it co-op? Because I've heard that's a really good game co-op. I've heard it's one of the better games on the Super Nintendo to play as far as multiple players. And actually going back to the RPG, I thought it was a good game. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, we definitely take a look at that one as far as how it was. It's nice that they're adding that in as we get Weevil, or Weevely, as the thing for that. Okay, we need to go back to, let's take a look at our map. In fact, let's take a look at the map now. Yeah, there's Cerro's Island. We gotta go back there. I did show where we're going that direction. Also, I'm gonna save whilst we're on the map, because I feel like I haven't saved in a while. Then again, I do like puzzle games, but yeah, maybe, but it's also saying, like, well, is that a suggestion or an inference that you're saying, like, what, you just like a puzzle game no matter what? Because, like, I've heard that game. It's interesting when I looked at that game, as far as what I've seen of it, because I've not yet played it. May is when it's coming, because that collection's coming out physically in May. But what I thought was really interesting of what I saw, it's kind of a game that's like, let me think about this. Have you ever played Adventures Lolo from NES, the three of those, or Kickle Cubicle, which is an IRM game, where it's kind of about manipulating aspects on a field while moving a character around, or Mole Mania on the Game Boy? That's another one that's really interesting as far as that. It's kind of cut from the same mold. It's something I know people really, really like what they told. Well, how about this? I think you'd like it. Yeah, well, we'll see as far as it, because I'm getting it in May in that collection. Also, Close Up saying this, maybe Xenogears could do really well if it's ported. Yes, you're absolutely right. That is absolutely a game that would do very well if it's ported, not least of which because of the fact that the Xenoblade games that have come out, they connect to that. And it's a case where they have not been re-released. Yeah, well, Xenogears is re-released in one place, but it's not an easy one to get access to necessarily. It is downloadable on the PlayStation 3. The PlayStation 3 store, even after 20 years, is still up. So you can download that for like $10. That's how I have the game, and that's how we show it. But Xenosaga in particular, that's another one where those games have not been re-released. Xenogears did once, but that was it. And it's a question of what's the licensing looking like now that Monolith Soft, who developed those, but they're owned by Nintendo. What's that looking like? We've actually brought that up. Our chat brought that question up as well, as is. Wasn't that in the 90s in 1998? Yeah, late 90s, as far as Xenogears. Yeah, that was 1998. It was kind of sandwiched between Final Fantasy VII and Parasite Eve, as far as Square stuff. And also that case thing about this we're talking about. I think I remember that one. Thank you. Okay. It's really good. I didn't play it for years because I didn't have a PlayStation. It was one that I know Chasm22 recommended to me highly. He loves those games. And when we get to some of those in particular, I know he's going to be involved. So, some of those go for a lot of money. I know Xenosaga 3, it's like a $200 game. And even the other ones are like $60, and I know Xenogears is like $150. And they're really good games. And unique games also, thinking about the RPG genre, of like what their menus were, but also what they're doing from a gameplay design standpoint. Just like with Chrono Trigger, like with Expedition 33, as some of the stuff that came up, like Skies of Arcadia here as well. So there's something to be said about that idea, and then also I guess the idea that Square was kind of a fire at that point with some of the stuff they're doing, that all had unique things that made them stand out across. Like, yeah, you played Final Fantasy VII to death, perhaps, or why am I doing that? No, I don't want you to do that. I can just hit the thing. So let's just keep going as far as that. But they even kind of got unique niches going on as far as RPGs. We mentioned strategy RPGs and stuff, so we had like Final Fantasy Tactics. We had like hack and slash stuff like Brave Fencer Musashi. That's a game I missed. I would love to play that. It's gone up in price a bit as far as, and that hasn't been re-released either. There's Threads of Fate. That was a late one on the PlayStation as well. Also has kind of like the Zelda Brave Fencer Musashi sign itself as well. But yeah, you're right. That's another really good one. Let me just see. Is there a... Okay, there's a landmark. Fantastic. Or a discovery, I should say. Yeah, Xenosaga, I think, has potential, though the 3D visuals might hold it back. Mainly because it looks a little bland. Cosmos looks cool, though. Right, and also remember, Cosmos is Rare Blade in Xenoblade... Or Xenosaga... No, yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So maybe that's a question. We have Guide Stones. Okay, let me just take a look at the map, make sure we're going the right way, which, yeah, okay, we sort of are. Okay, there it is. So, alright, I'm gonna go back there, and then I'm gonna go straight north, and we're gonna go to, Valia. I think we'll end going to Valia. I think I know where we're gonna end. We'll go a little longer than 5 hours on this one, I think. Yeah, maybe as far as that, well, let's talk about that, too, because you could put Skies of Arcadia in the same boat here, because it is 3D graphics perspectives about itself. And the thought that hasn't necessarily aged well, what that's going to look like, really. Actually, let's talk about that then. Games with 3D graphics that have aged really well. And what is it about them that made them age well? Honestly, I think this one. And I think what's made this one age really well is the art direction. And honestly, with the Xeno Saga games of what I've seen and played of them, I think that might help it. I mean, it also depends, like, what the port is going to look like, because I know it's a question sometimes if they'll say, hey, you know what, either they'll say, well, you can do, like, a remaster or a port job, or they say maybe we'll remake it, because the rumors going around now that Bloober Team, the people who remade Silent Hill 2, and they did Chronos The New Dawn last year, and they're making Silent Hill 1 again. It's like the second remake that game's getting, after Shattered Memories from Wii and PS2 and PSP. It's a case where the thought is they might be remaking Rule of Rose, which, given how much money that goes for on the PS2, that would be amazing as far as them doing that. But also, I guess then the question is that something where it seems like it's aged visually well. Okay, I'll tell you. I think Cool Soap, you technically mentioned one going through the list as far as something you were mentioning earlier when we talked about Final Fantasy. A game I think has aged very well on visuals on 3D that you would not think. And I'm going to go back here because I want to see if I can... well, I'm going to trade in my Discovery case. And I'm also going to see if I can go to the inn or something or get some health. Actually, also, I'll look at the money I'll have. I want to see if I have enough to get some of those weapons. Well, I'll give this to you. I would say Final Fantasy X. I think visually speaking, that game has aged really well, and I'll tell you, I know that's been re-released a couple times, but when I got it on the PS2. I think that game looks fantastic, even still today. I was amazed. I said, the PS2, especially that early in its life, is doing that. And not just that game, there's other games on the PS2 that I think were really impressive on their visuals. Actually, we played Shadow Hearts Covenant. That's another one. I was shocked how well that aged. Having not seen it, but also saying, again, the art direction I think helps it. And same with Final Fantasy X. I'd say this game is a really good example of that. So I think maybe with Xeno Saga and Xenogears, I think that might be a good case of it. But it is always a question. Sometimes being like, well, wait a minute, is something going to go? And I don't know necessarily maybe how they'll take, you know? And sometimes it'll be a question until you see it. All right, let me give you this, if you don't mind. All right, that's 40. That's not much, but he heard Rams. You know, rumors existence, but if you know where it is, I'll pay you. Okay, other one's like, oh, wow, this is so rare. So he said also, there's one going north, you can't miss it. So I think we're set as far as this. How much money do I have? Okay, I think I have enough money to run that, so we'll do that. And we'll keep going. This is a great discussion. How about this? How about Castlevania Symphony of the Night? It's one of the greatest games of all time, and that aren't we a golden age of Metroidvanias now? From a business perspective, I think it's baffling it hasn't been ported, especially considering the Netflix show. Yeah, I mean, well, there is a port. Actually, well, here's the end. We didn't actually go here. I'm definitely going to take a thing for this, and I'll save here. Yeah, okay, it has been ported, but I know what you mean because it's been a while since it's been ported, because it is available on... It was released on Xbox 360 a long time ago as far as the original PlayStation version. That version is still available and downloadable and playable on the new Xbox console, the Xbox One, Series S and X. And there's a disc of it. There's also the Castlevania Requiem Collection. That's on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. That has the version of Symphony of the Night that was in Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles from PSP. And you can still get those. But it's also something, I'll say this, I've said this before, when it's come to stuff with re-releases, something like Symphony of the Night or other Castlevania games. There is one outlier in that's never been ported. That's the Sega Saturn version from Japan, where that has an extra area that's only in that version. So it is one of those surprising things, I guess, thinking about that, and I guess also what's going on as far as what Capcom, or not Capcom, Konami what does Konami want to do with Castlevania, especially because the Netflix show has been so well liked. It's been successful as far as how that is. The question of what that's looking like, you know. Of course, getting that case of Sega. Yeah, you have cases of that going too, which is great. Okay, they said go north. Due north is where Valia is. So we're gonna take a look. We're gonna take a drive over there, or a ride over there. Yeah, we see that because getting dark look over there. So that is where we gotta go, as the case. But yeah, you're right as far as the idea of like a genre of that, the idea of what that's gonna look like, what's a new game in a franchise gonna look like. I know Konami did that with Suikoden, which actually Skies of Arcadia is not necessarily dissimilar to Suikoden as far as how it goes for certain things. Yeah, show me your entry passport. Yeah, right here, my friends. As is. How much you bet that they lost the source code? On what? Symphony of the Night? I don't know. Or on what? I mean, that is a problem, you're right, because I know Square's often been in cases like that. Yes, for Symphony of the Night. I don't know. Well, okay, since it has some versions, sort of, I don't know how those have been preserved. And honestly, the only real difference between that 360 version and the PlayStation one is that they had to compress it a bit as far as the file size a little bit back in the day for 360, and that was carried as far as it running on the newer consoles as well. I guess also the Saturn one. The source code lost in that. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, we talked about the idea of like emulating. You were saying, hey, you know, being hard to emulate stuff for Sega. There's actually one interesting thing came up when Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles came out last year, which was Square said first off, they did lose a source code for that. They're notorious for that, as is the case. But also the case where they said there are people who were able to emulate it online as far as how it was, and they actually were able to kind of talk with them, saying they preserved that game really well for us to be able to make the remake as close as we had it. So in that case, kind of that interesting thing of like the emulation market being something where that helps the actual companies, you know. Okay, answer this question here. Was the other game on an emulated version with the modern ports? Which one in particular? For Symphony of the Night? Feel free to go into that as we go, because we did get that past the checkpoint, and we'll see what's going on with the Valiant Empire. Now I had to sneak in. Oh shit, they can get, yeah, they're getting flashing light. What's that? A good point. It's the only entrance to the city, and it's going straight ahead. Castlevania in general. Let's see. Okay, so they let me look at that. Other games on the emulated version with the modern ports. Oh wait, how they did that? Let me think about that. I'm trying to think if I have the answer for that. Okay, so just understand this correctly. Are you saying that when they put the collections out that Konami has for the Castlevania cases, were they emulating that? Okay, it was modern ports as far as that. Were those emulating the old releases? I think if that's the question, I think the answer is yes. And the reason I think the answer is yes is because those collections are developed by M2. M2 does have a perspective of doing direct porting. I do know that for a fact. In some cases where they have had to, I think they would start with an emulated version, and I know they did this on 3DS when it came to the 3D Classics line they're doing, particularly the stuff of Sega's. They started with an emulated version of what they had. And there was lots of Segas that they put out for that. And I know they said for the purpose of putting the 3D in for some of those things, they said with the port of Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and Sonic the Hedgehog 2 that came out for that, they said they had to pretty much, they had the emulation as far as the original version, and in order to implement the 3D for it, they basically went frame by frame through the entire game to pretty much add depth to the backgrounds of that. I believe it was Derek Alexander, the Stop Skulls for Fighting channel, documented that in a video of his. I'll link to that when I do an edit in this in a couple of days, as with the Grand Fortress. So I think to answer that thing with Castlevania, I believe that's what's going on, because I know when the Castlevania Dominus collection came out, that was porting the 3 from DS, those being Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow, Port of Ruin, and Order of Ecclesia. And I know that those are basically direct from the DS versions for the most part. The only thing I think they changed was they took the intros as far as what they had, they put them in the front end of the collection within the menus. So when you boot the game up, it doesn't play it straight that way. But as far as everything else, I'm pretty sure there are emulations for that. I know that M2, it runs that way. And going back, as I mentioned, the Taito thing when we played Bus Move 2 a couple weeks ago, I know for a fact the person who made that Zebra engine that they ran for that is Saturn software and hardware emulation. So I know for a fact they said, yeah, we emulated the Sega Saturn versions of Bus Move 2 and 3 for the purpose of that one. And I believe with those Castlevania collections, I believe that's what's going on. That is, unless there's something in there that's new that was never implemented before, like with Dominus Collection, they had, what was it? They had that remake of Haunted Castle Revisited. That was something brand new that M2 themselves developed. So in that case, that would not be ported. That would be something that they did originally. But as far as I know, unless I find something in the next couple days when I research for the purpose of the edit, so I say something wrong. If I find something else that discredits what I just said, I'll indicate below I'm full of shit. But from what I know, I think that's what's going on. We're also getting the backstory of the perspective of Valia and Nasser, saying that over 100 warships bombarded the fortress from Nasser for days. But these walls were really strong, so they couldn't do anything. I think we're going to end tonight, by the way, for the purpose of this, is we're going to go through the Valiant Empire. I'm going to try and save everybody. It might add another hour onto this, but I think it's fair to do that. I don't feel right just ending it as far as like a 5-hour case with this. Besides, we're also getting great stuff as far as discussion as well. Feel free to keep them going as we go. But it's interesting, I've sometimes talked about this on the show, saying like, I think at one point, I think I said, maybe I had a perspective of thinking I wanted to document games that had source code found and lost. But it's also a case where some of that has not been widely reported. In some cases I know it's not initially been known for a while. And actually one example I know of the opposite, as we're saying the idea like how can we get in here, I know an opposite case, a game you'd think the source code was lost for, but it wasn't, is, what was it? Guardian Heroes for Sega Saturn, which is by Treasure. It was a case where it was revealed when they did the version of that for Xbox 360, which you can still get on the new Xbox consoles as far as that version. They did build it from the original source code, which Sega had, but Sega had it stored on DAT tapes, which is an ancient format as far as for the storage, and I know Treasure went to them and they said, hey, we need your help doing extraction on this, and Sega was willing to help them, and also it was a Sega game at the time, so they were in the partnership for bringing that back. And that was a case where they did have the original source code for it. But I know also some cases, I'll give the other anecdote this way, kind of the similar cases. And that is for, what was this? I'm trying to think, what's the game I'm thinking of? But yeah, nobody's ever escaped this fortress, but we're going to become the first. But there is a way out. What's that? Yeah, to execute prisoners, they toss their corpses off the island. Oh no, we can't have that happen. Right, okay, I remember the game now. Donkey Kong Country. That's not a case where the source code of that game was lost. That's a case where the way that game was designed with its Silicon Graphics sprites, or basically they took the Silicon Graphics models that they made for it and they transformed the sprites to Super Nintendo to be able to interpret. I know the people at Rare, when they made the Game Boy Advance versions of those games, we've shown those on the show, we've shown actually all those on the show, for all of them the Super Nintendo and then all the 3 on the Game Boy Advance, and the one on the Game Boy Color as well. They said when they made Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Advance, they said, because of the file types being so ancient and impossible to convert, they basically, in that case, they sort of emulated the Super Nintendo version. They basically ran Super Nintendo emulators like side by side, where they're basically rebuilding the entire game for that one. So that was a case where it wasn't a case where they didn't have the source code for it or method to kind of emulate it, but they said because of the way the structure of the Game Boy Advance was, and the Game Boy Advance, generally speaking, a lot of games that were developed in the C programming language, it was something where they couldn't do a straight convert over to that compared to how it was on Super Nintendo, and same also with Yoshi's Island. where I know that they rebuilt that game from scratch because they couldn't. That was the time Nintendo did not know how to configure the Super FX chip to get that one running for like modern indications of itself. They eventually figured that out, but before they did, when they put Yoshi's Island to the Game Boy Advance, they said we're just rebuilding the entire game. But it's an interesting question to ask, and sometimes that's something that I know has necessitated remakes of games sometimes. That's what happened with the House of the Dead as far as the first one of those. And with, I guess, sort of with Silent Hill 2. I think Silent Hill 2 ran into the problem saying that they didn't have that. And when Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill HD collection came out, it was revealed that apparently that was the case, which is why, part of the reason why they turned out as badly as they did. They had to do some different things in order to even get those running as they even were. And then now I think Bloober Team's attitude is saying, we're just going to remake these. And I think that's going to be the answer for Silent Hill 3, because honestly, Silent Hill 3 needs the remake above anything else because of how much money that game costs. And really, the only feasible version of that right now is on the PS2, but I think at some point, I think we get to that one. Honestly, I think Silent Hill 1's remake, or second remake, is going to do well, I think. So I think at some point we kind of get to that one. But alright, back with Ramirez and Lord Galcian. As well as seeing some members of the Valiant Empire. One is voiced by the same person who voices Mario, or voiced Mario, just to go on that. They might show him. If they do, I will mention it. Alright, each of you assembling on such short notice, let it be known that capture citizens of the Silver Civilization. That is the idea of Fina, by the way. Empress Theodora requested this. But how? Yeah, who got that? Who got her? Well, there's Alfonso. We met him at the beginning of the game. I was the one to find her first. He's the first admiral. Crippled his ship and captured her, but I was betrayed by my own vice captain. So yeah, he's going back to his story from hours ago. Saying he's taken from me. That's bullshit. We know what actually happened. That's number one. That's Gregorio. He's the second in command. Sure, the Empress is very pleased she was recovered. Also going to voice cast case now, just as far as them. Gregorio is voiced by Steve Cloyes. He played Bill in the 2009 film All About Dad. He was, let's see. He was Mr. Notes, I think it was, in Liquor Store Cactus, which is a film that I never heard of. And he was the second referee in a movie called Unflinching Triumph, the Philip Rockhammer Story from 2007. I'm sorry to give all the information we need. We got that effort going on, tracking her down. Alright, I'm hoping he speaks. Please speak. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, he did. That's Vigoro. Believe it or not, Chad, I don't know if you knew this. I certainly didn't when I was doing my notes and getting ready as far as this game, or any games that he's been in. That is Charles Martinet voicing him. I'll get into that in a second. Also got to the question, which is this. There were many games, original RPGs on the original Xbox. On a technical level, it was the strongest of the 6th generation consoles, making the jobs for developers fairly easy, especially with the hard drive integrated as far as read speeds, as well as elements of zero load times. And from a basic business perspective, basic port to test the market would have been worth it. So why were there not many RPGs? Good question. Let me think about that. Because I know there was one RPG that was canceled for that system. That was True Fantasy Live Online. That was going to be from Level 5. The people who made Dragon Quest VIII. And also, like, the Professor Layton games. Also, Vigoro looks like the Chad meme. Yeah, I'll have the picture of the Chad meme here. And, yeah, did you know he was voiced by Charles Martinet, who voiced Mario? I'll get into that briefly. As far as danger questions, as far as RPGs on the original Xbox, that's sometimes come up. I know a lot of Western RPGs as far as certain things, because there was the stuff BioWare made. They made Star Wars Knights of the Republic. They made Jade Empire. There was Fable that came out. Of other RPGs I have on the console, let me see. Yeah, you're right. There weren't a whole lot of Japanese RPGs, as was the case. And Star Wars Knights of the Republic, that is an awesome game. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. And Star Wars Knights of the Republic 2, The Sith Lord, so it's got a sequel. I guess why would... Oh, there was also Sudeki. I don't know if you ever played that one. That was by Climax Studios. I don't remember if it's the Climax Studios that made MotoGP or it's the one that made Landstalker from Sega Genesis. I think it's the former. Sudeki was a case that was kind of like that. It was kind of more like an action RPG, sort of. I don't know. Maybe the thing I'll say with original Xbox is the case that I know is a question that was not big in Japan. So maybe the thought of Japanese developers... There were Japanese developers who went for that console. I know the late Tomonobu Itagaki, he went to the Xbox because he felt that Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore on the PS2 embarrassed him because of the tech problems that it had with some of its anti-aliasing or not being indicated that way. Just, fuck this, I'm going to Xbox. But as far as other Japanese developers, I don't know. Maybe it's a case where... I know Square just ran on PS2 and sort of with Gamecube. But outside of that, I don't know necessarily why the thought of that was. Even though it did do well, it was technically impressive to be able to run some of that stuff. But I don't know, maybe they were looking at the market. They said, hey, you know, maybe the thought of RPGs on there, there's more going on with the PS2, in more cases for on that console. The Western RPG is something that people want to play more compared to the PS2 market. And 360, we kind of got in that sense a little bit later, sort of, in that, well, there were Tales of Vesperia launched on 360 to start. It sold the 360 out in Japan at the time. Like, yeah, that's the game that sold it out in particular until PS3 got it. But also, yeah, it kind of shifted over, but I think that might be the reason, if I'm gonna guess. But yeah, going back briefly as far as Mario, or not Mario. This is Vigaro. He is voiced by Charles Martinet. It's worth pointing out. He was Mario, starting with Mario teaches typing, the CD-ROM version, up until Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope. And anytime they do a remake or re-release of an older Mario game, he's going to be there. He also is Magenta on Dragon Ball Super. He's Parthenax in Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. He's Orvis in Ratchet & Clank Crack in Time. He's the announcer and the referee of Super Punch-Out for Super Nintendo. And he's Goji Rokaku in Jet Set Radio Future for Xbox, being Japanese-developed Xbox games, as is. To be fair, the PlayStation 2 got 100 million units sold as well, so maybe that was a done deal. Yeah, maybe so, but also maybe... So you're talking about what the PlayStation 1 had when it came to their RPG line. The thought of saying that that was seen maybe as the console for RPGs, that people coming from PlayStation 1 saying, let's take a look at this genre on this console. And I guess at that point, people just didn't look back, I guess. But you're right, the PS2 did sell better, but also the case that the original Xbox did carve a niche out, enough of one that it was able to be successful. And the Gamecube as well, even in its way, even though it was the third place of those, it still sold well enough to carve its element out as well. And yeah, Vigaro likes his women wild and crazy. Yeah, the voice of Mario, who knew? I definitely did not. As well as, here's Bliza. Yeah, she knows what's going on in Fina. By the way, as far as, I'll go through these voice performances as well. Bliza, that is Andrea Satin voicing her. She was Dr. Elsa Weisinger in Siphon Filter 2 and Siphon Filter 3. She had uncredited roles I couldn't find in Eternal Ring for PlayStation 2 and Armored Core 2, also for the PlayStation 2. And she was the voice of the princess in Prince of Persia 3D, which also got a version on the Dreamcast. I believe it was Prince of Persia Arabian Nights. And she also has a background in music writing in particular. And then we got the Loco. I don't know if the Loco had a voice. He didn't, as far as what I found. As is. Which I'll look again. I'll try and see if maybe I missed the Loco's voice. I'll have it linked indicated. Yeah, Mario's a dragon, and so ridiculously funny. It was a perfect call by Bethesda because the voice acting was genuinely great. Yeah, you're right. You would not think necessarily, like, wait a second, he's in that game. Sometimes there's that curiosity, saying, hey, you know somebody for one role, and then you get a sense of what are they in other roles. But yeah, the Loco, he's kind of the Loco guy as far as how it goes. Alright, so basically they want to search the moon crystal, so we're finding more about what's going on with Fina. We're going to get that going, we're going to go through this. And after we go through this part, I will be going, we'll be ending for the night. I want to try and figure coming back to this. Also, chat, question to you. When we come back to this game, do you want to handle this as part one of it? Or do you want us to start it again when we get to this? I don't know if I want to count this. Alright, I don't know if I don't want to count this a part 1. I think maybe we should. I think maybe I also should try and figure us coming back to this sooner. How about that? That might be a good idea. And also, fine. Apparently he got hit. It's like, wait a second, you lied in your report as far as it. So yeah, Alfonso got busted. Well, how about this? The comedy director who made Joker wouldn't have worked, but he made a masterpiece with Joaquin Phoenix. Right, that being Todd Phillips, whose background, as you mentioned, was in comedies. Particularly the Hangover trilogy, as well as old school Starsky and Hutch, and I'm trying to think of another comedy that Todd Phillips directed. There was his first movie, Frat House, from 1998. He made that. And also, he made... War Dogs. That was his as well. Also. But yeah, that idea of saying, like, hey, don't expect certain case out of one person as far as being capable of a certain aspect. Alright, so you have to go to Istaka as far as so you're getting reassigned. It's like, what are you talking about? You think I lied in my reports? So wait, he knew that he killed him? You were attacked by the Outrunners and you deserted your crew. Okay, so he picked up on that. Your shipment crew released... Oh, right, because we fucked him over. That's what happened. Since we let his crew go, we didn't do anything with them. They came out, they came back, they said, no, he's lying. We filled a report out contradicting him. It's multiple parts of that crew against his word. And the other one didn't come back. And they say, oh, we saw this happen. And they were thankful that the air pirates didn't kill them. So yeah, he's busted. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, but any sign of weakness is unforgivable if you're not going to make our Armada be invincible. So do not forget that. Alright, so meeting adjourned. Okay, so there you go. That is our perspective also on the Valiant Empire. So we're getting that sense. I got to go on the voice actor discussions that I took down because I wanted to make sure that I had that indication. All right, we got our way in. All right, so welcome to the Capitol. It's pretty impressive. Because here's the thing. If I don't come back to this soon, I don't want to stop here. Like, yeah, we're going to go in the Imperial Palace. I'm going to say, no, that's going to be the end. All right. Upper City, Lower City. I don't know how long this part goes. I will see how it goes. Okay, so if you've ever seen the movie Metropolis by Fritz Lang, this might look a little familiar. Because of the idea of the Upper City and the Lower City. Yeah, get wrecked, Alfonso, what a jerk. Yeah, you're right. That's kind of a surprise. I actually forgot that was a factor, saying, well, that also shows how tightly written the story is, because it's something where that's detail that came back, was from earlier in the game, and it came back later, and they realized, wait a second, because of something that the Air Pirates did, it wrecked him. I love that. Okay, but let's fortunately we're in the Lower City. We are going to Lower City. It doesn't feel right to force them into poverty, so let's go to Lower City. There's a dock there, they repair and remodel ships, and that's where we want to go. Okay, so we're going to do that, and I do know we're going to end as far as how it is. So here we are. So we're going to save everybody. That I think is the right way to go, and then what I'll do is, as I said, we're doing this for one show, but I will say I will look into getting back to this as soon as I can come back to it. I really do. Everything looks dirty and run down. We need to check the place out, and we have to save Mom. Mom's fine. I'm going to the docks to install the installation of the harpoon cannon. Oh, we found it. Alright, we'll see you later. Okay, so he's, I think, leaving our party again. Well, actually, is he? Okay, no, not quite. Never mind. Alright, let's save, and we'll get going on. Also, we go along, I'll also go on schedule for the show next week, but I'll do that a little later. And we'll do that right at the end, though. I will probably use it when we get downtime for something. But alright, here we are in the Lower City. Look at this. It's nice stuff. Okay. Though I will say, our next show, as far as next week's going to be on Friday. It's not going to be on Saturday. It's going to be on February 6th for Pikmin for Gamecube. That's going to be something that Gemini96 is coming in. He's going to want to play that. He loves that franchise. He loves that game. He finished Super Mario 64 when we played it a few weeks ago in one show, going 120 stars in under 4.5 hours. So in that case, I said, you want to do something else? Because I said, I wasn't sure how many parts we need. I said, how about 3? He's like, yeah, you can do it with 1. And that member of Valiant is saying, like, yeah, look how rich they are. I wish I could have something better. They get to eat good food, wear nice clothes, live in big houses, but, yeah, we're living in squalor. Alright, that's not like Pal from back in town. Yeah, have you seen my husband? There should be one at home by now. No. Unfortunately, we don't know anybody here. What are you doing? Reading? Well, that's hard, really hard, and there aren't pleasantries. I want to smile. Okay? I want to keep doing it. Alright, so yeah, she does have her way about her, saying, alright, it's awful, but, you know, I'm gonna keep smiling. Who are you? I don't know, who are you? Honestly, I don't remember who he is. I'll see him again, like, oh yeah, I'll see that guy. Yeah, they look like sailors, yeah, sailors are on Chinese ships. No, that's Shenmue, that's not this game. Stupid ones with that. Why'd you come over here to see Dump? We have reasons. And, yeah, he's picking his nose. Yeah, running off, just a little dick. Alright, my something when we were little. What, us? I wasn't this annoying when I was little. Give me some credit. What'd you say, you're trying to get into a fight? I'm not saying that, necessarily. Okay, this is Marco. Okay, now I remember this dude. Also, ask this question. Are Japanese RPGs stories good because they're well written or because player becomes attached to the story because of how interactive it is? I think it could sometimes be both. I think this game is well written. I'll tell you this right now. I don't know if I actually stopped and thought how well written is Skies of Arcadia as a game. But honestly, the more I'm thinking about it, especially sitting down playing it tonight, and also just thinking back as far as my years of playing it, I think this game is really very well written. That scene we saw with Alfonso, I think, proves that. And I think that's terrific writing. I'll tell you that right now. As far as their interactive nature, I think that draws you in a different way. We started to talk about this with different mediums. The idea of saying, hey, if you're reading a book or watching a movie or playing a video game or something like that, it's going to be a different method about how to draw the audience in. And the fact that this is an interactive medium as far as gaming definitely makes that a factor. But I think it's also something that what they all have in common with anything else, you can kind of tell where's good writing and where it isn't, as far as it draws you in that way. And then the unique aspect of what that medium is, whether it's you holding a book in your hand, you watching a movie because you're watching the screen and the movie's acting upon you, or in the case of this game, saying, I got a controller in my hands, we're playing it, and getting in that way, on top of looking at that, I think it's a bit of both, I would say. Actually, this is a good game to ask that question for. I mean, it depends on the game, and also there's some cases I know where sometimes the story, even in a Japanese RPG, believe it or not, might not be the point. I always think of kind of underrated game. One I like for its gameplay in particular, that where it really carries the weight. It's Brainlord, which is on Super Nintendo. It's by Enix, as is the case. They could re-release that game as far as with Square Enix, or Square Enix, I guess. But it's one where it's kind of like a puzzle, isometric thing. Actually, not dissimilar completely to Goof Troop. You took Goof Troop and mixed it with Link to the Past, it might look a little like that. But the story's kind of an afterthought, honestly. I don't remember much about Brainlord's story, but the gameplay, I remember that one like it was yesterday, even though I played that game. Last time I played that was almost 20 years ago I played that one. And I was borrowing it from someone, so I don't have it. Alright, so he's having the drink. Alright, so we're back at, we're at a bar. So here we go. Tomorrow noon, there's gonna be an execution. Yeah, we gotta get moving on that one. Is the Alfonso callback, though, really that good? It seems like a basic Chekhov's gun trope. Maybe. Yeah, that's true. Although maybe it's a case that I don't know if I necessarily expected the game to actually remember that. It maybe seems like such a small detail. So you're right about the idea of that being a perspective of that, but I don't know. Sometimes it sometimes depends on who's looking at it. Sometimes you might ask, I know it's sometimes this case, the case of what might be a trope for somebody else or come off that way, something, oh, it seems like it's lazy, might not for somebody else, but I don't know. I think it's something where what this game did, I think, is impressive as far as that example, I would say, is because it's something I kind of forgot about, honestly, in the plot. It's a case of, oh yeah, Alfonso's there. I basically just assumed, like, oh yeah, you know, he's going to be able to get that set, and say, oh yeah, I can totally line my way into, as far as killing this guy. But then it's the case like, oh yeah, hey, we're good as far as, you know, the air pirates saying, like, we didn't kill him. Like, and actually, I think that's just a You just talk to somebody as far as that hearing that. Like, okay. Right, oh, right, because, right, I think, yeah, that's something I think you could feasibly miss. Or, so I think in that case, it's something where I was kind of surprised. Like, it's something I kind of forgot about. So maybe it's a case of misdirection that was kind of something that I found unique about it. And then when I came back, it's like, it's that ooh, aha moment, which is very satisfying either way, you know? But okay, he's saying, like, yeah, we're not into executions over here. Yeah, we have no time to waste, though, so we have to figure what's going on. Okay, so what can we do? We're not going to be anybody who's going to be saying, you know, what's the word on that? Alright, let's use that to get our way up. Or get our way down or something. Yeah, we're not into the idea of, you know, I guess the bullfights as far as that, or I don't know, lions eating Christians or something like that. We have to stop this. Well, because it's our family. We're not going to let our family and our friends be killed. Yeah, in that case, they're also doing manual labor. And if we don't do anything, we're going to die. Okay, so how about you? In Upper City, you can use as much white bread as you want. I've never eaten white bread, only hard black bread, and I hear people never chip their teeth. Ooh, boy. Well, I'll say is let's talk about the writing here. How about this? Let's talk about this section as well. I gave that one example. Let's talk about what we're seeing here, because here we're on Upper Lower City, as far as what it is. I guess the idea of, in some ways, how for a game that doesn't have a whole lot of voice acting, I mean, it has some, but it's something where a lot of the story is told through the text. It is, in a way, kind of telling the story of what we're seeing here with how squalid the conditions in Lower City are. And it kind of makes it vivid. Including that guy. Like, we don't have much forward to look forward here. I think that's maybe one thing about it. And also, I'll tell you, one thing I think this game does really well, and I think you can I would credit the writing on this one. The lore of this game. When you learn the ideas of what's going on as far as all these different places in the world that you go, and the way it kind of gives you a sense of some of these things, and also discoveries. The background as far as discoveries, actually, I will give an indication back. You know what, I'm going to do that right now. I didn't mention this at the time. I actually picked up on this when we saw this discovery earlier. The Pirate's Grave. It says right here, here lies an unknown blue rogue. The actual name has been worn away with wind. First letter D can still be made out. I think this is supposed to be Dragma. That was kind of something I was impressed. I didn't actually pick up on that either, as far as it earlier. That, I don't, or it might be. Maybe it's not. I don't know if maybe that's the case. It's supposed to be him. Okay, how about that? Well, okay, more of an environmental storytelling, perhaps, in the same way that Bethesda does things with their world, is it not? Well, yeah, no, you're not wrong to say that, for sure. Okay, I don't know. Then what do you think as far as this game? Do you think that this game is well written? I mean, as far as I can tell, I think it is. I'm trying to think of other cases where it's like, well, wait, it seems like it feels like it's hackneyed. I don't know if it's the case that I'm just thinking of a Japanese RPG as a point of comparison, or something else. Oh, right, okay. I'm thinking ahead because this is where we're gonna have to go later. I think. But, because it's been a while since I've done this part. But we'll get through this as far as how it is, and we're gonna save everybody from the execution. Yeah, no, what do you know, feel free to go on that. I appreciate that you're asking these deep questions as far as this, and that there are cases that we can kind of, you're right, it is an environmental thing, you're right. They do have to kind of explain that, what it is, but I guess then, and pointing to Skyrim, that being a good example as far as saying, how do you tell a story that way? I guess, in a way, create a mood, create a setting, explain where, what Lower City really is like as far as what it's doing, whereas maybe in other games, you're like, okay, who cares? You're told it's bad, but you really get a sense that it is, and it's something where you're kind of feeling this in particular, you know? Kind of hard to say, it's hard to say not. It's good, but I think it's because it's better than most games, because sadly not many have that much detail. Okay. Well, okay, how about, you mentioned a really good one, I think that has a lot of detail. Claire Obscure Expedition 33, that's one. What would you say as far as that game? I would say of what I played of that one, I think that game has some interesting things going on when it comes to its story with its characters as we're at the end. I do want to take a sleep. Oh, right, you have to sleep at the end, right. It's 80 gold. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to save first. Window shopping, it's an inn. I'm just going to get a bed. Because I'd say that's a case as far as that, because especially the way that game opens, the idea of stuff with the story, with its characters, what's relationships looking like, and then also how's that expedition really tying into everything, and then where it goes further from there, you know? Alright, we got another one staying the night, a big old man, another guy joins, he'll pay for the room. Yeah, if he doesn't come, I'll be knocking on your door. Alright, fine. Let's go to the room. Honestly, I have no idea. Some of the gameplay, I saw some of his gameplay. I knew one game of the year since day one. As far as Expedition 33, okay. So I guess in that case, then, what I guess because yeah, I always talk about the idea like what's great storytelling just in general, but also I guess what is it like in a game? Is we're in this case of a nice room, but because I love Shenmue, going back to the stuff on Dreamcast, that's a case where it's something of a familiar. What is it? I don't think of the best way to put this. A familiar revenge story saying they killed my father right in front of me and I'm going to have my revenge. But I think maybe the particulars of that one, and also I think the particulars of this game as well, kind of make it stand out. I feel like I'm really in this world with these people and that I would kind of follow them through anything. But also the idea that that's an interesting one because that's something you'd look at that and say, hey, it's really hacking for some of the stuff with voice acting. But then when that game asks me to care, I'm totally with it. I'm totally drawn in. So it might be going what you're saying that maybe it is more about the drawing and how much of that necessarily goes to the writing, and then what is a case where the writing really is something that you look at and say, wow, that's something that has this tightness to itself. So that's a very interesting question, and I really appreciate that. Making me think. It's not me saying like, oh, you know what, I'm like trying to second guess what I'm thinking on the top of my head. It's kind of saying like, well, okay, what do you think about this? So fair enough, but I can't stop thinking about Captain Dunn. You're right. I'm sure they're okay. Let's try and get some rest. Alright, who knows when we'll be able to sleep in real beds again. Yeah, about an hour, probably, as far as all of us. You've been crammed on the hammock in the engine room with Little Jack for quite a few nights now. Alright, we've only done this in one night so far. But the engine's too old and loud, so the question me getting able to sleep. Yeah, sorry for having an old ship. Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't expect you back so soon. You own my ship, why didn't you find another one? Oh, we didn't mean that. It was only for me in the first place anyway. No, I'm grateful, honest. But hold on. What's up? Actually, one thing I do like here, just as far as the way the setup here is that since it is something where, yeah, I guess it is the late night, and also the question, like, what is their next step? The idea that they're deciding not to play music here to kind of emphasize that. Okay, yeah. They kill my dad, I will avenge him, and then do dumb minigames for 12 hours. The joys of trying to be an open world with a narrative that doesn't fit an incompatible puzzle piece. Yeah, I know Shenmue is one that is a contentious one. I said that even when we played it. I adore that game with all my being, but I also know some people said this it's like a beta take on Yakuza, which is a fair point. Actually, Yakuza is another one I would say. Yakuza does do story really well. That's actually a really good example as far as that, where it definitely kind of built on some of the stuff that Shenmue did. I know Shenmue's a contentious one. I understand that completely, for sure. So I can get that idea. But yeah, Aika went quiet. Yeah, usually she's not at a loss for words. Yeah, they're going to be executed. I know. Going to happen in the Coliseum. We heard that in the bar. Guys got to get a crowd. We got to hurry up and rescue them. They'll be killed. What are we going to do? Alright, so we have a choice of what we're going to do. Try to save everyone right now. I don't know if that's a good case. It's late at night. I can say I'm non-committal. I think we should sneak in and pull them out. What do you think? That is the right choice. I do know what the right choice for this one is as far as the promotion system or the reputation system. I gotta see what the reputation, by the way, Vise is now. Alright, we're sneaking tomorrow. We'll take a sleep right before the execution is gonna happen. We'll get them, okay? They'll be taken there in the morning, and at that point, we'll get them. But you're not gonna try to save them right now. She's questioning that, rightly. By saying, well, first off, we had a long day, number one. Number two, we know that they're not going to kill them until the morning. And number three, if we start frantically searching everywhere, we'll get caught. So in this case, they'll also probably be all focused there when they're getting the ceremony set up. Yeah, I think that might be the best way to go. Even Drogman's saying, yeah, good idea. Alright. But she does trust us. She's like, look, we're not going to say, you know what, we're not going to say something like that for no reason. Okay, I feel a little better, and I think it'll work, and we have the element of surprise on our side. Alright, so set the clock for 7 a.m. No, 4 a.m. We need to make sure we're set. Who's there? I think it's, that kid. Okay, right. This is an interesting case. We're gonna be running across the roofs. Yeah, there he is. There's Marco. Let's go get him. This case, basically follow where the arrows are, just run towards him and jump. After the way he's running, it's almost like how Sonic the Hedgehog does in Sonic Adventure. I just noticed that. And that's despite the fact that Overworks had nothing to do with Sonic Adventure, as far as I know. Yeah, where do you think you're going, kid? Yes. Yeah, where do you think you're going? Yeah, you're going down the way, the sewer. You're not going anywhere. Gotcha. Put me down a glass-eyed freak. It's an eyepiece, not a glass piece. Okay, how about this? Yeah, it was like the Naruto run. Yeah, you're right about that. Also, how about this? I think The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind's an example of a game that did it right. What we're supposed to do after delivering this package, becoming a member of the Blades, go on an adventure scrub, and you proceed to do 3 quest lines, 20 hours, and go to a nightclub, but in that case it makes sense. Yeah, and actually it's interesting, when Morrowind came out, there are a lot of people, myself included, compared to something like a Shenmue, and said it was, in a way, Shenmue, I guess, walked so maybe some of those other games could run, and then kind of build on that idea. So now I understand that. Alright, yeah. Okay, yeah, I knew it was him just because I saw him from earlier, but alright, yeah, that's him. Yeah, what's you? Put me down now! Yeah, the Naruto thing, you are right, and this was, I think, before Naruto came around. Yeah, you had to drop me on the ground. Also, why did we get the rumble and the jump pack for that one if we dropped him? Yeah, did you catch him? Yeah, we did. Oh, that annoying kid again. I don't have hair like a scarecrow. I heard everything you said, and if I were to go to the regard, you'd be executed. Oh, if you fucking dare do that. Well, Drogma has an arm, he knows what it is. Yeah, we have no choice. We'll have to kill him. Okay, he just comes out and says, yeah, we're gonna kill him. Okay, so Drogma says we're gonna murder a child. It's like, he's like, wait, no, that's not what I meant. Alright, if you're gonna kill me, why don't you have the balls to do it? No one will give a shit. Even the rats wouldn't miss me. Basically giving up on life here. If I'm dead, hey, I wouldn't have to search the garbage bins for food every night. So basically he thinks it's the perspective of he'd rather die than live with this. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, we got this. Really? Good. And you have no regrets. So Drogma, and I just trying to talk him down. It's like, please don't kill him. Yeah, I'm fine. Takes the Edwack and Nikki perspective of he's just a child. Well, hey, it's probably going to be up to us. Because, yeah, Vise, we are in charge. Yeah, Drogma's my favorite character in this game. I think you should do it, destroy him. Wait, I don't think you have a choice, though. No, okay, in this game, I don't think you do. Well, I don't know. Well, I don't remember, honestly. It's been years since I've gotten to this point. Alright, the hologram. What is that? Looks like a sewer. Catacombs in the city. They've been around since the old world. But they're just sewers now. I live down there. Okay. And just being a Shenmue, not dissimilar necessarily to Wong from Shenmue 2. Usually to get to the Coliseum, huh? Wait, you were serious when you said you're gonna go there, right? Damn right you are. Wait, you stupid or something? You don't know who you're dealing with here, my friends. You're caught. We're waiting till the morning, number one, and number two, we're gonna sneak them out. Give up and go home. Oh, we are not giving up. Can't do that. The Blue Rogues never give up, especially when friends and family are in danger and counting on us. Also, let me ask you something, Marco. You ever went sailing, ran into a storm, and the way you're talking, you probably just give up and let yourself be killed. Is that what you're saying? It's too rough. I shouldn't have gotten on the ship and went with mommy. That's your attitude, right? I mean, to be fair, Vise is doing this for a reason. And Marco does have a point saying, hey, you know what? I'm all alone here, and I'm living in squalor, and I hate my life here. So he's kind of playing to that idea. Yeah, take that back. He's like, I don't think so. But he's giving him the look right here. But saying, well, you know what? You run into a storm, there's always a way out. We do have that hope, so we're going to instill that, try to instill that in him. I'm in a really bad situation before, and I always look for a way out. Honestly, I'm in that perspective, and I'm not going to give up. And that's what I like about Vi's character. He is steadfast. So, what are you trying to say? I say we're going down there. And if you want to report us to the Italian Empire, go ahead and do it, but we're not going to fail. Are you supposed to kill me? I don't know, Drogma, that's your choice. What do you think? You'll be the Coliseum tomorrow with us too, you know. By the way, you said you grow tired of living, right? I just wanted to see something interesting before you die. So, alright, there you go. Vise is saying, alright, he basically is going to give him what he wants. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, Drogma's an angry old man hunting the legendary whale, the prosthetic limb, and the eye patch. I wonder where that came from. Moby Dick, right? That's where I think that came from. Which, I don't know if at the time really I'd seen that mind in games that much. That's what I think. The novel from Herman Melville, I think so. We also talk about stuff on this show you don't expect, so. You're not serious. Oh, we're dead serious. I guess that's the perspective. Is that what they came from? I would think that's the idea of Drogma. Although, honestly, when it comes to stuff that's going to go on with him later, which we'll see when we get back to this game, it is maybe a little different. Alright, yeah, there we go. So we went into sleep. Morning came too soon. Yeah, I know. So I guess we did wake up at 4 a.m. Alright. Alright. All comes down today. I hope we can save him. We will save him. Okay, let's go save him. And in that case, as I mentioned, it'll be the end of the show. So one thing I'm going to do whilst we make this walk. Okay, well, yeah, we came down here. This is what we had to do. Wait, is it? Oh, alright, I guess I gotta go back. Alright, I forgot. This is where the hotel is. Just want to make sure I'm understanding that perspective, so let's keep going on. Yeah, for real. The character archetype came from Moby Dick, Captain Ahab, if I'm correct. Yep, you got it. That's the idea. But I said that's interesting, I guess, the thought of what that is. Of being that obsession. In fact, I think I even said that before you jumped on. I said, like, hey, you know, him kind of on that, I guess, existential quest to find, in the case of that novel, the white whale. And actually, that is, by the way, our first Herman Melville reference on the program as far as the play of this. So, I'm glad we went to that idea. Actually, wait a second, I'm going the wrong way. He said, yeah, we talk. That's the thing about this show. It's like, hey, welcome. And again, I just want to indicate that. I'm having a great time when we're going into all this with all of you. But also the idea, like, what is the idea of what our show is? Our show is basically kind of a sounding board, a discussion program. That's the idea of what we do here. And sometimes some of these other cases we go a little deeper. I said, we go deep in the guts of gaming and the guts of anything else that kind of goes to it. And I appreciate the idea of what we're going into just in general. And it's kind of enriching my thought and making me kind of think through, I guess, a lot of the stuff that maybe I'm saying. It's like that I don't have all the answers, but I also love trying to figure out what might they look like. Also, where am I going? Oh, I know. Okay, I know where we're going. It's just that. Okay, no, I guess I do have to go back up there because it does look like it's. Yeah, there's nothing there. Right, because went up to the top as far as that. We were jumping off the buildings. We can't do that. All right. Oh, right. We go up here. Here we go. Perfect. Although, all right, let's go into that just briefly as far as that saying that inspiration. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is a case where thinking about this with gaming. How often is it something where at the time they said we're gonna focus on elements of literature, and like what did that look like? Actually, I think Metal Gear Solid, I think, did that, if I remember correctly. Was it Metal Gear Solid? I mean, I know there's nods to certain things with that game, but I'm trying to think of other cases where they would say, all right, we're going to kind of have that perspective, and also, unless they make a game based on a book, which, well, Parasite Eve is based on a book, as an example. Going back to that, as far as Square, it's a different kind of book, I know that, but still the case that that's something. Let's see. Right, we're going down the sewer, so we're gonna have our walk, and then we're gonna go on battle. Let me just make sure that, yeah, we're totally rested. We're fine. I don't think there's any concern going on here. So I'm also looking as I go. I'm also looking at my shelf, saying, "Do I have any game that's a literary adaptation? If there is one." Well, I mean, I don't know. Legitimate glad novels like Moto Dig are kind of popular. In fact, Japanese studios decided to make a game character around is kind of cool. Or make a game character as far as it. Well, it's a unique idea, and then saying, like, alright, what are we going to do for that, and how does it fit? And I guess also, when you think about, wait, hold on. They're on color line, they're on red. Just make sure I'm looking at this right as far as this. They're doing the weakness order down. I don't remember it completely off the top of my head, but thank God I have the manual of this thing, because I have this game fully in box on Dreamcast. They're on red. Green. Yeah, green is how I want to go. So green is our answer here. Yeah, I'm gonna go for everybody as far as this, and same with Drachma. Just hit him. Ouch. Getting punched in the face. Isn't the manual known for having incorrect information? On this game, I don't know on this game. I don't know. In general, it depends on the game. As far as this one, I don't know. Actually, I don't also know if the Gamecube version is that way as well. Or how much of the Gamecube version was a indication like the Dreamcast's manual.
That's fun.
I mean, sometimes there are, as far as like a case of wrong information. Or sometimes I know cases where they write the manual before the game came out, and they change things like at the last minute. Like one of the examples I always come back to as far as that is GoldenEye. There's a gun listed in the manual called the Spider. When the game came out, people was like, "Where was this?" It turns out that is the Claw. So they renamed it before the game came out, but they'd already printed the manual. So in that case, it was wrong. It's a case where the manual was completely wrong. I don't know. Probably the GameCube version. Mature Nerd talk about that during the 35-part playthrough. Okay. What is it? Is it like is the weakness order that goes in off on that? I don't know. Everything else of what I know of this game seems like it's on the line of itself. Admittedly, I haven't played this in a long time, just going to that. So I don't know, maybe the weakness order is sort of off, or maybe there's something else to it that maybe the game doesn't go into. Yeah, people are going to go into that. And I guess also cases of other instruction manuals where either they're, like, the best way. Oh, yeah, there you go. Look at the flashing light. Like I said, I hope people out there, if you don't have epilepsy, why that? Okay, it beeped. I don't know why that beeped as far as that. I don't know if it's supposed to beep on its own, unless until something later, because you're able to get that radar thing that goes doing the beeping, but it just did it off of nothing. It's the second time it did that tonight. I don't know why it's doing that. And I haven't, unless, unless, I don't know, is my controller getting a sense that it's seeing a disconnect happening? But I don't know. Well, we'll see.
That's fun.
It's not impacting anything, don't know. Just one part of it, though, but I don't remember which one it is. Okay, fair enough. Also, I guess I got a sense of... Also, let me look at one other thing. I want to see what's Drachma's magic looking like. Oh, right, because I have, like, silver case. As far as that. So, what's his thing looking like? I want to see... Alright, I'm getting close on blue, and I'm getting close on green. Just because I do want to get that recovery spell. I mean, I do have people that have it, but it always helps, I'll say, with this game when you have sometimes characters with multiple cases spells kind of bouncing around. I guess I'll have to do a deep dive analysis when I read it later, or I'll tell you what I'll do for the purpose of the edit. I said I'll look for a PDF version of the manual for the Dreamcast game. I'll also see if I can't find one for the GameCube version. I'll take a look at it just to get a sense of what that's looking like. Okay, so let's see here. I mean, to be fair, it does seem, I'll give you this, just what I'm looking at. It seems like it's questions on how am I supposed to read this. Although as far as the purple, it says run red. So far, it seems like it's been leading me okay. As far as green, it's saying run purple for that. So let's try on the Mind Stealer that way. I know there are a lot of factors when it comes to things. I know electric, flashing light on this baby, definitely. Please do. Yeah, no problem, absolutely. Yeah, a couple days when I do the edit on the YouTube site for that, I'll have a link list on to that. Yeah, because sometimes that could be a question. Actually, going back to... Okay, I remembered one as far as question like how accurate is the manual. Game... Oh, we're poisoned. Uh-oh. Well, that's why I have those items as far as that. Yeah, with poisoning, it is like other RPGs. You lose health each turn. I do need to... Okay, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start killing things. I'm gonna have everybody else help. So... Let's use a courier crystal. Let me... You know what, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to, I'm going to use this Zachary to recover him, and then I'm going to have Drachma. He can handle a turn as far as this. I'm going to have him use the Curie Crystal on Vise. Please give Vise all the attention, let him fight.
Give me strength.
Yeah, okay, the game I was thinking of that has the manual inaccurate, I mentioned this when we played it, Batman Forever. We played it on the Super Nintendo, but even on all the other versions, it was definitely off when it came to certain things about details about stuff. I also love the dissolve element when you use that Curie Crystal. It's very elegant. And then again, I think this game has an elegance to itself. I'll indicate that as we go. Because one of those things, I always say how I miss instruction manuals, but I never, you know, in honesty, I'm glad you brought that up, because it's something where I don't know if I necessarily stopped and thought, oh, wait a minute, how inaccurate it was. I mean, I guess I mentioned it was inaccurate when we did Batman Forever, because I said, I want to be set on that game, as far as how we played it. And that was a while ago when we played that one. But, I guess, also something where I just kind of thought it was like a one-off. I mean, I know, like, inaccurate guides for games, I know the guide for Final Fantasy IX, I know that's an infamous one. Well, okay, that, I don't know if it's cases where it's necessarily wrong, but cases where it doesn't have a lot of the information. Just go on the play online thing, whatever it is, of Squares. So in that case, it's basically useless as far as the guide, as far as the one they sold. I know we had that when we were doing Shadow Hearts Covenant, we were using one as far as online, but hey, that's not as bad as the other one, because the other one came from Square themselves. Like, wait, it feels like it's wrong, or it is wrong, and it's missing stuff. It's bizarre. I'll tell you what really bothers me, which is this. Games that don't have many good guides or tutorials on YouTube, or if it does, it's 15 years old. Okay, how about this? I looked up discoveries as far as this game, I see. It shows the Dreamcast version, no timestamps for accessibility or quick elements. Yeah. Really, I'm surprised. And I'm trying to remember, did the Gamecube version have extra ones? I would guess it does. But I don't remember off the top of my head if it does. All right, we're going purple. And then for the red one, I'm gonna... Yeah, we're going green. Oh, no, we're good, but I want to put over there. Which one am I? Purple? No, I want to be in green. Right, because I want to get the heal spell for him. Yeah, it does. There's 64 on the Dreamcast version. There's over 80 on the GameCube version. Okay. Is it? If I had the GameCube version as well, actually, this is also the point of the scoping session show, because if I didn't know how to scope this thing, as far as like having a general idea, I'd probably say like, wait, we'd want to show both of them as far as the extra stuff, but I only have this one. I don't have the GameCube version. And I guess also here's the question: they're going to re-release this thing, is I guess hurting. I don't know. Here's the thought: would it be wanting the content of the GameCube version with the presentation of this Dreamcast version? Because the compressed music I know is a factor on the GameCube, which is not on this one. And it's because of the fact of the 2-disc thing. I guess Overworks, they had their one chance, and this one, yeah, Ika's in trouble. I gotta do something. But yeah, she's really in trouble. Is she gonna move first? I'll take that risk. Unless I have something else to kill everything. Do I have anything else to kill everything? Yes, I do. I'm gonna use that to cover cover the field. Hopefully they'll help. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, yeah, hopefully they're focused on Drachma. Maybe that'll work. If every person makes guides for it, that'll be a good case. Or if they make guides for this, they'd be worshipped by the community. As far as, yeah. I mean, because that's something I noticed too. Thank you for bringing that up as well. I know that you'd think, burn them.
Give me strength.
I would have thought for, like, everything there'd be something, you know? When we played Bomberman World, we played it on the PlayStation. It was something where I was shocked that, okay, good, they were not paying attention to her. Oh no, well, I recovered her, so it's fine. No, let's, keep burning them. Okay, yeah, just sit back, we're fine. Yeah, in that case, I'm offending. Yeah, when we played Bomberman World, I was surprised how that game was not well documented. I found, like, one thing was actually a good source, but then some other things where I kind of found out myself. I mean, going to the instruction manual case, the manual does not tell you that if you hit the triangle button, you can go back to the world map from a world. So you can basically go back in and out of areas if you need to get power-ups and things. I did not know that. I found that out by accident before we did that program. So, and I was shocked. I said, yeah, I thought this would be better documented. Mega Man Legends 2 was another game that was like that. I thought for certain things it would be easier to find stuff. But I guess on our show, because we play the game full, it's something where it's a good guide for it, but I also know that exactly saying, like, wait a second. Because as far as how we do, we will run timestamps on shows when we do edits on them. But also cases where I don't know. Because even tonight, I've just kind of went getting the discoveries as I find them. As opposed to saying, like, oh yeah, they're here, 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 and here. But yeah, that's an interesting case as far as that for people who, like, make guides as far as stuff. As I said, inadvertently, I guess our show is a guide. As far as going through a game full when we do that. And I do want to do this one full. That's also why I'm doing some of this stuff. Is I want to do a game for this full. And the fact that I'm going even further, I'm going to be getting like a 6.5 hour case out of this game for just one part of itself. Not that I didn't expect it, but also something where I said, yeah, you know, absolutely. It reminded me why I love this game. I think above anything else, that's what's happening here. It's reminding me why I adore this game and why I'm glad that I got to play it. And this is kind of how these scoping sessions, I think, are going to go. Because I think it's going to be a lot of cases of people saying, okay, what's the best way to run a game? This one, I think it's not hard to understand the idea of how to do it. But other stuff, I don't know what I'm doing with it. And also part of it's because I might have not played it. Like Persona 3, I don't know what I'm doing on that one. Blaze Blue Calamity Trigger, I know that's another one. I don't know how we're handling that. But you're going to do that one for next month. Or how about this? Let's see. In retrospect, there's probably a gold mine for detailed guides for old games, particularly for this one and maybe other pre-7th generation games. Yeah, I guess so. And maybe, I guess, a case where that would be, I guess, a benefit of, like, a re-release. Of people saying, like, at that point, getting it out in the discussion more. Or, I guess, something more recent. Because I guess you can go on to GameFAQs. You can find guides for games going back a long time, as you mentioned. As far as, like, a video case on YouTube. Or something like that where it goes back a ways. Like, what's a fresh look? What's a fresh look and what is a complete look that's really gonna explain how it's gonna go? Also, I do need to get myself out of here. We'll find our way. That being said, I don't remember which way I'm going, so I am kind of going blind as far as this. But if nothing else, I'm finding items as we get heavy armor. Actually, wait. Yeah, battle's coming. That's the other thing. On the Dreamcast version, you hear that disc grinding. As soon as you hear the disc grinding when walking around, you know the battle's coming. And the battles are more frequent than on the GameCube, and also the experience costs are increased on the GameCube to cut down on that, or due to the cut down. Alright, before we do anything, I want to look at my equipment. Advise the competent. I think we're a little more than that, but let's see. Okay, so what's next? The heavy armor. Okay, who do I want on heavy armor on? Drachma is out-leveled by them, over-leveled as far as that compared to us, because he comes you at a higher level by default. And okay, the choice has been made because I can't wear the heavy armor. So alright, there you go. That's the choice. Is there anything else I have on, like, weapons? I don't think I got any new weapons. I don't think you... I don't think this is one of those RPGs where you really get weapons around in the environment that much. Or if you do, it's not till later. Or... Assassin Blade. Okay, fine. Fuck what I just said. Yes, you do. Alright, Assassin Blade, who gets that? I guess that's a Vice thing. Yeah, it is. Okay, and there's a poison chance. Oh, fuck yeah, I want that. That's awesome. Okay, never mind. Okay, just took me saying that. That's the other thing. Sometimes we say stuff on this show, or I do, where it just comes out like, yeah, like, oh, this is what it is. And then the game comes, it's like, oh, you're saying that? No, that's not right. I got you here. Fair enough. Let's see. If the disc is grinding, can't you pause it before the fight starts to stop it and skip it entirely? No, actually. I tried that. Because actually, there's another RPG I know that sort of does something similar. That is Sailor Moon Another Story for the Super Famicom. That's a case where you do a walk around, and it's not that it's necessarily based on a timer, but something where the frequency of the random battles goes where you can kind of predict it, and they're all on that. So just want to make sure I'm running that correct. Yeah, I'm going all purple here. But yeah, if you do it in this game... In fact, we'll do it the next battle, just to show the idea that basically what happens is that as soon as you come out of that menu, it goes into battle right away. So they did think of everything as far as that. I did try that. I was questioning that idea, and it's something kind of unique. But that's also the reason why, when it comes to the show, first off, we run on original hardware when we can, and second off, I have the Dreamcast on the table here. I have the disc grinding there, and... I don't know, I guess maybe when it comes to the Dreamcast, honestly, this console, above anything else, it seems like the character of this console is...
We've finished them off.
Oh, yeah, and that one ran away. It's one of those systems where, for some reason, the sounds that come out of it, as far as the disc grind, as far as that, and also the VMU beep, seems like it's kind of, I don't know, for me, integral to the experience in an interesting way, which is why maybe I would mute that for other systems. We did a show for Xbox 360 of a bunch of Xbox Live Arcade games a few months ago. It was too loud as far as how it was on the table. It's like, I'm moving it off the table. For the Dreamcast, A, it's not that loud, and B, I said, I think we have to get that going. Oh, yeah, I want to get the thing you're saying going. Unless I'm in a safe area. Because sometimes the game does go to safe areas. Where basically at that point there's no aspect of a battle. Though early in the show I did show it, just to give an indication of that. Okay. Your console's cursed. It sounds like it's trashy creepypasta in the making. Well, this is how the Dreamcast normally sounds. I don't know what your experience on the Dreamcast is, but by its very nature, the Dreamcast has that disc going on. There's the fan on the side and goes like and there's certain games that make it grind louder than others and more frequently than others, and sometimes it does sound like maybe there's something wrong with it, but no, it's not. That is part of how the console runs. So it is something kind of normal, and other people who know the aspects of the Dreamcast indicate that. Oh wait. Okay, before we do anything, I'm gonna do some recovery here. Everybody's getting full here. We got stuff there. MPs, whatever. I think we're okay. We got a couple magic droplets. You know, let's do it. Let's do it anyway. Why not? I got the stuff. Okay, there's nothing here else that I need to... Oh, wait a minute. Wait. One thing I am going to do. I don't think I've done that. Yeah, healing saving is always a good idea. Yeah, you're right. First, like, I can make this. I was like, no, hold on. Also, I want to look at other things as far as other things I can put on. Okay, that's attack boost. That could be useful. Let's see. It just cutting my hit percentage down a little bit. You know what? It's not by much. It's like 50%. Or 5%, I should say. 50% would be a fucking disaster. No. In that case, I'd absolutely say no. For everything else, let's see. I don't want a defense cut. That defense boost I have, that's what I think I want on Ica. And then on Drachma, let's see, what's he got? He comes with a black eye patch. That's an attack boost. That's boosting defense a little bit, but not too much. Not really a case where it's going to make much of a difference. Okay, I think we're good. And you know what? I am going to go back and save, because why not? And then after this boss, we'll have what's up there, and then I'll be on the show for the night. As we go through this, I'll also probably start talking about the schedule of what next week's show is. As I said, we usually do this on Saturday, but also we vary it up, so sometimes we'll be running for Friday shows. That's going to be the next 2 weeks, by the way. Yeah, because next week we're doing, other than Twitch and YouTube, do you post anywhere else? Right now it's just there. I'm figuring as far as other places potentially to go. If you have any suggestions of where else you might like to see the show, go to. Okay, good. At first I was like, wait, that wasn't a random battle there. Because I didn't hear the disc grind until after I ran into it. Okay, so yeah, let's also see the boss here. Yeah, but those are the two I go, because basically we do live on the show that way, and then the YouTube edit. There's other cases I'm trying to figure, other things I'd be open to. Alright, so for the Beelgok, okay. He's purple weak as far as this, which sounds weird in a sentence, but... So I guess he's weak to ice, that's the thought of it. I did have the attack boost on him, and I probably would eventually want to use his stuff, but alright, let's go. With her, let's try, because she does more stuff with the magic anyway. Let's use the crystal, see what it does, and then Drogma's case, he hits heavy, so let's just go. In this case, I'm just kind of gauge this, seeing which is the way to go on this baby. Okay, that's okay to start. Oh, I remember Frost Breath, right. Now it's coming back to me. Okay, Aiga's taking that hit way worse than the others. Alright, so I have to be careful that way, but I guess Aiga's gonna sort of be my healer, I think. I also do have a case of running Cutlass Fury now, which I can do that. Do I want... You know what? I guess I want to. I want to see how... Oh, let me see something here. That's a physical defense thing, or a physical reflection. You know what? I don't know if I want to do that yet. I want to wait. In Aiga's case, I want to look at what she's got as far as her move, because I have Delta Shield. Right, Delta Shield is... Oh, okay, you know what? I'm going to do that instead. Because basically, that's Magic Shield across the party, and that means also it deflects any magic you do. So in that case, I'll put that up. I'll just run physical stuff. If he tries to run that again, we'll be okay on the Delta Shield. I do love the way this looks. I say, you want to try that, that Frost Breath again, please? Okay, he's not going to do it. Alright, there you go. I got lucky with that counterattack. Not that it's doing much. Okay, so I think I do want to start running the Cutlass Fury, and I do want to have Aiga take care of herself, I think, on this one. Alright, Counter-Strike also, when you use Counter-Strike, what that does is it means that if you take a hit, you're always going to counter it if you use it. But for now, I'm just going to run this way. Aiga needs the help, definitely, so I'm going to use one of these. Also got Pyre Box. That, by the way, is a box that runs the Pyre magic without having to use MP for that. So I'll hold that until later. Let's get some recovery for her. And then Drogma, I'm just going to beat him. Okay, I did decent amount, but yeah, there's going to be somewhere between... Okay, it's not quite a war of attrition. It's just a case where, yeah, he's a bit strong, so I have to just keep myself set. Poison Bile. Okay, I remember this thing. Oh, this is bad. It looks amazing and disgusting. Like, oh, Jesus Christ, look at that. Oh, yeah, that hurt bad, especially on Vise. Oh, damn, I'm poisoned both ways. That's going to be bad. Oh no. Alright, let me think about how I want to handle this. I think we just need to recover ourselves, and then, yeah, Aiga's, yeah, she's not having a good time here. I'll definitely say that. And honestly, with Drachma, I think Drachma now, I do want to do recovery. Let's see, what do we got? And who's worse off? Vise is. Alright, so I'm going to use the... Yeah, I'll use this.
Let's try this.
My uneducated advice about this would be doing multi-streaming or re-streaming. How about this? Capture a larger audience if there's copyright issues. I always try to dodge those, as is the case, or I know what to do them now. They'll mute the audio, whereas YouTube will demonetize the stream when it's done, and use time archiving, like knowing when you stream by what game, with the live tab, feed, or playlist. Yeah, I question the idea, like how to do the organizing of the show. As far as copyright questions, I know how to dance around those and avoid them for basically anything. As far as like muting for games and things like that. We don't monetize the show, I'll just say that right now. This is just a for fun case and something where I don't monetize the show because quite frankly it's something where it's an open discussion case, and I said this before, it's something where, hey, if I say something that Google or Amazon does not like, we'd be losing our livelihoods. Like, I work for a living just for the purpose of this program, so in that case, I don't have an issue. Yeah, I only have like 2 of those. You know what, I think I need to start using my magic with her. I don't think I can get away with this. In Drachma's case, wait a minute, hold on. You know what, no, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm going to hit with him. I'm gonna have her, I'm gonna use this to start, and then Drachma, I'm gonna run his special move. Here we go. Ooh, that's good.
Let's try this.
I mean, as far as the way I'll organize on the show, as far as on the site, I've put it in as far as years, as far as like playlists and things like that, and also based on games. So the idea if we played this game, basically it would, or play this game fully when we get to that idea, every part would be in the playlist. So that would be part of what that would be looking like. So I know how to do that. But I also know that idea as far as what it is, and I think at some point, I've been thinking the idea of like self-hosting, perhaps, as far as something. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm doing for that. Wow, that's going. Yeah, I'm definitely. I mean, okay, we're all gonna move before he does. That's a good thing. Alright, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Alright, that's the whirlwind of water. I don't need that. I'm gonna recover. I'm gonna have, I don't know. You also link your Twitch account to YouTube and report the VOD, or export the VOD to YouTube as well. That's another option. That's true, although that would be a case as far as like just quickly copying over as far as the show, but the way we do the edits, just to go into that briefly, I think I have a sense of funneling in on this. You know, I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna have Ica use the Curia Crystal on him. And drop him, just punch him. The way we do the edits is a case where I cut the show, like, I start the show early as far as where the video starts, where I unmute the mic and start talking, and also when we do the sign-off after I mute it and then stop the show. I cut those parts off, and I also put in, like, the text as far as it, so I actually do play with the raw file as far as how I do my editing on it. So in case, like, if I say something wrong, it's like, oh, it should have been this, or if I have pictures of things, because it's, like, fair use case, the way I run it. That's how I tend to go that. But you're right, as far as like if I was just directly pull this over, that would be an easy way to go. So that's not a wrong thought of thinking that. Okay, we are getting close because you hear the music going. I do love hearing that idea. Like, yeah, it's looking, sounding hopeful. We're almost there. It's a little bit of a. I just have to be cognizant of everything going on. I am gonna do this as far as that, and then with Drachma, he could use some recovery too. You know, I haven't used his magic much. I don't have the green one for him. Honestly, I don't care. I think you can survive this. Music giving hopes and dreams. Let's go. I love the fact that this music is dynamic as far as that. And it's also dynamic in the negative way as well. So if your health is going down, it'll kind of go with the heavy guitar going and thinking, it's like, be careful as far as holding on. Right, it gives you that nice boost saying, yeah, you're almost there, you're gonna get it. Oh no! Okay, good thing recovered. Okay, not as bad. It just looked worse, except, yeah, you touched me and yeah, I'm poisoned. Oh no. Alright, so yeah, you take that. Yeah, let's get this. Okay, I got enough Curie Crystals, I think, for a bunch of stuff, so that should be fine. Drachma, what do I want to do with him? Okay, we have that. Let's use that, see how this goes.
Let's try this.
Ice seems like that's the weak thing. Oh, fine, the one thing was a Frost Breath. That being said, I guess I can try something else. Either way, we're getting through.
Moons, give me strength.
Yeah, it's weird. I tend not to run him as far as the magic, but it is still the case of what that's going. Oh, thank you just for punching us. Except, don't poison me, please. Well, I'll hit you in the back. I'll hit you back as far as that. Let's try other things. I just want to see how this goes. Let's try green. Let's try everything just to see as far as, is it just me as far as the purples, alright? Okay, the green maybe is better. Okay, that's better, definitely. That's critical. That's definitely going to be better just for that very reason. Oh, so honestly, what Drachma has is going to be going alright. Be alright, the Poisonous Bile. Yeah, I think it will be fine as far as this, but, it's right on Ica. Jesus. Oh, no, she's... Yeah, hold on, Ica, we got you. Okay, you're hearing the idea, like, yeah, shit's going down now. Defend yourself, for Christ's sake, defend yourself, girl, we got you. I'll carry a crystal her. I mean, I need them both, but I need... hold on. Let me think this through. No. I'm gonna get Vi's set. You take care of Ica, I take care of Vi's, and then I recover that later.
This should work.
Yeah, and then I'll get your poison off in just a second. Good thing I did that for Frost Breath. I got poison again. Yeah, in this case, I'm just gonna keep recovering the poison. And now, in this case, I'm gonna tackle him because I have the, affinity. This should be fine, but yeah, like, why is the music gone bad still? Like, isn't it gonna go back to normal? Because I'm not at, like, half case. I'm just gotta get the poison off of him.
Here goes.
Yeah, we're almost there. Well, maybe his Vise is still low, but let me just hit him. I was like how you saw the boss busy going, nope, proceed to fumble around in the menu. That's what I did when I first saw it, too. The environment and the atmosphere is pure horror vibes. Yeah, you're right. The fact this game is kind of wearing to... Oh, that was good. Yeah, nice dive, by the way, for that. And you know, it's all red. We're going red. Yeah, the fact that there is kind of like a horror vibe to this game as well, as far as that. I get kill him. We got him. Fantastic. Got him. There you go. Alright, now he is dead. Fantastic. Alright, let's go and save and recover this. Look at all that money we made. All the experience we got. And we got a Vidal seed. I'm trying to remember what that does. Now, let's take a look at our items, and then we're going to go save everybody, and that's going to be on the show for the night after we save them. Max HP increased by 30. Who needs it most? Okay, I know who needs it most. Ika needs it most. And everything else is set there. Okay, there we go. Perfect. And question... Oh, right. When you get a level up, you do not get a health recovery on this, which is fine. I just wanted to remember what that was all about. Okay, let's go back down to save. And I'll also recover. Actually, since I'm on... How am I an MP case? You know, I have tons of those, Okay, not tons of them. Okay, I have one of those. Yeah, I think having more than 10, that should be fine. Yeah, that should be okay. I'm not gonna go the whole way only because... Just save the pirate crew, but not the moon lady. Yeah, well, we're gonna save her. Oh, right, save Fina. Yeah, Fina's gonna be coming with us as well. Yeah, she's part of the deal as well. We do want to save Fina. Yeah, what do you think as far as Fina as a character? I do like her as far as that. As far as what she adds to the group, and also just the idea of what's going on. Yes, absolutely. No, I do too. I like all of these characters. That's the thing about this game. I do think that the characterizations are really strong. So that I definitely want to follow these characters anywhere, and also I want to see what's going to happen. Yeah, finishes preparations. I did save, right? Yeah, I saved. Okay, hang on. I just want to make sure I saved. Alright, well... You know what? I don't trust that I saved, even though I did save. I'm going to go back now. I'm going to say, okay, since it's a safe area, there's no case as far as this... I'm running back, I'm saving again. Just to make sure. This is what Crusader 64 did. We played Shadow Hearts Covenant as well, so I'm going to do the same thing here. Yeah, just be safe. It's like, yeah, because I don't want to fuck that up. I just want to make sure everything's set. Okay, so here we go. Okay, definitely saved. I just want to make sure that, like, we're set. Good, good, good. Now we can go. And I think as far as what I got, I'm not in danger right now. Okay, let me look at something here. Okay, I'll compromise. I'm saying I'm not in danger as far as magic droplets. You know what? For that one, I am going to go the whole way. The other ones are close enough. I'm going to take it. I'm not going to go back and save that one. That's fine. Just all of our magic set, and then we'll figure as far as what we're doing for the boss here. And then when we save everybody, that's going to be the end of the show. I guess in that case, I'll go to schedule, but since we have story stuff coming up, I won't do it until after that. We'll do it during the boss battle. Alright, so here we go. Here is, the Executioner. Alright, so yeah, they're going to be killing Air Pirate Dine and the Blue Rogues. The crime including attacking Imperial airships and stealing precious cargo. Yeah, they do have us in that. By stealing that is high, and they're repaying with their heads. I do like Fina. There's always something about a soft person having a will of iron, which she definitely does. There's also a case of, like, of other characters doing this, like, or that were like this, like Yuna from Final Fantasy X, Dagger from Final Fantasy IX, and a quarter of Final Fantasy characters. Honestly, now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, good point, for sure. That's the reason why we have so many as far as Final Fantasy, and there is Marco again. Came to watch the bloodbath, huh? Looks like you gave up after all. I knew it. No, I didn't. Right over here. Yeah. Vise. I do love the way they set this up. All right, run the opening. I do love this part, for sure. Miss you guys. We're here to rescue. Let's go. Is Marco surprised we actually were people for the word? But alright, how bold are you? Pride the audience of witnessing the deaths of a notorious band of air pirates. Now witness your execution. Well, you know what? How about this deal? How about we give them an execution of yours? So let's kill you. Now they got that upset. They already got to let us free our friends and trash your guards, and the people back there. They can also enjoy us killing you. Yeah, I already beat the snot out of you. What more could they want? By the way, my name's Vise. Alright, let's take care of the Executioner, and this is going to be the end of the show for tonight after we do Okay, I don't remember what I gotta do with him because it's been years since I fought it, but let's see. Also, you can't accidentally fall into the center. That would be hilarious if you could, but alas, no. For some reason, I get the sense he's not gonna be as hard as the last boss, but maybe that's not right. Okay, so the Executioner there on yellow case. So we're on blue, so the manual says. But then again, I guess I know what you're saying as far as how some of the things are going. Not gonna lie to you, I thought Luke, the red-haired guy, was gonna be a party member, because he definitely had main character vibes. Yeah, I guess that's a thought. The question like what that was gonna look like. Okay, well, that we can also try different things. There's a spell warden. All right, I think I want to kill the spell wardens because I think the idea is they're gonna recover everybody. So, yeah, I think in that case I'm gonna go physical on every single one of these guys. To start. Yeah, get rid of the spell wardens. I think the reason I'm going to do that is mentioned. I think they heal. I don't know why. Call it a hunch. I'll call it a maybe I do remember this after how many years since I last played this part. Yeah, what are you doing to me? Alright, okay, well, they definitely have magic. I got that sense as far as what they're saying. Yeah, no, Ike's getting iced. Yeah, that's, Deed's not gonna go unpunished. I mean, the Executioner, yeah, he did slice with the axe. A, didn't cut through, and B, it's a case where, yeah, Driver said, yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm just gonna hit you again. Alright, get over there, and then... I don't know on the Executioner. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go the whole way as far as the Executioner, and then... Just in case, Vise doesn't kill him, let's pull Drachma out for that. Yeah, it was major a headache when I played it. They just don't die. No, I understand that idea. I guess maybe my RPG logic after all these years understand it. Remember, the idea of, like, the squishy mage is something... Okay, thank God I had Drachma go over there, unless he misses... Uh-oh. Oh, he has tackled the same way Drachma does. Oh, goddamn. Oh, okay, never mind. This is gonna be bad. Then again, what I could do is, yeah, Jesus Christ. Okay, that's gonna be a problem. I don't really have much that's gonna help as far as defense, so I think what I just need to do is... He's really close to dying. I can't have that happen. Ike is fine off on the sides here. And Drachma has enough of the case. At this case, let me think about what I want to do with him. I'm gonna try something different. I'm gonna see like what's going on the Executioner here. Actually, no. On the Executioner. Fine. It says blue. I'm running blue. Let's go.
Here goes.
Alright, so that tackle's bad, but I guess then the good thing is it's not going to be a one-hit kill. As long as I keep my health up enough. So I think I have enough items I can go through this. I have enough items, I have enough stuff going on in magic to be said. That he missed. Oh no. Are we doing it again? Actually, I'm wondering one thing. Yeah, major role in Dungeons & Dragons as well. You kill the mages and healers because they're the real problems and protect your own. Gotta keep the warriors healed and hardy. Yeah, if he does that again, I'm in trouble. But I can't be on offense forever. Or defense, I should say, forever. Oh, crap. I don't think I can counter that. You know what? I don't know if this counts as a magic reflect. I mean, he'll survive. Okay, he'll survive that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna. Yeah, Vise would survive this if I do this. So let me try this. I mean, if he does it again, I don't know if they count it as magic. I think so. We'll see. Okay, no mind, I'm standing over the trap door. Okay, I just noticed that. I said, oh, it's not gonna be a problem as far as that. Yeah, because it's just graphics as far as it. It's not actually him falling down it. Alright, so that helped as far as I on the Cutlass Fury. Okay, he's doing the tackle again. Let's see if this does it. Because I have the Delta Shield. No, it's not, and Vise is dead.
Can't give.
Crap.
This should work.
Yeah, it was too late. Yeah, fuck. I know. Alright, I'll figure something to this. So his Vise is not gonna get experience as far as this. Alright, so I'm good to know that. I guess that it doesn't count as magic. Yeah, he'll be fine. Yeah, so you said main character energy for Luke. I guess Luke's in replacement for Vise. I hate saying that, because like, we love Vise. But we need something else to take him down, and I don't... Let's see. You know what? I'm trying to think of what's going to be the best way to go. I'm going to try everything just to see what's the best way. I guess also if I get a game over, I can try something else. Yeah, I'll just see what happens here. This is going to be interesting. I have to pay respects, not fuck. Oh, that's true, you're right. Both start with that, fair enough.
Moons, give me strength.
Oh, he's going to keep doing this. Okay, if he takes Drag Me Down, I'm fucked. He'll live, I think, from the... Well, no, I'm not gonna say that. Let's see. Okay, he is gonna live from that. But... Okay, so, alright, I'll tell you what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to protect Drachma here. Let's see. I mean, it's either way. I gotta hit him this way. You know, I'm gonna die if I don't do that as well, so I think I have to just... use this to turn just as full recovery.
This should work.
If I use one, he's gonna die. So I have to use both. I'll use it twice. I mean, Luke can replace Blue Boy Wonder here by being a Lancer type party member. Yeah, good point. Maybe an idea if they want to come back to this. Sonic Wave. Okay, we haven't seen him do this. So Sonic Wave. Okay, I wish I could do that more often. That's like nothing compared to this. Okay, I do need to... No, fine. I gotta keep going. And just have Drachma hit him. That's all I can do. I can't afford to wait.
Give me strength.
I mean, if I pull through this battle, that's fine. And then we'll go into aspect of schedule. Okay, we're in good shape. That does hurt him. Sonic Wave. Okay, going to Ica. I'm kind of glad for once he's going after Ica on this one. Well, sort of. But I don't want... yeah, she can't die. He'll be fine. Just keep hitting him.
Let's try this.
Yeah, but nothing else. Yeah, now we're in a spot, but it makes it good entertainment as far as. Okay, we almost got him. Uh-oh. Okay, he'll live through this as far as it, but let's just see. All right, that's 622. How am I doing? Yeah, he would just barely survive, but I'm not gonna do that. I need to just keep giving him health. Yeah, sorry, Vise. I wish I could help you. Yeah, I just want to see if there's anything else I got. Just keep hitting them. I think that's going to be the idea. I'd say if they ever remake this game, I could see them having Luke be a temporary party member when you get to Shrine Island. That could be a cool idea. Or if they maybe do what they were, missing. Saying that they were thinking they're doing a sequel. Uh-oh. I mean, I keep saying she's going to live through this, but I don't know. She's never... Actually, I've never seen her get hit by this. Oh, that was fucking close. Alright, so now she needs to take care of herself. Alright. So in this case, yeah, drive and just keep going. Or... Crap, it missed.
Let's try this.
Yeah, how is she even alive? I don't know. I got lucky as far as how it was with the health. Sonic Wave. Okay, she'll live through this. This is not He's doing the tackle a lot. That's the thing that really hurts. Yeah, just keep doing this. This is the way it goes, and I'll tell you how we're going to do it. Since I do have the thing for tackle, I'm running that right now.
Let's try this.
Yeah, Ika's hanging on. It's just, yeah, she's the healer. I don't know if that's necessarily her role in this game. I mean, maybe it sort of is. But I guess it's becoming that way for the show. Yeah, if nothing else, this is going to be close. Yeah, we got him. Thank God. Yeah, sorry that Vise did not get the nice experience. He's dead on the field. Yeah, we did do it. Thank God. There we go. That was lucky. Alright, there you go. I'll look in the aspect of the manual. Maybe it was wrong, but either way, we did win. Unfortunately, no experience for Vise. We'll have to carry his body out. He was the word. He did do what he had to do. He said, I was going to do it no matter what. So all the way to the end. Look at that. There we go. Okay, now he's alive again. Oh my God. So that is perfect as far as the show. I was like, yeah, how are you still alive again? Like, yeah, it didn't count. There you go. Now take care, guys. See you later. All right, so there you go. That is the case of it. All right, we got to get our way out. All right, so we're going to get our way out. As we're getting our way out, I'm going to go and schedule on the program. I'm also going to see... he needs help. Bad. I don't know if we're going to run into a battle again. We'll see as far as the... I'm going to go save. And as we do this, I'm going to go and schedule as far as what the show's going to go. As far as it... Because, well, actually, wait a minute. You can help. Well, you can help after I save. I'm not going to, you know, take that aspect. And I'll say, when we come back to this game, I'll try and see when's the soonest I can get to a case of coming back to this, because this was too much fun. And definitely, the plan is for any of these scoping session programs, I want to do that as far as figure out what's the best way to go. This is just an easy case of, yeah, you did it. We are something. Yeah, and I did it while being dead. I told you before, I live here, I know everything about the sewers, so I can get you a quick way out. Really? Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, Ika's pretty much the healer by default as far as that. She doesn't do much damage as crowd control with Alpha Storm, that's true. And she gets the green magic first and needs less XP for each rank. Alright, there we go. We made it. And moving as they put us on a rail car. Never saw anything like that in my life. Alright, but there's free items. 4 magic droplets. 4 sacred crystals. Can't believe you did it. Yeah, yeah, we did do it as far as how it goes. Technically, she has unlimited magic. Yeah, the way it goes, and also our, one of our special moves is, oh, right, restoring magic points. Yeah, you're right, I forgot about that. That's true, that's late game case. But I need to get our way out. Well, what do you have to say, Dad? A little late, but if it's any later, it'll be a whole head shorter. But you're tough bringing a public execution, freeing all of us, and then dying in the process briefly. I think you're crazy. Yeah, what can I say? I'm not ready to take over as head of the Dine family. Maybe not, but he definitely is making a good first step, just as we did for our first look at this wonderful game. As I said, we'll come back to this game, and I'll figure out when we can come back to this. Fina, we don't have her. Where is she? They took her somewhere else. I've heard some soldiers talking about her. Sounded like she was taken to the Valiant Imperial Palace. Oh no. The Empress herself wanted to meet her. Got a feeling there's more to that girl than meets the eye. Yeah, you're right. What are we doing? For the purpose of the show, I think we're gonna have to lay low for a while. I'm gonna have to, unfortunately, put a perspective saying cliffhanger. I didn't remember we didn't get Fina now. We'll save her later. But we will save her. Guards scatter the whole islands in chaos. But I think this might be the best time to strike. Take this with you. Get the yellow moonstone. Take on properties of lightning when you get that set. And I'll take the air pirates back in the Little Jack. Alright, we're waiting for you. Beat the Little Jack when they open the gates, and then we'll be off. Okay. Late game, it isn't like the Red Moon case, because I got it that time. Whereas later, as is. As I said, my memory's a little fuzzy on this one because it's been a while since I've gone this far in it. There you go, the rail car on the way to the palace. Alright, Margot, how do we get to Upper City? Go down that tunnel over there and reach Upper City. Okay. Tons of guards there. Don't go. It's too dangerous. You saw what happened before. We got to do this. But as I said, we'll do this when we come back to this game. I will handle this as part 1. So I will say this is a scoping session, but also when we come back to Skies of Arcadia, I will handle this as part 1. I will indicate that specifically as well. Gotta say Fina. This is going to be an easier one to say, oh, this is part 1. As far as some of the other ones, I don't know. But Drogman is gone. We got the Yellow Moonstone from Dine. Alright. So there you go. That is our first Super Bowl Game Saturday Scoping Sessions program. I had a great time doing this. So great, I said, let's go even further. For Skies of Arcadia, for Dreamcast, we will come back to this game. I will look as far as how the schedule's going over the year, because I do want to come back to this. But every month we're going to do is we're going to take a game that runs long, and we're going to take a look at it. Yo, 6-hour-long stream. Yeah, I've done longer, actually. We did Shadowheart's Covenant. We ran 9-hour parts for those, as was. And the finale was 11.5. We started early in the day. We had tons of food as far as how it was. I had to split that into 2 parts when I edited it, but it was definitely worth it. Yeah, we go the whole way as far as this, because, yeah, we love games on this. And thank you so much, Cool So, for joining us. Thank you to Dollyfin as well, as far as in chat for it. All right, so I'm going to go and schedule. I'm going to be semi-brief on this one. Just to let you know, we do come back here on Twitch every week. The edit of this will be on the YouTube, say, next week. We'll get a sense of when this is going to go. As far as when it's going to go up, it'll be in the middle of the week. At some juncture. But, okay. So, as far as schedule, we usually go Saturday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but those times do change. It's not always going to be the same. Thank you for the stream. No problem, and thank you so much for all of your contributions. Cool, so thank you for joining the Super Bowl Game Saturday family. We appreciate having you and appreciate all of your input in particular. The chat I know appreciate it, but also I do as well. And thank you so much for it. Bring everything you know and all of your background and history about Skies of Arcadia and anything, because it's one of those cases where we get the word out. This game is going to get re-released somehow. I have it in my heart. And hopefully maybe somebody sees it. It's like, remember that game? It's really cool. Maybe someone's thinking. I know people at Sega have said, you know what, they've expressed interest in maybe coming back to this. I don't know what the challenges might be for that, but it might be one of those cases where I think they can do it. I think people really like it. I definitely love to have other people play this one as well. I think they'd have a great time. But as I said, we'll come back to this. As far as it, I'll figure when it is. I'll let you know for sure, no question, as far as it. But let's talk schedule. Good night, everyone. Good night, Dolphin. Yeah, my God, I know it's been a long time, so I'll go brief on schedule. Next week's Friday. We're not doing Saturday. It's going to be for Pikmin for the Gamecube. That's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on February 6th. Gemini96 is coming in. He's going to start playing the game for us. He loves that game. Another case kind of adjacent as far as the time of this game. Then the week after that, we're doing our viewer quest for... Yeah, great case as far as it. Oh, yeah, definitely a lot of love coming in. Thank you so much, of course, Cool Soap and to Dollyfin. Appreciate all of your contributions for tonight's show. February 13th, we have a Friday show as well, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sonic Labyrinth for the Game Gear. That was on the request of Electverse in our chat as far as in past shows. Case where it's a isometric Sonic game where Sonic slowed down. It's a better game than maybe you'd think. I'm not going to stand up for say it's great, but it's also something that I was asked for, and like, I don't care if people, whether a game's good or not, we can play it. I don't care if you're playing a bad game. I don't even think it's necessarily that bad a game. But it's also the case I grew up with it as far as what it was, so maybe I'm more tuned to the idea of what it is. But that's going to be on Friday, the 13th of February. Yeah, because we're in February now, as far as that is. So yeah, the first 2 weeks of the show for February are going to be on Fridays. Then we're back Saturday for our next scoping session. That's going to be on February 20th, or no, February 21st. That's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for BlazBlue Calamity Trigger for the PlayStation 3. We'll do the same thing we did with Skies of Arcadia here. We're going to take a look at it for a couple of hours, get a sense of what's the best way to handle that, because that's a fighting game from Arc System Works. There's a lot going on when it comes to its characters and its stories. I want to cover it all. It's one I know was asked about, and I want to take a look at that for sure. And we're going to start that look. And at the end of February, that's going to be on February 28th, so last day of the month, just like last day of the month for this show. That's when it started. We are going to be returning to Yoshi's Island. We played it and beat it on Super Nintendo last week. Coming back for one more part to beat Extra World 6. I did not finish that level. And we'll look at the Game Boy Advance version. We'll look at all 6 of the extra levels in it. and get a perspective of that game as far as what did the Game Boy Advance do to enhance it. As far as other stuff, just to go on that briefly, this will be very brief. We'll have next part of Pikmin in March at dates and times to be determined. We're starting Snowbird Kids for Nintendo 64 in March as well at some point. I'm going to be playing Looney Tunes B-Ball for Super Nintendo. I've wanted to show that one off. That's another underrated game going back in the day. And getting in time for March Madness. We do stuff for sports and any genre in particular. And I've definitely wanted to show that game off. And our scoping session for March is going to be Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories. We're going to run the Xbox One version, run through Series X for the purpose of that. I know that's going to be an investment too. But it's a game that it's been a while since we played Kingdom Hearts 1. I know we got to get back to that. And we have our case going on that one to start our journey with where Sora, Goofy, and Donald are going. And it does have a dim. I did not know actually this game had a dim screen going on for Dreamcast, at least for this one. And then just briefly indicating this, in April we have our April Fool's Day show. That's the first weekend of the month, or in close proximity to April Fool's Day. We take a look at a game that either isn't very good or it might be worth a laugh, or sometimes maybe it's a question, is it good or not? This is the latter case, because I don't know. What I've played so far, it seems like it's decent enough. Digimon Racing for the Game Boy Advance. My chat asked me about this as far as it's saying, this seems like maybe it's a joke. But I was like, well, let's take a look at it. Let's find out. What I played so far, it seems like it's not a bad game. And we're going to look at Digimon. We've wanted to look at that as far as franchise. As far as Snowbird Kids is concerned, I don't know if you need one part for that. If I do, we'll have had that as far as in March, and we don't need another one. And in that case, we'll be doing World Series Baseball for Sega Genesis. And then as far as other stuff of next part of Pikmin, as far as how it is, if we need another part or something else, I might have an open week. Scoping show, don't know what I'm doing, but I'll figure it. And then the only other two things I'll say, May, we have our compilation program. That's the weekend of Memorial Day. We're doing Midway Cartridges 3 for Gamecube this year. And we'll look at some Nintendo 64 Midway Arcade ports for good measure. And then June 20th, cool spot for Sega Genesis. The reason I'm saying that is because we're going to be off for the weekend after that. And we got other stuff coming up as far as that, and I think that's going to be the idea of what it is. Thank you so much to everybody in our best chat on Twitch for joining us for our scoping session on Skies of Arcadia, our first scoping session of it, and our first part of Skies of Arcadia. We're going to be leaving the game for now, but do not worry, we will come back to this. And I will let you know as soon as I'm able to carve out a perspective in the schedule to come back to this, because this game is too good. And yeah, we're not going to leave Fina hanging, but just for a little bit. We're coming for you, Fina, don't worry. And I love this game, and we'll definitely continue on. And as I said, since I have the Dreamcast version, that's the one we got, that's what we're running as far as how it is. And maybe we can get a re-release. Please, Sega, we're begging. But with that, thank you so much for watching the program. Hope you have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I'll see you on Friday, February 6th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Gemini 96 for the start of Pikmin for the GameCube. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Take care, everybody.